Hey, everybody, welcome to Noir Bar live, finally, from the shadiest district of Noir City in the year of our Lord, 1942, as we can all clearly and plainly see from our brand new Vita Ray technology trademark powered hyper-accurate mantle clock. It is exactly, beyond all reproach, 11:30 p.m. Eastern on the dot. So come on in, grab a drink and a seat and get comfortable for a late night laid back time of banter, booze, broads, and bullets. And joining me against my expectations at the bar tonight are Far and Sam. Midori, how you doing?
Hello. You just called me my real name. And then you went, yeah, Midori.
I didn't call you
The
Gertrude. Oh, oops, sorry. Doxy.
Yes, we're joined at the bar tonight by Polydogs.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you and respect you and do not want to kick your shins right now. Not at all.
Hey, what? My shins are in no condition to be kicked right now, Far. That's just.
Yeah, the stairs kicked them, didn't they?
Yes, the stairs.
I feel better now.
You know, I was. Yeah, I more like I kicked the stairs on the way down, but it. Yeah, I know. It's funny that both of you and Valine both focused in on that already. Valine already threatened to kick my shins. It's like, yeah, I don't know why you guys are focused in on my areas of injury.
It's almost like the women in our life enjoy our pain, Polly.
Yeah. So Sam, how are you doing?
I am freshly unfrustrated by power outages.
Nice.
Yes, we're back. We're so back. apart from the obvious, how's yourself?
I'm doing a lot better. My it's my right leg that was injured upon rapid introduction to a stair edge, and the swelling is down from where it was even earlier today. I hobbled my way into a Walmart to get a replacement ice pack because I had gotten blood on my previous one, and that wasn't the prettiest thing to behold. So from the same injury, because there's a cut as well as a need for an ice packing. It was right on the shin, so it's swollen and it hurts and whatnot.
Thin skin and all that. Yep.
Yeah. It sucks when you know enough about emergency medicine where you're just like, yeah, there's no point in going to the doctor. I mean, that's not broken. That's just uber boo boo. You know what I mean? It's. Do they say that in Australia, Far? A boo boo for a minor injury that like.
I mean, some people might.
Well, I mean, it's a thing a small child would say. It's not adults don't walk around saying that.
Yeah, it's not. I don't think it's common.
I just, it's Australians. I picture you got your own bogan way of saying things. It's a Louie Lou or something.
What?
You know it.
It's a fucking
okay.
oucho.
What do you think a child would say? It's a fucking ouch.
Yeah, right. Yeah. What do you think little children say in Australia? It's a fucking ouch, cunt. Like, I get it.
Mother, I have injured myself.
Yeah, we start them young. You know, by the time they're like 8, they're just doing the whole thing. You know?
Yeah.
You can get hit with the flip, twisted with the biscuit, blasted with the ratchet, jack with the mac, body with the shotty, dump with the pump, rock with the clock, sprayed with the K, dome with the chrome, down with the pound, tap with the strap, black with the gat, duster with the musket, tag with the mag, wet with the Intratec, bled with the lead.
Woo! Now that's the way to start a stream. God Emperor Dingle, thank you very much for the $25. Polly, how's it going? I'm in pain and swollen, but feeling a lot better than I was earlier today. Thank you for asking. Glad to see the bars open tonight. Fucked your leg up, Otter. Yeah. I've been there before. Hope it heals up soon. Cheers, Otter. Oh, I'm sure it will. It's just a matter of keeping the swelling down, and in a number of days it'll be fine. You know what I mean? It's just, in the meantime, it hurts. That's all. And I'll be looking askance at those stairs, man. A sconce. Look it up.
It's a real word.
Yeah. See, that's people say, okay, it's like white people just want an N-word passed because they just want to use the N-word. It's true, I do, but not in the way I think a lot of people want to use it because I don't want to hurl it at anybody. I want to say it sarcastically, the way Tommy Sotomayor says it. He'll say some irregular word that's just out of common usage. And he knows, like, a lot of people in his audience, like, what the fuck did you just say? So, like, he'll say, like, a sconce. Look it up. Like, that's how I want to use the N-bomb, because there really is no English equivalent of that, if you know what I mean. Like, what else are you going to say? Jackass, dummy. I mean, they kind of get it.
Fuckers.
Fucker. They get it the same general point, but not in that kind of way. You know what I mean? That's, yeah. I mean, Far even drew a doodle of that. I got an N-word pass. I was given one, and I'm holding on to it for just the right occasion. I think I'm going to do it at a conference one time when I'm, like, leaving academia and never coming back.
No. It's certainly an explosive exit.
Yeah, you know, when I'm leaving during the Q&A and somebody asks me a really smart ass question, and I'll, you know, yeah, look it up. Yeah, you know what they say? Always burn your bridges behind you. You never know who's following. What was the line? It's like, you never know who's following. Yeah, but what happens if the people that are following you are your friends? Then all friends will know by the light of the bonfire the caliber of men that preceded them.
Sure, that's how that goes.
You know who said that?
It sounds like a Washingtonism.
It does a little, actually, now that you mention it. Something Major Nathaniel Greene would have come up with. No, that's it's fucking shit. I just blanked out on his name. It's gonna be a rough stream if I forgot his name.
Oh God! Don't leave me in suspense like this, Polly. My aging heart can't handle it.
Yeah, the fucking comic book artist. He's comic artist Pro Secrets is his channel. How the fuck? Ethan Van Sciver. That's a Van Sciver original.
Huh?
Yeah.
He would not be. He does not rank highly on the list of the people that I would assume it to be.
I know. When he said it, I was like, "Damn, Ethan! Holy shit! All right." You're
still a lunatic, but
tell them of the caliber of men that preceded them. It's like, wow. All right.
It's like, Ethan, you're still a lunatic, but an eloquent one.
Yeah. That's no hibbity jibbity.
Right. There's an absence of fucking, excuse me, tree-based rodent in your language there, Ethan.
Yeah. And Jeremy MK's like, Polly's falling upstairs. No, I didn't fall up the stairs or down the stairs. I tripped into them.
You just fell on the stairs.
Yeah, I fell on the stairs. That's exactly right, Far. Well said. Yeah, I fell onto them. Yeah. Makes me wonder who he stole it from. The way he kind of paused and thought his way through it. If you know, he didn't say it as fast as I did because I was quoting him. He was quoting no one. So you could, to me, it seemed very much like he was piecing it together as he was saying it. And that's fine, because if that's what came out at the end as the outcome, I'm fine with it. Boom. So Far and I discovered something the other night. And it was
Is it yeah?
It's interesting yet disturbing.
Uh-huh.
You know? And hold on, there we go. Let me share the screen with you guys. There we are.
And it adds on to the alien fishwoman myth.
It does. Except this is no myth. As you can see here, we spotted that indeed, in history, shadow men have visited us.
Holy crap.
Yeah, look at that. He's a shadow man.
Yeah.
But he's very hygienic.
Yeah, he is. This is the key we've discovered to finding shadow men. This one's named Jerry. At least that's what he told us.
Yeah, it's Jerry.
Yeah, just Jerry. Now, despite the fact
they
he has,
call him Smoky.
Yeah, I mean they called him Smoky. He
allows
insisted it was Jerry. But now, Jerry Smoke here. He.
Jerry.
Boom! Dear Valine, thank you for the $18. We both fell on descending surfaces, and you wish you could turn mine into a dono. You fell in your own dry house. That is way more funny than slipping in mud at a place I see every few years. You know, you can say that if you want, but I didn't.
I laughed when Feline fell over and then immediately felt bad.
Yeah.
Like as the laugh was issuing, I'm like, yeah, if I felt like that and I was talking to people at the time and they laughed, I would feel pretty fucking awful. See, I have some amount of empathy.
Yeah, no, I mean, I hear you. The thing for me is that I told Far about this part now. The first thing that everybody does if they're not grievously injured, like hospital time injured, what's the first thing you do? Stand up and dust yourself off and look around to see if anyone saw.
Exactly. Emphasis on the last part.
Yep.
What's that, broken leg? Well, if nobody saw it,
Yeah.
you know.
I remember when I said that to Far, she like laughs, like, yeah, see, you get it, right? That was just, I've actually really hurt myself here. But, like all human beings, I've got my priorities straight. Did I look stupid doing it? That's the real question. And I know Feline was vertical again in an instant, and it was all about,
oh, yes,
who the fuck saw me? And I don't blame you, because we're all like that. It's
pride,
Yeah, I did that
injury.
At work once. I did that at work. Like, no, actually twice. So yeah, I felt twice. Exact same thing. Of like looking around. It's like who's looking? Who the fuck saw that? Apparently more people than I thought. They just didn't say shit. Apparently everyone else was okay with also keeping my dignity in check.
Yeah, I mean, this happened in my garage, and the only way anyone could have saw from where it was in the garage, like way towards the front or back end, depending which way you look at it, of the garage, is that somebody was walking along the sidewalk right in front of my house. And yeah, that was enough to get me to look down to the sidewalk, like, holy shit, did anyone see that? No, okay, all right, good. And then it's sort of like, then I commenced to dust myself off and check my fucking leg for blood, and there was. Oh. Dr. Smug, piece of shit. Where have you been, sir? We've missed you. Dr. Smug, piece of shit. Thank you for the $3. It wasn't exactly vicarious. I had to go into hiding, remember? Oh, this is Feline. Yeah, Dr. Smug, piece of shit. Right, yeah. I had to go into hiding, remember? And it wasn't thrilling. Fuck you! I think this is funny, you smug cocksucker. Fuck you! You kept your camera going, and your phone camera going, and you fucking filmed yourself going down the slide to clean your butt off.
That was my suggestion. That was my suggestion. I was trying to be helpful.
And I mean, I'm not trying to get too descriptive here, but like I'm 6 foot tall, okay? I'm 205, 210, depending on when I weigh myself, pounds. Okay, so yeah, when I go down, that's what happens. Feline is like 4'8". Okay, and she's got a badonkadonk. So when she goes down, she's not that far from the ground, and there's plenty of padding. So I'm just saying.
That doesn't mean shit. That doesn't mean shit.
So Polly is 5'10".
I'm not sure how to follow that, Polly.
Is that what do people do that? Do people lie about their height online? I guess. Yeah.
What? People would really do that?
Go on the internet and lie? I mean, if you want to think I'm 5'10", that's fine. You know those things where it's like, I think what you want because I know, if you know what I mean. It's, it's like I could only get so mad at Quiz insisting for like years straight that I was actually black. It's like, but I know I'm not. Why am I letting this make me angry? I don't, I happen to know that I'm not black. Why am I letting it upset me? And it's like, you want to think I'm short? That's fine. I happen to know I'm not. So
he's the world's longest otter.
I don't, and that's the thing. I don't, supposedly still the average height of the North American males, like, 5'8", 5'9". It's like, I don't know if I believe that. I think it's closer to 6. I don't meet many people that are that much many guys that are that much shorter than me.
Yeah, well, consider the height of your average, Southern American. Or South American, rather.
Well, North America, though.
Yeah. But in the U.S., Polly.
What are you saying?
This
Southerners
is a
are
joke
short?
about immigration. No, I'm saying South Americans are short.
Oh, I see. Central Americans that have moved to the south of America are
Yeah,
short.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, this is a joke about immigration.
Gotcha. You know, I put it all together. Well, we're in 1942.
They're pulling down the averages.
Yeah, I mean, this is 1942. Immigration's coming from France and Germany in this era, man.
Yeah, but this is already a big, large number of Japs over here, Polly.
There are, but we've rounded them up.
Rounding them up is what will keep the average high.
And Democrats will never deny it. That's God Emperor Dingle, thank you for the buck. Last time I feel it was when hold on. Last time I fell. Is it last time I feel? Is this what it's okay? Last time I fell, it was when a ladder I was climbing up decided to.
The only thing I knew for sure was this: every son of a bitch that worked for her, they were all gonna be better off dead.
I showed that cut to show the difference between, as an example of what running something through Topaz AI, the software for interpolation and upscaling footage, can do. I showed the original and then that HD version of it, as I call it, like, which is the upscaled recut version of it. And they're like, what is this for? And I told them for a donation, like, people would give you money for that. I'm like, what are you talking about? That's fucking awesome. And I'm like, but it's kind of vaguely threatening. I'm like, I know. You've never heard a conversation where two people just talked right the fuck past each other, but it's just some guy with guns, like, threatening someone. Yeah. Isn't it great?
If I could get away with talking like that all the time,
I know.
do you think I wouldn't?
Right? If I could talk like a down and out alcoholic, burned out gangster from the 1930s, I would all the time.
Yeah, but it'd take me a while to get in character. Fucking hell.
Well, yeah, it's what, I can't just walk around and drink. Got everything gold.
Stop laughing, Fa.
Last time I fell was when a ladder I was climbing up decided to fall apart. I did not jump back up after that one. I just laid there in pain. Luckily, no one saw me. Yeah, if you fell a good distance to the ground, that's okay to not move. I'd be...
Yeah, I think you just feel like stunned for a second, right? You just...
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, sometimes
no.
it's not even that. I remember I was up on a roof and I climbed onto a ladder, top of the ladder, and I was two and a half stories up, let's say. Right? Fell off the ladder onto the roof of a van, like I think like a American context. You know the Ford box vans.
Yeah, pickup truck.
Yeah, I fell onto it. A pickup truck, but with like a whole body on it, not
gotcha.
not a flatbed.
Yep. No, I understand
yeah,
the kind you mean. Yeah, pickup truck that's got the cover over the bed. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Fell onto the roof of that, and it wasn't the hardest landing in the world because picture the hoods are fairly flexible, especially when you've got like a 230-pound dude falling on them.
Mm-hmm.
I might have. I don't know whether it was the shame, the pain, or the do I have a severe back injury now?
Yeah.
I kind of laid there for about 5 minutes just looking at the clouds go by until the boss stuck his head over the side of the roof and go, probably time to get moving there, Sam.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, just 5 more minutes. It's not really so much shock. You're just kind of trying to calculate your odds of getting away from this one mostly unscathed,
Last hard fall I took, like off of a dock. It was only like, what, 4 feet, 5 feet maybe? Like, for loading up box vans and shit. It was that kind of dock. And it was raining, and the dock door was open, so the rain was coming in just enough to make that area wet.
Ooh.
And they had no grip tape taped down on the floor, which was like, okay, you guys just asking for a lawsuit here.
Yeah.
But like, I stepped out there, and as soon as I put my body weight, whoosh, and I went all the way down in front of the dock. And yeah, I laid there for a sec, because like Far said, stunned. It sort of just knocks the wind out of you. But also there was the moment of, maybe I just want to lay here. Like, if I look up or move, am I going to see one of my own bones jetting out? You know what I mean? Like, it just, have I impaled myself with a rib bone internally? It's maybe I should just
like,
enjoy
I can't
this.
feel anything, but I can't actually feel anything, but that doesn't mean that nothing really bad has happened.
Exactly.
And then like the actual pain kicks in, and you're like, oh Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we're alive.
No, I
okay,
and
not
I
dying.
was fine. Like I got up and I was like, whoa, that just really did. Like, like I got punched in the breadbasket, just knocked the wind out of me. Nothing else. I was like, but you fell like 4 or 5 feet and hit hard ass fucking blacktop pavement. How the fuck? Go limp. I guess is the, like, like they say in movies, it's like, all right, relax, go limp. We're about to, we're going to impact the ground in an airplane or whatever. Yeah, man. The secret is go limp, man. Don't tighten up. Gamer Verlaine, thank you for the $9 and the vague threatening with the guy with guns that my friend doesn't understand. No, I knew people saw something happen because it was me, then a sudden sky view. I admitted to it and showed you guys the mud on my ass. Then I tried to be a Disney princess with that deer. That's right. She tried. There was a deer nearby and she tried to come here and eat out of my hand, young fawn. Yeah, it was just, yeah. Animals can sense danger,
Not
Verlaine.
happening.
It didn't help that she kept calling it lunch.
Give me a lunch.
Oh, yeah. A ranting monkey moment. As many times as he's taken it down the stairs. Yeah, his theory was just go limp. That's right. Yeah.
Hey, Johnny, do the falling down the stairs trick.
Well, but I mean, it's bared out, right? When I broke my arm when I went down them stairs, it's because I tried to stop myself. If I had just gone limp and taken the hit, man, I would have rolled and had a story. But no. I had to try and,
I remember the last time my brother fell. I had a pretty bad fall. It was just falling down some stairs, household stairs, and it looked and sounded really fucking bad. And he bruised his hands up, something rotten. But he said the only thought that I had in my mind was protect the head. And that's pretty much all he did. He wrapped his arms around his head and put his hands behind his head. So he was pretty much right, because I think if he'd hit his head that hard, it would probably done quite a lot of damage. Maybe even killed him.
Like Tucker Zach's trying to tell us a story about building a house with the Amish. Remember that time Far we were watching 1970s commercials? It was late 70s, and they were advertising for the cabinetry business that employs nothing but Amish men.
Yeah, vaguely.
No, they were just built by quality Amish
remember, like-
craftsmen, and all of a sudden it cuts to a guy
Yeah,
who's dressed
yeah,
like
yeah.
somebody named Ebenezer. He's got like a big long beard and
Yeah, and he's like wearing the whole shebang. Yeah, and it's like they're really focused on Amish for some fucking reason.
like, and it's like I get it. Like if you
it's the Amish.
if you live somewhere in like Ohio and there's like Amish country, yeah, they do cabinetry is a big thing, absolutely. But this was a big city
Yeah.
company that hired out the Amish
it
to
was
come work for them. It
Yeah, it was really strange. Like how, I mean, obviously the whole thing is about the Amish, right? But like it was, I found it weird when we watched it because of like how focused they were on it being Amish, right?
boom, nice. Cheshire Smurf, thank you for the $18. I think they keep Guatemalans in Florida so that when they're working up the lawns, they can just look like garden gnomes. After I read Guatemalans, I'm like, where is this gonna go? Oh, it just Pedro, stop moving. You're ruining the gnome mystique. It
Do not destroy the nomenclature.
that's not what that word means. I think they hire the Amish because the Amish just give a fuck about their craftsmanship. That's what it was a statement of. Do you know what I mean? It's like we're not hiring guys that couldn't give a good goddamn. We're hiring the Amish, and they care. That I think that's the thinking.
I mean,
They work
Don't
hard,
hire-
salt
don't
of the earth
hire a build-
people. It's in the blood.
don't hire a team of monkeys to build a banana plantation.
I know about
Get
to
people
sue
who can
my
do the job.
employer. Really? Huh.
No
I mean,
one from ICE was.
Don't get me
the wiser.
wrong. As much as you hear about like Amish shunning and every other damn thing, I'd be willing to leave my wallet in a room with a bunch of Amish people and be fairly certain everything's still going to be there when I get back. You know what I mean? Like it. Hey man, I got these.
Yeah, they're Amish, not. Moving on.
Damn it, Sam.
No, they're the high social trust society, right?
Yeah. Oh man.
High social credit.
Social credit through the roof among Amish folk. Yeah. And I mean, I don't know enough about Amish to know, but I believe their work craft, like the work they put into things, like there is actually a religious component to it. They're like, if you do it half-ass, that's simply not the way. You know, if something's worth doing, it's worth doing right. You know what I mean? So therefore, everything has that effort put towards it. And it's
God in all things, right?
Yeah, right. I think that's the thinking, but I'm definitely talking outside my wheelhouse. I don't know that for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Never hire a female plumber. Mort, why? I mean, I wouldn't, but why do you think? Far, would you hire a female plumber?
Honestly, I would just care if they got the job done.
This is what led you to using a TV as a monitor, Far. It's that just as long as it works mentality.
Yeah.
I like how in this aspect, Polly Far is absolutely more male-brained than you or I. Well, I don't just want a screen. I want one that like looks good and it fits in the space and it complements my desk area. If I was just like, fuck it, if it works, I'll take it.
Yeah.
Well,
you heard it here first, folks.
It was a fun back and forth. Far was trying to explain her monitor situation last night on our game stream. If you haven't listened to Far's game streams, you absolutely should. Her links are below the video, so you can check her shit out. Did one just last night, Octopath Traveler, right?
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah.
You got it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yay.
Polly was in there talking about jam for like 3 hours.
No,
really
Far was talking about jam. I didn't know what she meant by it, so I started talking about delicious jams and jellies because I wanted to take part.
It's a healing item.
What? Now I can actually ask you, Far, what were you talking about in the context of Octopath Traveler that was a jam? What was that?
It's a healing item. Like one of the better, like probably the best healing items in the game. Like that's why I was kind of panicking of like, because I could only find so many of them, right? During the battle, I'm running out of them. It's like, this is not good. I am so fucked.
Oh, when you were fighting against the giant,
Yeah.
attractive anime lady, yeah.
Yep. Esmeralda, the fucking whore. She's not really a whore. I'm just calling her that because I do not like that battle.
Was it the Oh, that's the one that I said that was a slaughter, where like that anime figure that's like 8 times the size of your character.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a fucking slaughter.
But Far's talking about it like within the context of the game, where everybody knows it's like, oh, I'm getting a jam, and like I want to like be doing, because I am watching the stream while I was doing fiddly bit stuff, and I wanted to be commenting for interaction and stuff, because if you're there and you're not talking, it's, you know, that actually affects the algorithm because it's not as active a stream. So it's like I want to talk, and I'm like, all right, so I started talking about delicious preserves, and I like blueberry jam. I
kept looking at it and I was very amused. I was very amused. I might not have said it all the time, but I was just like looking at it like, okay.
And it was surprising how easy it was. Like Far's like, okay, I'm getting a little bitter, and I'm like, marmalade's a little bitter, but it's still a good jam nonetheless. You know?
Wait, hold on. Were you jamboxing Far?
Yeah, and then it turned into that, where this is Polly's jam, and I'm like, no, Smooth Criminal by Michael Jackson. That's my jam.
He would start deviating. Oh, and then I told that totally excellent joke about the envious adolescent chef. Yeah, I remember that now.
It's so Far's game streams are a lot of fun to watch, and she runs a good stream by herself. So like I said, her links are below if you're curious and interested. I don't know why you wouldn't be. I started thinking about blueberry jam. It's actually been a hot minute since I had any, and I think that's my favorite. You know, and then it reminded me, because she's talking about, oh well, this one's going to be a little different, and I'm like, hey, that cranberry jam I was gifted, that was a little different. So I told chat, you know, and
the cranberry and cayenne, right?
Yeah, cranberry and hot pepper cayenne. It was really different, and it took me a little bit to go through it because you kind of have to be in the mood for something different. But it was interesting, really tart yet hot peppery. Fucking wild, man.
You know what that would have gone well on? Come think of it, fucking venison.
I never even thought about it, a combo with savory dishes like a cranberry. Because it was a jelly, not a jam, if you want to get technical. in the way that Americans distinguish those, right? Yeah, I never even thought about doing it that way. It would have made more sense for that in anything. It's just like cranberry jelly, like with turkey, or, I've never done the mint jelly with lamb. I always hear that as a combo, but
Yeah, my dad loves mint jelly. I'm not stuck on it.
I don't think I've ever had it.
It's it's one of those. It doesn't taste of mint flavored things. It tastes of mint, if that makes sense to you.
It tasted of mint?
Yeah, it tastes of mint, but it doesn't taste of mint flavored things. Like toothpaste is mint flavored quite commonly, right? Or that sort of thing. Mint in and of itself, like fresh mint, has I don't really know how to describe it. There's a distinct planty element to actual mint that's not there in mint flavoring.
No,
Is any of this making sense?
No, it is, because menthol is is a sensation, not a flavor. It's got none of the herbaceousness that actual peppermint or wintermint has. Yeah. And I didn't even think wintermint was a plant flavor. It is. It's a cultivar of mint. I was like, really? Wintermint? I want to make polymint. Like, no, wait a minute. That's a denture adhesive, isn't it?
It sounds like it could be.
I think it is. I think Parliament, isn't that a denture adhesive, guys?
It's also a system of government.
Government tastes like dust and bureaucracy. Enjoy.
Parliament, it's just Parliament, but it's a bunch of otters sitting around, like, just yelling at each other, calling each other cunts.
There's the new collective term for otters. A parliament.
A Parliament.
We got polydent and polygrip.
Polydent. I don't know why I've heard of that.
And polygrip too. Look at that. Wow. There's so many. Jam and jelly are different things. Pantera says, no, I 100% agree, but I was surprised to find out that Australians call all jams and jellies jams, and they use their mild psychic behavior to tell the difference when they're talking. And then jelly is jello. Is that right, Far? Yeah. See, Far confirmed.
Although I don't think
Western Australians are mildly psychic.
I don't think I've ever had to like differentiate between jams. So, like, it's jam.
Well, a jam is produced from the naturally gelifying effect of pectin, and jelly is produced by adding gelatin.
Yeah, when there's no fruit chunks, it's sort of, so to speak. With no fruit chunks, it's jam. When it's just the clear, as it were, juices that it's made from with pectin added to jelly up, that's jelly. Actually, now that I say that, I get why Aussies call Jell-O jelly. That kind of makes sense, because it's the clear, gelatinized version, right? That makes sense, I guess. But I mean, when it's
also Jell-O's a brand name.
No, I get that, but we've appropriated Jell-O, Kleenex, all kinds of things, for our general use. Do you have a facial tissue? Who says that?
You just say tissue.
Porn stars?
Yeah, I guess just tissue. Yeah, right.
You just say fucking tissue. You do not need to put the facial in front of it.
And
leave it alone, chat. Get minds out the gutter.
A romp of otters.
You also leave
That's
that alone, Sam.
Perfect name for a bunch of otters. If you've ever seen them, they're absolutely romping. It's true. Yeah, peanut butter and jelly or peanut butter and jam. I think peanut butter and jelly is the best combo. Peanut butter and jam, not as much. It's like chunky peanut butter. Who wants that? That's disgusting.
No, that's based.
No, that's disgusting.
It's based.
It's processing that hasn't been finished yet. Why are you taking it out before it's done, Sam?
Oh, you want somebody else to have already chewed up your peanut butter for you. Okay, I get it.
What do you
Baby
drink?
bird.
Light roast coffee too? Leave it until it's done, Sam.
I do not drink light roast coffee.
Well,
but there's a difference between having something or someone chew up your food for you and burning the devil out of your coffee.
Whatever, man. You probably drink that white tea shit too. I don't want to hear about it.
White tea. What's white tea?
A level above green tea that it's been less, not oxidized. What's the word they use for tea when they leave out the tea to
sun dried? I don't know.
Well, you know, they make black
What
tea,
am I, a
black tea.
delicate French tart? No, I drink black tea.
Did you hear did you hear yourself? Am I
Yeah, I
a
did,
delicate
yeah.
French tart? I drink black tea. The answer is yes.
No,
If you were a
Black tea,
man, you'd
black-
drink fucking dark roast coffee black. Okay, that's how
I
men
drink
do it.
dark roast coffee as well, but I also drink black tea.
And I only use the specially shaped spoon to put the sugar into my. Please, tart.
Don't you fucking dare come at me for my spoons, Polydub.
Tart. It's like,
No, fuck your spoons, man.
Don't fuck my spoons. Leave them alone.
okay, now I'm curious. Is there such a thing as a tart utensil? There probably is, isn't there?
Yeah, there probably
Probably.
is.
Tart fork. Find out.
Tart fork. Well, there is certainly a pie fork.
Well, there's a French
Well, that
bistro
kinda
tart
counts.
fork. It's a
Oh.
three-tined. Oh, that's just a horseradish.
Oh.
That looks like a. Oh shit.
Oh wait, that's what those are supposed to be. We
That's a
have some of
dessert fork,
those.
yes. Yeah.
Oh, really?
I thought they
this
were
was.
just tiny forks. I thought they were just tiny
Those are
forks.
just tiny forks. Far, I'd high five you if you were in the room.
Philistines!
That was fucking great. I totally would high five you. I just thought those were tiny forks.
Motherfucker.
I've used those as normal forks before, but in the absence of actual forks.
Well, sure. If everything else is in the dishwasher, why wouldn't
And
you? Yeah.
these people wonder why their society and culture is collapsing when they think a fucking dessert fork is
a
just.
fork.
No, it is not, Far. A fork is a way of life.
No, a fork is a fork is a fork is a fork. It doesn't fucking matter.
Oh, you're the kind of person who stirs their green tea with a fork, I bet.
I mean, if I had
Yeah,
green tea, I
see?
would try it.
I rest my case.
If it works, it works. I stand by it.
I thought that was one of the seafood forks.
Oh, like a crab fork.
Yeah, like what does a
What does
seafood
seafood
fork look
fork
like? I
look
thought
like
the
then?
3 tines and the
Very
really
long
small
handles.
Really? Okay.
The times tend to be shorter, and with a long handle.
Let's see, seafood fork.
I like how I'm being quoted in chat as saying
Oh,
"fuck your
yeah.
spoons, man." That's a great quote. I approve.
Yeah, you see what I mean?
If you ever, this would be
Oh wow.
actually pretty handy for shell and lobster. That would be,
Yeah.
yeah.
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest.
Got Democracy Manifest.
Ow, I got chat. Is this Prime Minister serious?
I got
Oh,
Democracy
fuck.
Manifest.
Fuck. Sorry, it's logged me out. I admittedly should have checked that beforehand, but I did not. I
That's all right.
did not wake up that long ago.
See,
I really should.
Here's the
stress
thing for crabs and seafood, and these things are not very useful, in my opinion.
No,
that.
no, the
Ooh.
tines are too short there.
Yeah, I get it. It's supposed to be able to like reach in, and like the handle and stuff is supposed to be. Oh, it's got a little crab on the side. Yeah, great. But just honestly, you want something more like this. That'll do you fine. If you need a device to reach in that far, I mean, I can take apart a whole lobster with just my hands and a regular fork. You know what I mean? If you need special
yeah.
devices to get in there, like I've watched Gordon Ramsay shell a lobster, and I'm like, dude, this is the one area where I can tell you you're making it way too hard on yourself. Like when I saw him take apart a lobster tail, like he cracked it one way along its length and then reached in with a fork and pulled the tail out.
Right. I mean, if you're trying to keep the meat as whole as possible, I guess.
What? But I mean,
But if
he
you just make it
didn't.
thermidor?
There's the possibility of tearing it because it's so embedded into the various segments along the tail. It's like, no, crack it one way, then flip it over and pull it and open it up, and it just opens up along its entire length. Like, Gordon, you're like a 3 Michelin star chef. How the fuck do you not know this?
Well, he also doesn't apparently know how to make scrambled eggs, and yet says,
True.
you know, oh yeah, this is
Touche.
my test.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
remember.
Anyway, thank you, CTP, for the $2 alphabeti spaghetti.
Nice.
Indeed. Indeed.
I remember watching a cooking quote unquote competition between Gordon Ramsay and his own mother making lasagna,
Mhm.
and she fucking wiped the floor. He brings it out and puts it on the side, and she's looking at it, and she's like,
Boom, boom.
yeah, she makes a noise like that. Thank you, CTP, for the $4. A fork is a fork is a fork. No forking way that there is a need for multiple forks and multiple foods, like some prickly posh prat. You are wrong, good sir.
I love these. They're antique, but they're like Poseidon's tridents seafood forks.
Yeah,
Those
you
are-
see what I mean? That's fucking cool, right?
Yeah, those are pretty cool. But I mean, those are themed. Oh, that's just that's boring. I want one that looks like something
Yeah.
Poseidon takes out enemies with.
Right. It's a Greek-themed shellfish fork.
Do you have silverware, Sam, that you got to get out and polish every time you're going to use it?
Well, euphemisms aside, no, I don't keep silver.
Oh, look at the.
I have some
the
in
wavy
some in
ties.
lockup, but ooh,
You have some in lockup, really? Oh, see, here's
yeah,
what I'm talking about. The shell cracker.
nutcracker.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can use it, but you shouldn't need to. Unless you have it's been a long time since that lobster molted. Like, you know how it is with homard, right, Sam? Like the shells, they
Yeah,
molt
exactly,
them, and
yeah.
when they're relatively new, they're thin shelled, and if it's like just before it molts, its shell's gonna be really thick and hard. Thick
Yeah.
and hard. Go ahead. You can clip me. I don't care.
Clip it.
It's thick and hard when you're looking to crack a nut. Yeah, I said it.
The pile grows.
Yeah. I'm not a fan of lobster. You know what? That's fine. It's actually not a very one of the things I like about lobster the most is that there isn't a lot to be done with it, even though we previously looked up like lobster thermidor and it's got, mustard powder and all sorts of other things. You shouldn't it's flavor's subtle. Don't overpower it. Leave it alone, if you know what I mean. It's like crab. Right. If you're into the butter, I'm not. But if you're into the melted butter, okay, I get that. It's not a powerful flavor. It's just adding some fat and oil to it. That's cool. But you really just serving it chilled is the biggest win possible with lobster, in my opinion.
I think you can do yourself a sauce over chilled lobster. I don't think that's too far fetched. Just don't be heavy handed with it.
Well, you know what? I can say this: salt is the friend of seafood. Like, it's obviously you're boiling lobster and crab and heavily salted, and Old Bay is everyone's friend. It's just
like that picture I sent you, right? It's in billboard.
Hold on, let me grab this. Sam sent me a great meme earlier on. It was funny as hell. Let me. Okay.
I'm choosing to believe they were real billboards.
I know. I don't think. Yeah, there we go. I'm me, not meat. See the individual, go vegan. Okay, now I'm meat. See the individual, put Old Bay on it.
Also, for the benefit of Platty, crab.
Yeah, crab.
Yeah, it's like green badge outdoors. It's like chilled as in cold. Gross. Yeah, I get it's not everyone's thing, but that's Cajun, Louisiana, Acadian style of doing it is just picnic style, as they would say in Louisiana. Just that was a revelation to me. Is like, let's just enjoy it. Like cold, no. I mean, you don't want it like cold to the touch, but just not room temperature because that's a little weird. Chilled, just out of the freezer or fridge rather.
Valine's already clipped it. Holy shit, that was.
They fed lobster to inmates. I know. The only time I wish I was a prisoner in the late 1800s.
It's the only aspect of wanting to be a prisoner in the late 1800s,
Yeah.
right?
Right, you get lobster. Get the lobster.
I remember when we watched the History Guy video where they were talking about like the history of lobster, and it's like at one point in history it was poor man's food. It's like, man, that was fascinating. It was up and down. At one point it was poor man's food, then rich man's food, then poor man's food, like as the price goes up and down, right? And I didn't know there were these undulations in terms of like where it was seen. You'll see in cooking for the upper echelons, like at fine restaurants and stuff, lobsters in there in the cookbooks. And then it goes to poor man's fare only like 30, 40 years later, where it's no longer in the high-end cooking cookbooks in the recipe guides. It's now gone on to like cooking for the regular people because lobster's gone cheap. Same with crab. Remember they gave away crab for free? They're just salting and Old Baying the shit out of it to get you thirsty, so you buy beer. The crab was there for free.
The crab in the bucket is free. You can just take them.
Yeah.
Mind you, Polly, I mean, look at the fucking price of decent cheese. Like, cheese is poor people food.
It's true.
You can't get fresh milk as a poor person.
Yeah, I was about to say, to make your
hundreds of
dairy
years.
survivable. Yeah, that was...
Right. And nowadays, you want to buy a decent, not even triple cream, but like a decent brie, right? And you're paying upwards of like $10. What the fuck's that about?
Oh, I have
$10 for
waffles
2
as
pounds
well.
of
How's it
cheese.
going?
Hey, waffles.
No, and Keeper Dam's
$10 for 2 pounds of cheese. Fucking
Yeah, I
daylight
know.
robbery.
That's too much. I know. And when cheese comes up, I tend to bring this up just because of how incredibly disappointed I was when I had cheddar from Cheddar, England. It was terrible. What a whopping disappointment. Like, you figure it's going to be like, the clouds will part and sun will come out and it'll be like, whoa. Like, I finally had real cheddar. It was amazing.
In England?
It
you want
wasn't.
such strong
I had like really good extra old cheddar elsewhere. Like, it was far better and far cheaper.
Oh yeah.
It was interesting that it
will
was very
say-
rustic style, whole milk. So it had the little bits of separation in it, which I'm fine with. You know what I mean? If that
Yeah.
results in a better cheese. I guess in this case it didn't, because I really love an extra sharp, and Platy and I have talked about just beginning to crystallize cheddar, where you just got them little crystals in it, that little tiny bit of crunch. Far, you'd like it. Yeah, oh yeah.
I don't think I would like crunchy cheese.
Oh, it's actually surprisingly delightful.
Yeah, it's crunchy's not right. Like, I was surprised because cheese is usually consistent all the way through. I wouldn't have thought like little crystals. That's gross. Nah, it's hard to describe, man. It adds a certain texture to it that's just, oh my lord. It's whew.
It's more like the crunch of an apple than it is the crunch of a cookie. If
We're
that makes
talking
sense.
extremely fine crystals here. Maybe that's what I didn't
Mhm.
say. It's like, it's not like as you're
I
biting into it,
don't
it's when your
like
teeth
apples
meet.
either.
You don't like apples, you don't like eggs. I don't know, Var.
I mean, I don't mind the taste of apples. It's just it's the sweet of it. I don't like that.
Have you
Makes
noticed
my
how
jaw
many
hurt.
staple fare items are off Far's list? Apples, milk, eggs. Like,
This explains why she's a tiny person.
yeah.
Her body just never had the fuel. I'm sorry, Father, that was mean.
I mean, you're probably not wrong.
Alan, thank you for the $5. Who simply says, Polly. Alan, good to see you. Always happy to have you out there. Welcome to the bar. Okay, yeah, right. So we were talking about the shadow people.
Yeah.
Now,
They're a
now
bit crunchy.
Yes.
Bless you.
thank you. Now, Jerry here, despite having no facial features whatsoever, was welcomed into the, what is this, the Sanitary Commission? Yeah, home of the Sanitary Commission. There they are.
Rocco, 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 our favorite Rocco. Doesn't understand why anybody would want to hurt anybody else. Rocco.
What?
Thank you, Game of
What?
the Lead.
The fuck?
It's Elmo's Meltdown. You've not seen that one? You've seen that one before.
No.
It's
no,
not
we've
my
seen that
best
before.
edit.
It's just,
Yeah. It's not my best edit, but it was
pretty
it
good.
was a lot of fun. It was a
good.
lot of fun.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Anyway, yeah, thank you, Kim, I believe, for the $30. She says, oh, those were real billboards. A restaurant about a mile from where my mum lived has trolled Peter on Twitter for like 10 years. Just search Jimmy's Seafood. I absolutely will. I love Peter trolling. They have to be in on it by now.
I'm surprised that as litigious and petty litigious as they are, that they even sue people for putting up an ad that's based as a joke off of their ad, where it's somehow interfering with the effectiveness of it. Arguing it'd be like spray painting over their ad or something. You know what I mean? I'm surprised that they haven't. Man, they sue everyone for everything, so why not? I'm not saying it's Ryder that they should win, but I'm surprised they haven't tried.
I can only assume that someone in their marketing has said every time someone someone counter posts our messaging, millions more people see it and pay attention to it that otherwise wouldn't. That would be my guess.
Maybe you'll have to kill me.
And that's why you want to shoot 45 ACP, ladies and gentlemen. That's what actually happens.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Totally.
Make sure you hold the gun right, otherwise you'll be the one being launched across the room.
Well, Sam, thank you for the 850. Polly, you surly white array powered otter. Why didn't you tell me True Detective was about the King in Yellow? Like, as in the King in Yellow is in the fuck, I forgot the name. I keep wanting to call, I'm saying like G.K. Chesterton. Totally not that author, by the way. Chesterton's a totally different kind of author. The fucking not Tolkien, the other British author who wrote about like the old ones and Cthulhu.
Lovecraft.
The King in Yellow, a Lovecraftian character. Yeah, the King in Yellow certainly comes up in True Detective. About it, I don't know. And I mean, there's definitely Lovecraftian themes in the sense of like so what's his name? Fuck, I'm bad with names tonight. What's his name? The fucking guy from Uvalde, Texas, the self-righteous bastard who can't keep his shirt on. Smokes weed.
Oh,
McConaughey. Matthew McConaughey.
Mm.
I mean, Matthew McConaughey's character is like, a man who's beset with existential dread, but I'm sorry, the way McConaughey played him, he comes across like edgy boy edgelord who never fucking stopped realizing that I'm 14 and this is deep got old past the point of being 14.
I've started referring to him as McAnaphy, just to make myself feel better.
I mean, when I rolled my eyes, I was like, okay, this is McConaughey's delivery that's doing it to me, not Nick Pizzolatto's writing, because Nick Pizzolatto's a genius, in my opinion. It's when he shows up there at his apartment for the first time, Woody Harrelson's character, and he says, "What's with the crucifix on the wall?" I thought nothing to do with faith or belief or anything. He goes, "I keep it there as a meditative device to stare at and wonder why people are willing to subsume their rational sense for the sake of hope." Shut up. I just
Holy shit, that's some Reddit atheist bullshit. Holy crap.
I mean, delivered by a certain actor in a certain way, you could,
Bogart. I'd love to see a Bogart delivery of that. I keep it there as a meditative device.
I thought about it, and it's like he's too direct with it. He says it like he's trying to impact you with it, as opposed to like Woody Harrelson was showing up to pick him up, like so they could leave, right? So if he was like busying himself with like packing up his bag or like putting on his belt or whatever, and he just kind of said it offhandedly, meaning the way someone actually would if something that was standard in their home were there. Hey, Polly, I thought you said you were into minimalism. What's with the knickknacks that you have? I'm like, well, they're actually family mementos, so they're not totally useless. I keep them there as a reminder of history, family importance, that kind of thing. While I'm packing some shit up or something, that would make sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
18th century dueling pistols above your, sleek black marble finished fireplace.
Well, those are for the sake of, letting people know where I stand and where they won't be if they violate where I stand.
I was going to say, Polly, I wouldn't thought it'd be a good idea to let people know where you stand with dueling pistols.
Yeah. I don't sleep, I only dream. That line made my eyes roll. Yeah,
Oh,
right,
I fucking punt. If anybody ever says that to you, you have you have a constitutionally protected right to punch them between the eyes.
I just like I know that this is, and I have Sam's heard me say this, Weebo's heard me say this. I 100% accept the truth of this. I'm completely going against the grain of the internet on this one. I'm in like a 99-1 percentage. I think season 2 and 3 are far better than season 1 of True Detective. Season 2 I think is amazing, and people on the internet feel the exact opposite way. Season 2 is complete trash. Season 1 is brilliant. I think Nick Pizzolatto, like if you read his earlier writing, there's a lot more of season 1 in his earlier writing. He hadn't really developed as much. Season 2, the lines are way more neo-noir. They're way darker, way cooler, in my opinion. Burnout detectives and a fucking mobster who got scuffed all the way down to having nothing and having to build his shit back up again. Just fantastic. I mean, some of the lines are like, they're over the top, but they're awesome scores turned up by like 1 million. My powers of influence are so diminished in this sublunar world of ours. I just try and limit the people I can disappoint.
Yeah,
man,
cool kind of wins.
buddy, you want a hug? Like, it's just.
I gotta be honest, like even the bullshit that hippie dad was saying about Volcoro's aura, like even that, it was kind of like it didn't break the flow of the scene at all.
No, and I mean, who hippie dad is really more about who Detective Bezarides is, if that makes sense.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Because hippie dad even calls her out on it. Your entire worldview is simply a repudiation of my own. Yeah, her whole life is one rebellion against her childhood traumas that she blames on her dad.
Right, but on the flip side, hippie dad and his, sex cult interactions when he was younger, and the fact that she is known by Miss Weebo Jones as Detective Butt Stuff.
Well, yeah, I just...
Despite the fact she's not the closeted homosexual.
Well, you know what? I chalk it up as like sex cult, no, cult, yes, because they went off and did the sex cult thing. They were all, as hippie dad says, there were a lot of movements that cross-pollinated at this one time, right? And he got hooked up and
maybe
connected.
that's fair, yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like he is hippy dippy jackass. I mean, the one line that he said that is funnier than fuck to me was the if you look for God in all things, you'll know how does he say? You've gone too far because God is no farther than yourself, or whatever. He goes, I got this from Ginsburg and it was a gift. And I was like, oh my God, I can't believe you said that. Like, he's talking about Allen Ginsburg, like the king of the fucking beatnik hippie generation in the Village in New York. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the ultimate Andy Warhol hippie bastard. I got this from Ginsburg and it was a gift. Like, oh, wow. That's what I thought was so brilliant about the fucking, no one is spared. Everybody is targeted. The mayor of Vinci, the fake California city, in his office, he talks about hardcore business, getting shaken down. He's absolutely a crony capitalist in the worst sense of the word. He views himself as one of the Kennedys, but really it's a mobster family. His son's a corrupt son of a bitch. His daughter's wayward. He's bought, really, a mail order bride from Russia. You know what I mean? After putting his ex-wife into an asylum and having her killed. Like, just the ultimate corruption. So who does he have on his bookshelf? George W. Bush. Right? And a picture of him shaking hands with George W. Bush. And it's like, yeah, of course. So when he goes over to the psycho hippie psychologist who won't blame anybody for anything, has absolutely no sense of responsibility for himself or anyone else, is carving up girls cosmetically to have them look pretty, all about presentation, and charging them an arm and a leg while he's corrupt as fuck dealing with criminal empires. Who's he shaking hands with and whose book is on his shelf? Barack Obama. Yeah.
It's one of those, like, if it was just one or just the other, you'd reflexively go, oh, fuck off.
Right, exactly. But just everyone's targeted, and it's funny as hell.
Which is why, of course, the crowd that liked the season 1 can't stand season 2.
Yeah. I would say season 2 is the difference. The thing that people liked about season 1 is that it's Southern Gothic. That's what I keep hearing about it, is the Southern Gothic aspects of it. Louisiana scene, which is some beautiful cinematography of the rivers and the bayou and different sunrises and sunsets and the long highways that they have there, sweltering with the boiling in the air and so on. It looks great. The setting is unbelievable, and Woody Harrelson did do a good job in his role, and they didn't hire any bad actors for that entire season. And the 20-minute long single shot of Matthew McConaughey getting in the biker fight in the neighborhood, and it's like 18 minutes long, 15 minutes long, that one shot sequence of someone just running around, a cameraman just running around Matthew McConaughey during this incredibly long choreographed action sequence was super cool. I don't think it was as good as the shootout in Vinci from season 2, but that's me.
I think the shootout in Vinci sort of, there was so much build up to it that the payoff of it was really, really, really quite. It was deserved, you know. It had been earned.
Yeah.
I don't know about the fight scene in season 1.
To me, it wasn't. It was just how well it was done, because Matthew McConaughey is this edgy boy edgelord who's like, why are you even a homicide detective? It's like you're just trying to do it to yourself at this point. I guess that's consistent with a lot of Pizzolatto's characters. It's like, why are you even doing this anymore? But then all of a sudden he reveals, oh, I used to be an undercover guy, and I used to be undercover with a biker gang, and now I'll go undercover again and pretend to be selling this 1 ounce of cocaine, and then we'll get the information that I need. And it's like, well, this came out of nowhere. And all of a sudden he's undercover with bikers again. And then as soon as that sequence is over, it's done and not referenced again.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, okay, that unearned seems about right for that. Whereas the way these detectives, from the moment of them discovering Casper's body in episode 1, it seemed like they were on a path to hit a dead end, because it was planned for them to, that their investigation was going to go nowhere. And they get set up into a really bad takedown where they're all blamed for what happened. Therefore, all just sequestered and hidden and fired and everything else.
Yeah,
it's sort of
they were either going to get killed in that shootout, or it was going to be, the death of their reputation. As indeed it was. And
it did. And what a great break between episode 4 and 5. It's like halfway through the season. How does it, the 2 hinge points of the season break with that massive fucking shootout where everything changes afterwards?
Like, that's the kind of thing that's normally reserved for end of season hook for the following season, right?
Yeah.
But no, that's the hinge point of the season. What? Gosh, it's almost like Pizzolatto knows how to pace things. What?
He talks about being undercover for a long time pretty early in the show. He didn't just say that.
Whiskey and whiskey.
Son of a bitch.
That's how I feel about Rotten Corpse right now. You son of a bitch. Contradict me, you fucker. I watched season 1 the one time, and I have no doubt some of the lengthy speeches that I remember McConaughey's character making, that if I were to go back and watch it again, they probably weren't as long as I remember them being, if that makes sense. I'm willing to bet the obnoxious parts are more exaggerated in my mind because I found them obnoxious. Like, I remember Woody Harrelson's character being a ridiculously successful ladies man. Like, he had the hottest women, all like 19, 20-year-old girls, literally, within the context of the show, just pining after him. And he's a fat, balding, snaggle-toothed, middle-aged, married man with kids. Oh, what a catch! Gee, Woody Harrelson was an executive producer? What a surprise! But I'm willing to, again, if I went back, that's probably an extremely small part of the show. So yeah, you know what, Rotten Corpse, I'll take it that if I were to go back and watch season 1 again, I would probably not be nearly as annoyed as I was the first time around. Gamer Valine, thank you for the 450. Speaking of, when are we watching Mean Girls? Maybe you'll answer me here. Well, I was just pointing out the irony of the A10 shirt. At least I responded when you sent me the ammo comparison. I saw that. You know what? I don't even need to go look. I know what Valine's talking about. Because I read your DM, Valine. I'll have you know. I know. She's telling me off for not responding. Because I was trying to set up a strem, and this one right here, as a matter of fact, and I didn't get my ducks in a row, so I didn't get a chance to respond before we went live. But yeah, we got to watch Mean Girls. And Far, you're starting work up again on Monday, right?
Yep.
So we should do Mean Girls before then.
I have today and tomorrow, Polly.
Fuck, Monday's that close, huh?
Tomorrow. Yes. Yes, Monday is that close.
Welcome, chat, to Polly's Bob Geldof arc.
Do you know when I realize what I've got to do that day? When I pick up my phone in the morning and look at it and realize, oh, hey, this is what I have to do today. Well, actually, not my phone, because I haven't had a phone for a while. I lost it a little while back. When I pick up my tablet and look at it. Yeah, I lost my phone a little while ago.
Holy shit, man.
What? You never lost a phone, Far?
No.
Oh.
No, I can't say I have.
And I laugh at people for having lanyard loops on their guns. And I'm like, why would you need that? Why are you losing your gun?
What, you want a recoil on your neck when you shoot the thing?
You don't still... Oh, for God's sakes, man.
No, the lanyard is like, if you drop your gun, you can't leave it behind in the mud because it's like lanyard to your holster. You know what I mean? You can't.
Oh my God.
No, I'm being serious.
Pocket protector for your gun.
Yeah. You sent me the DM about the Mean Girls before you sent me the A10 photo. Well, that's true. We gotta watch Mean Girls. It's true. I still want to, and like I said, I downloaded a high def copy from perfectly legitimate online sources. So here, let me show you something, Sam. Open link. Look at that shit.
Yeah.
This is the photo that I sent to Valine. It's a 30 millimeter Swiss cartridge next to a fucking 5.56 round.
I can already think about how to restyle this fucking picture into a meme. You versus the guy she tells you not to worry about.
I mean, for those who don't know, that's what an A10 Warthog fires. The cannon up front fires anyway, and that terrific, memorable noise that it makes. You know, it's firing them things on the left, which is just fucking awesome. I mean, holy shit. I went to the
Bubbly production might have appreciated that joke.
I went to the Raytheon promotional PDFs to see what different rounds were available for. What I wanted to find was projectile velocity and weight, which varies depending whether it's armor piercing, incendiary, you know, high explosive. But the standard is a armor piercing incendiary, and from them anyway it is. And that round is 4,500 grains.
45 fucking hundred.
4,500 fucking grains. For reference, the bullet on the right that an AR-15 standard fires is 62 grains.
For context, like when deer hunting with a bow, I use 450 grain arrows. 450 grain fucking broadheads. That's 10 times a deer hunting arrow.
Yeah, I had to put that into 30 mil into a calculator because I'm like, what is that in caliber? 1.3 inches across.
Yeah.
I was like, fuck.
This, you know, when people talk about the dildo of consequences and how it rarely arrives lubricated. This is what they mean.
What? No,
you've never heard that expression.
The dildo of consequences? No, I didn't.
Ah, yes, the dildo of consequences rarely arrives lubricated. I love that line. See what it means, Far? Right.
Yeah, no, I get what it means. I've just never heard it.
America. Fuck yeah.
Right?
America.
How do you look for from in someone's server?
Usually from colon and then at, and then they.
That's what I did, but it didn't give me that.
You know what? Discord has been fucky lately with its search function for me. I don't know if it's the same on Windows.
Oh, is it because it's from Sugar Baked
It
Lovin'?
might be.
Yeah,
Yeah, that'd probably do it.
No.
could be.
No, it's
Try
not bringing
this.
it up.
Oh.
That's a shame. I just wanted to find something that I had posted real quick, and yeah, guess not. That's gay. Yeah, the search option's there. It's like from colon. And I'm like, from colon, poly, and no dice. So gay.
Yeah, it's not working for me either. What the heck?
Yeah, it's just like showing instances where people type my name. It's like new from Polly that somebody actually typed that out. Oh, Gilcado typed that out back in 2022.
Yeah, the from thing's just not working for me at all. Holy crap.
Hold on.
Damn it, Discord, stop changing things.
That's
It's triggering my tism.
That's really gay. Here, I posted this. We can look at that and have some laughs.
This fucking thing. Oh. Oh, this is like fitting a supercharger into a fucking ride-on mower.
Wow. Ours more popular than I thought. There's lots of crap in our server here.
Thanks. Thanks, man. Wow. That
Oh,
makes me feel really loved, Polly.
I remember this. This made me happy.
Yeah. That is filled with joy.
Yep.
If Zelthor were
Would
a
cats
cat,
even eat pancakes?
if it stands still long enough, sure.
Oh,
I mean,
this.
I know my cat used to try and eat chips. He really seemed to love hot chips, so like cats eat odd things. But... I love this so much.
This made my day. Hold on. It's a little smaller so chat can actually see it. The best part is that it's a little kid. It's polyamorous.
Yeah.
There we go.
Hey guys.
Polyamorous!
No, I think the best part is the fact that it's just losing its fucking mind at it being called the wrong name. It's just so distorted. Not what I'm called!
It's like try to invite them into, hey guys, want to play a video game? I'm totally not a CIA
Wanna play some
psyop.
Vidya? Wanna play some Vidya, kids? No, we just want to point at you and call you polyamorous.
Oh, here it is. Okay, here's what I was looking for, but I saw this meme over in Eve's server. This made me laugh way harder than it should have. I laughed irrationally hard at this, man. It's
Oh dear, oh dear. Oh dear.
Man. It looks like it's staring off into the abyss.
Yeah.
Like to jump in.
it's contemplating the
shit.
horrors. Oh dear, Shadow Claw, for shame. Okay, here's what I was looking for. I was trying to explain to Zelthor why A10s are so cool, and so I started talking to him about the cannon because I figured he didn't understand, right? And I found this picture, and he got it. Yeah. Like the whole nose of the craft is just the cannon, Zelthor. And he's like, really? And that's when I found this picture. And he goes, oh, fuck, I want one. I'm like, yeah, you do.
I take your whole stock.
Fuck. I was reading the details about it where it's so, it was 18 or 20% of the unladen, so no missiles or whatever craft is that cannon. Completely unloaded. To the point where when they take the cannon out for maintenance, they have to prop up the back of the craft because it's so front heavy because that cannon, it'll tip backwards once they take it out.
Like a drag racer.
Yeah. I need that in like line art on a t-shirt where it's like, come and get it or something like that. That's just... I also didn't realize, though it makes sense, that cannon's offset in the nose, so the firing barrel is actually positioned in the center of the plane to not cause the
Yeah,
plane to
at
go
9
off
o'clock,
course
yeah.
when flying.
Yeah. How much speed it loses when it starts firing, just
Yeah.
due to the fucking recoil. Yeah.
I love it so much. It's just A-10, greatest aircraft ever. And people are like, it's so subsonic. It's slow. It's this, it's that. And I'm like, there's more to appreciate than that, sir. It's just, yes. The reason they're still using them. And you know, Houthis, the last thing they heard was, brrr.
All around me are disfigured faces, worn out places.
Did I see the Adam Canover on Tim Pool? I mean, I know Adam is like, Adam ruins everything. Guy's a jackass. But no, I didn't know he was on Tim Pool. Like, recently, you mean? He got bodied. Oh, I believe that. That's wouldn't be hard. Hard. Boom. I have all this shit up. What did I want? Oh! Let's take a look at some of Misfits art, shall we?
Ooh. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Mini painting. Boom. Doing some librarians. And she sent me some copies.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Good work.
So like that's something I was talking to Sam about this before we went live. I mean, we're a noir bar around here, right? We're hanging out in 1942 in a small little bar setting. We're not oversized. So if you guys want to send me your mini paintings, I'd be happy to painting examples. I'd be happy to throw them up because I love seeing the work that you guys are doing. It's like, wow, I actually know a bunch of people that can help me get better. Because I mean, look at this stuff. You know what I mean? So yeah, by all means, hit me up on Twitter or just in live chat. Tell me that you're going to DM it to me on Discord because I'd be happy to see it. Because I'm getting my paint stream's finally ready. I was talking to Sam about the area that I've set up for it and the various preparatory work. Because I figured. What?
I get it. Figured.
28 millimeter figured. Yes.
Just as a side, guys, make sure you check your backgrounds and reflections if you are going to post any of this stuff.
Oh, hey, good call.
Yeah,
good call. Oh, I just noticed the micro drill in the background. See it? I love it. For when you want to drill out gun barrels or when you're doing basing or pinning of different parts and shit. That's cool. Yeah, you made me think about it now. There's going to be, look at the detail in the back and everything.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah. Something that I clued into is that, you know what? People are like, well, man, it doesn't matter whether you're good or not. You should do the streams anyway. And it's like, yeah, because then it's like a painting hangout stream. It's not like I'm good telling people information, but they enjoy hanging out at Noir Bar. So, you know, why not? Yeah. Nice.
One of the things I really do love about the Warhammer stuff is the especially with the what are they called, the battle chaplains.
Yep.
The emphasis on the Crozium, I think they call. I think it's called within.
But here's the full setup. When I saw this, I thought, wow, your painting table looks like my reloading table. A disaster. But you know where everything is, so it's fine. You know, it just, yeah.
I believe the term is war zone, Polly.
Yes. That's where I'm going to be doing my painting, is on the table where I also do my reloading. I'm trying to set it up so I can do both there. We'll see how well that works. God Emperor Dingle, thank you for the buck. Probably check your Discord DMs. I sent you some mini painting stuff. Cool. God Emperor Dingle's got some great shit. I see in the background is Citadel liquid green stuff. I know what that's for. Look at it, spiky bits laying everywhere on you, sprues. It's cool. This is as close as I get to artistry, so I'm gonna, I want to get back into it. I set it aside because I got busy with a whole bunch of stuff, so I'm looking forward to getting back into it. And that's some stuff I need some help with. I have yet to do basing of a single base of any sort. I've got tufts of grass, and I got different types of gravel and so on, all sorts of fixins to do different basings, but I've never done one yet. I've been focused on trying to build the other skill sets. Yeah, look, trying that and getting better at that. Far needs to host drawing stream.
He's done that.
I have done a couple.
Streams?
Probably not as many as I should have, but yeah.
You've done sketch
Yeah,
streams?
Yeah, she
I
did
mean,
one a while back.
I've done
for
a
Fire
whole.
Line.
Yeah, I did a whole like this is the flesh suit I'm making stream of drawing that out. That happened.
I certainly remember the time lapses, without a doubt.
Oh, look at that.
Opening a bunch here. Godember Dingle just sent along. Ooh, I like that one. Background. Ooh.
You know, I don't have that kind of money, but if I did, I would love to paint like a whole ass fucking Asuriani craft world.
Look at that. 40K. It's a dirigible.
Such a silly word.
Speaking of basing, look at the basing on that. Fuck. Look at the detail. Well done, Godember Dingle. Holy shit. This little guy was the guy I was talking about. Look at him. That's nice detail. Very nice. But this is the one. Look at the quality highlighting work and dry brushing and shit. And that's second to none basing. Look at that detail. Even got like, I just about said polyamorous mushrooms. Would you care to try for bioluminescent mushrooms or just blue rocks maybe?
Blue shrooms.
The subtle off-white coloring. Yes, it's the tasteful lettering. Erased embossing.
You're so drunk you can't hit nothing. You're probably seeing double.
I have 2 guns, one for each of you.
Gary Verleen, thank you for the 550. That's not the closest you get to artistry. I can't quite put my finger on it right now, but you've been closer before. Shut up, Verleen. The Lansdowne portrait will never be able to escape my touch. Yeah, it's funny. It was like 2 weeks ago. I was watching National Treasure, and there's that part where his dad, Ben Gates' father, comes up and says, "Why don't you just look at? Why don't you just put that document in the oven?" "We can't. It's very old." And he goes, "Why? What is it?" And he turns it up to see it's the Declaration of Independence that they just stole. He's like, "Oh my God, this is the Declaration of Independence." And the woman leans forward and goes, "That's right. And it's very gentle. You shouldn't be touching it." And I pointed at the screen and laughed. I was like, "Ha! Yeah, right. Touch what you want."
You did the whole Leonardo DiCaprio pointing at the screen.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, you let old man Dr. Gates touch whatever he wants. It's fine. Again, it kills me the way they talk about that document in that movie. It's like, oh, we got to be so careful with it. It hung facing the rising sun in some fucking lawyer's office for 50 years to the point where it's so faded, some of the text is completely gone, never to return. Give me this shit. It's so touchy. So touchy. Why just leave it in some fucking shyster's fucking front lobby? Damn lawyers. Am I right, Far?
Oh, you don't need to. They damn themselves.
Yeah. They don't have souls. Even if they had them, they wouldn't deserve them.
If they had one, they'd be in a Cuban heel.
They'd sell it for a leg up in a trial, let me tell you.
Yeah.
We may have had some bad run-ins with lawyers. I don't know. Maybe. Boom. That's not my name. So yeah,
That's not my name. That's not my name.
Far and I are going to do an SCP video exploring all of the occurrences of shadow men throughout history, because there's a whole bunch of them. They can be found around the cleanliest environments and are there to help, despite the fact that they lack all facial features whatsoever.
The faceless ones.
Yep. Oh God, back to the forks. So gay. Boom. Oh yeah. Super cool Batman on horseback. Frank Miller for the win. Now,
The chunkiest of the Batman.
yes. So I was Oh yeah. This. Look, it's a moon map, guys. So, oh, well, that got small fast.
That was my nickname in college.
Selected moons of the solar system with Earth for scale. You know, Far, I found something about this that I disagree with. I've got a problem with.
Oh,
Yeah, Callisto. That's not how Callisto looks.
Yeah.
That's a false color image.
is it?
Yes.
Timing.
Did it fucking log me out again? What the fuck?
Really?
Yeah? Okay. Okay. I'm logged back in. I'm logged back in. What the fuck, though? Streamlabs, what are you doing? Thank you, Cheshire Smurf, for the $10. What's this one do?
My
It does a bit of
ding-a-ling.
that.
Yeah, what is it? Yeah, it does a bit of that. Yeah, my dingling. There you go.
Yeah. I don't know why, but I've always pictured like Saturn and Jupiter's moons to be much bigger.
Than they are relative to the other moons?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Well, I don't know. I was pretty impressed with the size of Ganymede. Far and I were watching this thing about, it just went over what? Jupiter and Saturn's moons. That was it, wasn't it? And just selected ones.
Yeah.
Well, shit, Far, that fucking video, that was an hour and 51 minutes, remember? We watched the whole fucking thing. It was,
Yeah.
it didn't, well, there is a lot to talk about, I guess. It just went over the 4 Jovian moons, and then Titan enchiladas, and
Mhm, mhm.
that was, oh, and Rhea.
My fucking name!
Yeah. Not what I'm called.
Yeah, and Rhea, right? It was just Rhea, Titan, and enchiladas. I started to get pissed off, I'm not going to lie. Everything was in comparison to the moon. It's like, oh, it's larger than the moon. Oh, it's denser than the moon. It's like, you leave Luna out of this, you son of a bitch.
I mean,
She's already
You
self-conscious
kinda
about,
have
oh
to.
wait, you leave her alone.
I mean, like, all they're doing there, right? When they do that, is just, oh yeah, you see the moon every night if you look out your window. This is just a comparison. Like, that's all it is.
No, I know. It
It's
just,
nothing personal.
it's not personal. It's my theory that if that vaguely quasi-Russian guy who's narrating that channel, Astrum is the name of the channel, if anyone's interested in going and checking it out.
Yeah.
If Luna, our moon, was further away, he would be guessing it has a subsurface ocean.
Oh, probably, yeah.
Oh, he's one of them, is he?
Oh yeah. I mean, what, Callisto, I think, is the only one he didn't guess would have a subsurface ocean, but I don't even think that.
But that one is also just because like they used to guess it did, but then it became apparent just how much of a frozen fuck off bowl of ice it is.
Nobody's worth that much.
He's good.
Because it is.
Yeah. Better than that.
Better than that. Boom, boom. Gamer Valine, thank you for the 650. Polly Rapid Fire. Don't talk bad. Touch Valine. Wait.
What?
Don't talk about the bad touch Valine. Okay, I should have read that more clearly. That sounded...
Oh, bad touch, Valine. What? What?
Yeah, I don't even know what that would mean. I can't even interpret that. I just... Okay. Polly Rapid Fire. Don't talk about the bad touch, Valine. So anyway, about that other historic piece of dubious past with what? I don't have any dubious past with other pieces of... Okay, I trespassed in Washington's house. They just had a velvet rope saying, don't go up here. And I was like, oh, I didn't see that sign, and went up there. What else? I mean, I touched the Lansdowne portrait.
Yeah, you did. You did.
I did.
Famously, you touched that.
Trying to think, did I?
It was the beginning of Polly touching history.
No, there was a time I tried writing with that pen JFK had signed one of his documents with.
Holy shit,
And the look the person gave me, because like my thought was, oh, gee, I wonder if it works. And I had my pad with me, right? So I tried writing, and the look on her face, like jaw dropped, and she's like, "Don't do that. It's got a very sensitive nib." And I'm like, "Oh shit, I didn't know."
Oh my god!
Unlike Bill Clinton.
Yeah.
Cheshire Smith, thank you very much for the $15. Who says, "Your good background noise on a chaotic rage night. Thank you. You're all saying words. I understand the words, but I can't process it tonight. So continue being to be the monkeys banging your cymbals to amuse me." How could you say something so racist?
Holy shit.
Ollie's right there.
I'm gonna have to go look up what document that was that JFK, because you know when presidents sign something, it used to be they just sign it with one pen. Now they get them to sign like each letter with a different pen, so they can hand out 20 pens from one document signing, and I think that's really stupid. It's like, if you've ever seen, like Trump doesn't, he just signs with a Sharpie. And one of my favorite moments is he looked out at like there was a whole bunch of press people around. He goes, "Who wants this? You want this?" And some guy, I guess, stuck out his hands. He goes, "Here, have it." And he just threw it at him across the room. And I'm like, holy shit, Donald J. Trump living up to his fucking image, man. Who wants this? You want this? Here. And just hurls it across the room. Fucking awesome.
Well, on his inauguration, he did sign like a bunch of executive orders and such, and then tossed it, and they were with a bunch of different pens, weren't they?
Were they?
Well, actually, no. There was like
remember.
It's like 6 or 7 different pens.
The one signature was 6 or 7 pens.
There was 6 or 7 pens. I think he signed something like 20 orders, something like that. Like
okay, I mean, one
signature
signature they'll use 10 or 15 pens. Each letter they will write, like, you know, for Barack Obama, he would write a B and then put down the one pen and pick up the next one, an A.
Oh, for God's sake.
That's what I mean. It's so stupid and infuriating to watch. Like, how do you even sign something and make it look legible? The whole point of a signature is that it flow, or at least part of what you expect of a signature is that it flow. And it's like, no, because they want to hand out the 10 or 15 pens, but this was, now we've gone back to just, fuck our current president signing shit with a Sharpie that I fucking love that. But before this became a thing, like back in JFK's day, from 60 to 63, yeah, he would just be signing with one pen, as was Eisenhower and everyone before him. And that was one of the bills that he signed into law. And they had it was at a building at Federal Triangle when I was there. And yeah, the pen was just there on the table. They had opened up the case that it was in, and it was just sitting there in green felt, like on a little pillow. It's like, there was nothing. I saw somebody had picked it up and looked at it, sort of examined it and set it back down in its little green felt box. And so I picked it up and I'm like, hey, I wonder if it works. And like, it was a fountain pen, like with the bladed front to it. And so I, started scratching. It wasn't like it was a ballpoint pen. I thought, I wonder if it's got any ink in it. And oh my God, that lady was not happy with me.
I wonder why.
And then, of course,
I think
I should put together, I should de-dox that photo of myself, the flash photography, standing next to the Declaration of Independence, just like in National Treasure, where the guard stepped out of the nook and told us the little crevice in the wall and said, "I see that flash go off again. You two are out of here." And holy shit, that guy was serious. And it was not my fault this time. It was just me standing by the Declaration, and my friend's flash went off when it totally shouldn't have, and they are deadly serious about that. Woo.
Whiskey?
Wow, the degradation of the document due to the light. Right?
Yeah.
Son of a bitch.
So maybe I've got a mildly dubious history with historical items, if you consider.
Mildly
who is-
dubious is
Polly, who has touched
really
more
likely.
presidential items than almost anybody else you fucking know. I don't have a
Yes!
dubious past.
You know what? I should de-dox that photo of. It's like, how many times have you been to the White House? A number of times. And I said it to my mom. My mom goes, "Hold on, let me go get something." She comes back with a photo album, like one of them old school photo albums where it's got the sticky paper where you actually stick the photos
Yeah.
down,
Yeah.
you know? She came back with one of those and flips through and goes, "Here, look." And it was a really young picture of my mom who was clearly pregnant. And she goes, "We're at the White House. I'm pregnant with you."
Oh. Holy shit. Born to be
shit.
wild.
Yes.
I should go ask my mom, "Did you touch anything while you were there?" She was standing right outside the Oval Office, because at that time you could go right up to. Well, you still can actually go up to, right up to the Oval Office.
The Oval Office while she's pregnant.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
That's good.
yeah. My dad's there too in that photo, and he's rocking serious mutton chops. My dad looks hilarious with mutton chops, man. Gamer Valine, thank you for the 450. What document did you immediately segue to when I brought up the portrait? Let me flash you a sign. What document did I immediately segue to when I brought up the portrait? Flash you a sign. I don't know. When Bleak brought up the portrait, as in the Lansdowne portrait that I touched, I just wanted to see. Can I really be blamed for that? Wouldn't you touch a painting to see if it were real?
No, that would not be my immediate thought. I'm not going to lie.
As opposed to what? A fucking hologram?
No,
Yeah, it's
Sam.
like,
wait,
I would not. I don't think I would. That's the thing. Because I'm too conscious of that is an oil painting. Even if it is old, I'm probably going to damage it. My first thought would not be to touch the oil painting.
Well, okay, as opposed to a hologram, no. As opposed to a print versus a highly textured, rough finished oil painting. And you're going to,
Fair enough.
you know, it's like, is it smooth? Like it's just a print? And why did I think so? Because it had no glass in front of it. It only had 2 shitty velvet ropes in front of it. And there were no guards anywhere around it. So it didn't occur to me that could possibly be the Lansdowne portrait. I'm like, there's no way this is the actual
the way
original.
I would handle this, I wouldn't touch it. I'd just be kind of looking at it from different angles to see like what catches on the light.
I did.
That's how I would be checking.
It was not
I
facing.
would not touch it though.
It was in the Smithsonian Portrait Museum, and it was not facing the side with the windows. It was facing away from them, so the light wasn't such that you could see any ridges by the shadow or anything.
Oh my god.
Your Honor, did you see what that painting was wearing? Come on, how was I supposed to know?
Did you see how that painting was lighted? How's I supposed to know?
Yeah. It's just...
Trisha Smurf in chat says earlier on, yes, Polly Rosetta Stone Adventures.
Oh god, he's gonna start touching the Rosetta Stone as well. He's just gonna
I totally would.
I'm touching history.
I mean, there it is.
I mean, yeah,
That's
to be fair, if I had the chance, I too would be touching the Rosetta Stone, just because at least that's not going to be fucking breaking. It's a stone.
Oh god. Okay, I felt a little pang of guilt. That was painted in 1796. Fuck, I'm awful. Holy shit.
Yes.
I thought it was a painting of Washington after his death in 1799. I didn't realize it was painted while he was still alive. Jesus. That's pretty rough. See, look. This exactly. See? They don't protect it. How are you supposed to know? Look at this stupid little fucking dude. What?
It's probably not behind glass because it probably can't be behind glass. like just because of the nature of oil paint.
Polly, it doesn't say on the handles of fucking shopping carts to go and put it back in the rank, and yet somehow most people know you should, even if they don't.
Yeah. Even if they don't do it, like my parents. Yeah.
Your
They
parents
probably
don't?
should.
See, look, they'll just hang it there. They don't give a fuck.
No, do you know their excuse? Do you know their fucking excuse?
There are people paid to do it.
People get employed for that. Yeah, people are paid to do that.
Really?
Oh, I need to have words.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's always really awkward whenever like I actually go food shopping with them because of that. Because I insist on putting the trolley back. I insist on putting it back.
Rightly so.
Yeah. Yeah, the amount of times I have been like basically shamed into not doing that, it is astounding. Simply just like, we gotta go far, we gotta go. And so it's just I cringe as I leave it because I know it's wrong.
See, look at this. Look at this. Like, this is the fuck off size of that thing.
No one's going to notice one fingerprint, Polly.
Yeah, I mean, look at all these guys being
But
all
that would be
super
my fear.
careful with it when they're moving it. And I'm like, yeah, I touched it.
I mean, that would be my fear with touching something like that, right? Leaving a fingerprint behind, which is ultimately why even if I suspected it wasn't actually an oil painting, I just would not touch it just in case because I don't want to leave my fingerprints on that.
The historical
I don't want to
object police
accidentally
found
damage
me.
it.
Oh no.
Fucking Osam in chat says, they're employed to bring the cart from the cart corral to the store, not wrangle them from hill and dale like a shopping cart cowboy.
Yeah, I don't know. That's just their justification for it. It's that I can't really say much more than that. That it's just what they've always fucking said. It's all what they've always done for as long as I can remember. Like they are part of the problem.
You see, Far, that is the problem, right, with Australian socio-political attitudes, all right? Right?
One thing I knew for sure was this. Every son of a bitch that worked for her. They were all gonna be better off dead.
What do you mean we need to protect our liberties? There are people paid to do that.
Kimberly, thank you for the $9. Holy shit, no wonder you're in political science. You were born on the day that our national anthem is about, and multiple incidents involving places and items with presidential ties. Yeah, that's me. September 14th. Yeah, that is the day. Oddly, same birthday as the new Pope.
Really?
Mm-hmm. They were listing, it's like what little we know about the new Pope other than that he's from Chicago and so on. And it's because like news agencies don't know shit about shit unless there's something sensational about it. And it was like he was born on September 14th. I was like, holy fuck. Weird. I mean, the odds aren't fantastical. They're 1 in 365. Okay. So, you know.
Yeah. Okay, historical object police. You are now my new favorite person in chat. You will feel the justice of the past.
Justice of the past.
Historical object police. Are they like time cops?
Maybe.
You chased me to 1942 to get me for something I did in like the 2010s? What the hell?
Time counts for us all, Polly.
Yeah, they're chasing me across time fields. I mean, I guess they're like time cops. Sam, I think they are exactly like time cops. They followed me here. How do we know they're not here for you with that whole domesticated octopus incident?
Because they probably also think that's cool. It's fine. I'm not touching paintings, Polly. I'm not touching historical objects.
Bart, people caught poison darts in the neck. That's a little worse than leaving a finger.
Cool! It was cool! I like the octopuses. They were great. They were adorable and deadly.
And I could take them for a walk. I love seeing their tendrils
Yes!
spin. I just
It was so funny and cute.
And they make noises like Squidward when they walk.
Yes.
better than
It was
like
the
stirring
best.
macaroni.
For God's sakes.
Glad you got that
Oh.
reference, Sam.
Why?
Oh,
Why
that
are
fucking...
you-
I have not been able to stir a pot of pasta since. All right, I just every time it's like, oh.
Yeah, that was pretty horrible. Chat, be happy. I don't know what the hell I'm referencing there. It was fucking just.
Oh, if they've been paying attention to
Like, if
certain
you-
subsections of Twitch
Yeah.
drama lately, they know. It's come up again.
If they know anything, about a certain Foxu, you know, they probably
Yeah.
already knew.
We know.
They
We
probably
know.
already knew.
What did Midori do to an octopus?
Oh god.
She didn't do anything to an octopus. It's just
No.
she left trash in the past, and I told her not to do it. When we got back to the present day, it reverberations and ripples through time. It affects things. And when we got back, there were domesticated land octopi that people could, have in their home. And that was obviously not the way that it was when we left. So it.
Historical object police. We are only here for the honor. What he touches next will cause great sorrow unless he's brought to justice. Historical justice.
Jesus, that's like an extreme anti-masturbatory fucking campaign.
Holy shit. I had no idea there was an entire task force on me. Fuck.
I have like a blackboard in the back of that task force room, right? It's just like a bunch of strings leading to the honor.
Look, it's the Kennedy family. They're behind this. I know them and the power that they have. They found out that I touched that pen and it was all over with at that point.
The Kennedys are behind the historical object police.
Makes sense to me.
Catch a Smurf. Shopping
Oh.
carts belong in the river. No! Bad Smurf!
Look, they belong to be free. The ones at the shops are just domesticated. Release your shopping carts today.
Oh, do you know...
I'll be back in just a hot second, guys. So,
Okay. Oh, I'm thinking now, Far, you've probably seen these as well. You remember sort of like back in the early 2000s, early to mid 2000s, I should say. The I was gonna say early 2000s. No, you were very small then.
Yes, I was very, very
Yeah.
small.
Mid to late sort of 2000s, like people used to take these highly edited and jump cut videos of like cool cars and all that kind of thing. And since there's been like an advent of like AI versions of these with shopping carts instead.
Yeah, I've seen
I-
those.
It's such a
They are
stupid
so
concept.
They
But
are
that's
so
the thing,
good.
right? They're really good. Like unreasonably good.
Yeah.
And they're always cut with
I didn't
some,
realize
you
they
know...
were AI, but like I thought they were like from like
Not all of them
just
are, but,
before AI.
yeah.
But like I've seen a couple of them where it's like it's just some guy and he's like hanging out with the trolley as if it's like a hot rod or some shit, and he's like in the trolley and shit. Like it's I don't think that's AI. It looks a little too like not fucked up for it to be AI. But yeah, I've seen a couple of them. I didn't realize there was a whole like genre though.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it started out being sort of like a fucking, a bit of a joke at the expense of homeless people. But it's kind of, metastasized since.
Yeah, that makes
It's,
sense. That
yeah.
makes sense. Unfortunately, as cruel as that sounds, but yeah.
I don't like AI because I always end up arguing with it, says Cougar Knife. Cougar Knife, been a minute since I've seen your name pop up in chat.
Hello.
Granted, I don't pay as much attention as I perhaps should, but... Yeah, I don't think... I'm trying to think if I've ever argued with AI. Outside of political platforms.
Yeah.
An intelligence, the
I mean,
eye
I've
is being
tried,
stretched
like-
there.
I mean, I have admittedly tried ChatGPT just to see if I could keep it on topic or keep it to like
Yeah.
not completely stray from something I have typed.
Yeah.
It is oddly difficult to get it to like not change things that
Yeah.
you're like, and you specify like, do not change this. This must remain as written, right? Like, and this is just me like fucking around with it,
Yeah.
just to see, right? Just out of curiosity. And it sometimes it will do it, right? And it'll be like, oh yeah, this is as written. It'll reformat it slightly, but it's like, okay, that's fine, whatever, who cares? It's
Yeah.
like it probably, okay, yeah, good job for once, AI, well done. It actually looks a little better spaced out like this, fine.
Mm-hmm.
Then other times it'll like start adding like weird things in there, or like start like looking at it and going like, oh, you meant this, right? And it's like, this is absolutely not what was written. What are you doing? And yeah, you can easily end up just fighting the AI to stay on topic. Most of what you end up doing is not like, you know, doing anything that they want you to do with the AI, right?
Yeah.
Because one of the things they want you to do with like Chat GPT, they want you to be able to like write assignments and shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it starts, but most of what you're doing, if you're actually paying attention to what it's written, is just going, this is a hallucination. What are you doing? This needs to be fixed. This is not what I meant. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Fix this, fix that, replace this with that. Like it feels like it is more work to get the AI to do what you want it to do than it would be if you just sat down and wrote
And did
your
the
own
work yourself,
essay.
yeah.
Yeah, it feels like I mean, of course there's people that are probably like, you know, yeah, fuck it, I don't give a shit. But if you are actually paying attention to what it is putting out, it is kind of hilarious how much it just fucks up. Yeah, this is the future, all right. Yeah, I can't see us going any other way. Like, it's fine once you get it to like actually do what you want it to do in some capacity. It's just
Getting to that
you
point,
can't. Yeah, but you have to put so much into it, right? Because it doesn't carry over between chats, right?
Right.
You end up sitting there just putting shit in there, just hoping something sticks, and it's just, I don't think it's worth it. It's only worth it if you're trying to do specific things with it, but at that point, it's like, what are you doing with your life? What are you doing?
Morton chat says, yeah, unless you run your own LLM, you're gonna talk to an idiot. It is totally worth running your own. Easy too. See your llama. Peter says, I asked ChatGPT for a book recommendation. It recommended several. I asked it to expand on the second one and gave me a page. I asked for a link to buy it, and it said it can't find any evidence it exists.
Yeah, no, that sounds about fucking right.
If you force it to start with I don't know as its starting point, you get much better results. So you have to basically
Break it.
Yeah, break it.
You have
You
to
gotta break it
break
to
it
make it.
before it becomes workable. Oh my god. Fucking
I-
Christ.
I tell them I'm AI
Those
and it
things-
refuses to take my effing word.
Nice. Only things LLMs are actually good for linguistics / etymology and quick script writing. Now, see, I've tested it with the writing thing, right? Just to see what it shits out. It seems to get really stuck on certain ideas when you get into like stuff that's like really really vague, like, you know, like kind of like, yeah, make it mysterious, and it starts talking about the same kinds of things I found across different subjects, and it makes me wonder how much have people fed into this that now it's just talking about the places, like the spaces between in every single thing I've tried. Which is like cool
It's a good
concept, but
question.
this is like, why is it so fixated on the spaces between when you're like, yeah, make it a mysterious being that's like from this place, you know? Like just to see like how it handles it, right? Like here, have fun with this.
That's interesting, actually. I've never tried anything AI for
Like,
script writing or
honestly.
story writing. That's interesting.
No, seriously, try it out. Like I'm not saying like to actually submit it anywhere. It's just an
Yeah.
experiment that I've been doing, you know, of like just to see, because I've seen so many people like going, oh yeah, this is my AI, yada 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 for story writing. It's like this. I haven't read any, but it's like this can't be like logical, or like maybe like it'll have an element of good maybe because enough people have fed the AI at this point, right? But
Mhm.
you know, in the same way that like there's an element of good with AI art because of what has been fed into it,
Yeah.
but it doesn't make it necessarily like good. What happens when you feed that like just like prompt an AI to write, you know, even if it's like just an outline. I've just been testing with like outlines, right? Just to see like what it shits out. And it is fascinating to look at how it handles just things in general. Because it's like in some instances it's like, okay, I can see what it's going for here. In others it's just kind of baffling because it seems to forget itself a lot of the time. Even if it's just like, this is just dot points. You wrote it, how'd you forget?
Yeah, I mean, it's like Far, you've heard me like extol the virtues of like DuckDuckGo AI that I've had a lot of fun with lately, but it's for extremely tight things that I've been using it for, not
Yes.
intentionally. It's just that's what it occurred to me, and it's like I said to Far, and I mentioned on AAA, it when I only know scraps of information about something and I'm trying to remember. One time I read something, it had to do with this, and these are the two things that I can remember about it. Usually within 3 questions I found it. So it's like, that is a trivial matter. That is fun, you know, like it said in chat there.
When it comes to trivial matters, I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. It is somewhat helpful. But the problem is people are relying on it for way more than trivial matters.
100%. Yeah, absolutely agreed. I am glad that I am past the point of the TA ships that I get now. I'm not required to grade, which I don't want to. It's been like 2 years since I've had a grading TA ship applied to me. I don't want to read people's papers knowing, dude, this has got all the earmarks of AI, and I can't run it through cheat check to bust you, basically. So it's like, you damn well know the person had an AI write the paper that you're now grading and you have to hand back to them. You know what I mean? And this is not good. I don't want to be in that fucking position. This sucks.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Wait, so DuckDuckGo
yeah,
has a decent AI to find stuff? Absolutely it does, Shadow
It has
Claw.
multiple AIs, actually. Like,
It-
if you go like to the search page, right, and you go like chat,
Yeah.
there are a few different options. The only thing is, because that's where I was originally testing it, because I was like, that's the one I know. I wasn't sure at that point how free ChatGPT actually was, right?
Yeah.
It is entirely free. I now know that. It has a message limit. DuckDuckGo.
Yeah.
I have hit the message limit multiple times just testing the AI because I am curious as fuck about what it was putting out.
I mean, here's like DuckDuckGo, and I just wrote find Lansdowne
Yeah,
as in the
assist.
Lansdowne portrait. I've got AI assist turned on to find stuff. Oh my God, it's so nice. It gives you the sources right there. Here's where we're pulling this
Yes.
from. That's gold. Because if you get like,
And that is so much better than what AI usually gives you. They usually are just like, yeah, the sources, just trust me, bro.
yeah, right. The sources, trust me, bro. If you want to get into the chat, there it is right there. Like I said, I've always got assist turned on because it's useful enough.
It's helpful.
Yeah, there's chat where it's like privately chat with AI, and then there it is where you can get in the conversation and you can pick your models that you want to use, like your AI model. Well, I'm using the term model, but you get what I mean.
Yeah.
But DuckDuckGo AI is
like
it tells you a lot that Alphabet tried to purchase DuckDuckGo as a company because of the way that they've got it integrated into their search algorithm. That's good. Like Alphabet, for those who don't know, everyone probably already knows that, but they own Google, and it's like rather than figuring out how to do it themselves, it's like, can we just purchase DuckDuckGo? And they told them no. Good.
Yeah, fuck off.
Yeah, fuck off. Exactly.
Yeah, I'm glad that they did though, because just I like DuckDuckGo. I do, and I do like that they've actually made an AI assist that is actually functional.
Yeah. And it doesn't, it's the complete lack of bullshit. That's one of the things I like about DuckDuckGo is the relative, it's not perfect transparency and it's not a perfect search engine, far from it,
It's
but
not.
it's so much better than the other options because it's like auto-generated based on limited sources. It may contain inaccuracies. They don't, like, we're not, come to us for
They're
all the
not lying to
truth.
you.
Yeah, it's just, no.
Yeah, they're not lying to you about like what is going on here. They're not saying like, yeah, it's this is fine. This is this is all 100% truthful, guys. Like, no, they're very honest.
They too
They
give
are
you
very
directed
honest.
results. Yes, they do. Like I said, it's not perfect. I just, given the available options, it's a good choice for general go-to World Wide Web availability. Meaning like, across the whole. And it did have, when it first started out, their algorithms weren't the best, but it's gotten so much better over the years and years to the point where I find it equally useful to DuckDuckGo, or excuse me, to Google. Like it's like you're not getting limited results in any kind of way compared to Google in terms of how good it is at scraping sources. The only thing that Google is still, to me, has fuck off dominance in is in Google Scholar. But it's because every journal submits their abstracts and title entries to Google Scholar, which makes them the go-to source. And I hate that Google, as a private company and as evil as they are, has control over academic citing like that. That bugs me, man. That's not good.
I do find myself like switching between the two for images because sometimes the DuckDuckGo just does not bring up the images I am looking for, but Google does. Like, there is still a bit of I have to go between the two to find something sometimes, but
yeah.
But
and that's the beauty of it.
If push came to shove, I would still stick with DuckDuckGo.
Yeah, I mean, I use Yandex too.
Honestly.
Because I'm running VPNs. Go check out the search results that Yandex will give, because they're not on some North American. I mean, it's the Wild West when you search on Yandex. The results you get is like, what? Why are they so different, the first page results? Because they're not North America based at all. When I have trouble finding something, I Lansdowne homes for sale in Alexandria. That's funny. Yeah, I do remember
Google's
their
company motto was don't do evil. Yeah.
I do remember that. Absolutely. And they fucking failed in holding that up. And that was a long time ago too. Especially in like internet
I still find it funny that was the original. That was the original company motto, and then they changed it as if like, yeah, we can be evil now. It's fine. Like, what was it that they changed it to? Because it's funny. I remember thinking it was funny what they changed it to.
I don't remember. I mean, don't be evil. I remember was the slogan, but I don't remember what they changed it to.
Yeah, it was don't be evil. And then
the reverse image search on Yandex is Mort's right. It's Google's reverse image search, since they changed the way that it works. Yeah, Yandex is the dominant king for that. I mean, don't get me wrong, I still get a lot of use out of shit. It's a Canadian search engine, actually. The one Eve turned me on to, a reverse image search engine. I forget its name. I haven't used it in a while since I started using Yandex. Yeah, they didn't change it to anything. You just get the image on the side now.
No, they did. No, they did change it. There's a slightly adjusted thing, and this is why I found it so fucking funny. Okay, so they changed it from "Don't be evil" to "Do the right thing."
Oh wow, that is telling, isn't it? Yeah, right thing by what standard?
That's why that's why I found it so fucking funny, because it was just, so what? Don't be evil, but now they're going do the right thing. So the right thing is to do evil. Is that what they're trying to tell us?
Mm-hmm.
That they cannot
nice distinction.
They cannot they can't don't be evil anymore. So they just have to do the right thing, which is be evil by being Google. Like, really? Okay, Google, very cool, very well done. You fucking played us.
I mean, it did when company leadership changed, and they wanted to offer targeted advertising based on the content of your emails and so on. That's when all of that changed. It began to change, and California did nothing to restrict them. And it's an important thing to remember. Microsoft got hit with how many got threatened with and then actually hit with how many antitrust suits from the federal government? Google's never had one. Never had one.
Telling.
For stuff that,
Telling. Real telling.
yeah, for stuff that has not even come close to the kind of threat to competitiveness in the marketplace. Like Google is capable of crushing all competition. It's a hegemony of market for them. It's like Amazon Web Services. How the fuck they're not hit up with an antitrust suit, I don't know. 80% of the Pentagon's web service is handled by AWS, and that's disgusting. I have no problem with private vendors serving government contracts. I don't. But the idea that anyone can even be competitive in the marketplace, and they've shown that they're willing to be political. We will shut down access to Parler's access to any of our ley lines, any of our fiber optic network, any of our nodes. Parler can no longer have access to. And it's like, oh, well, what's that going to matter? And then people found out how much of a market share that AWS has managed to appropriate.
I mean, freedom of association is a big deal. It really is. And in the same way that freedom of association has been curtailed for the individual in many, many ways, in ways that people will find actually palatable, i.e., civil rights and such, and in the ways that people will not find particularly palatable, jury duty, that kind of thing. Yeah, it's kind of like, it's along the lines of like, why does the individual citizen's freedom of association have all these curtailments upon it, and yet Amazon as a business doesn't? Real quick, while I was away, I got a tip of $5 from Game of Lean. Thank you very much. Who asks, since we're talking about Polly being the "I'll fucking do it" guy in a museum, should we show him the instigators I sent you? Yes. Let me just pick those up. I will put them in the relevant places.
I happily stand corrected. Google is currently facing an antitrust lawsuit over AdSense.
Are they really?
Yeah. I did not know
fucking
that.
Time.
It's Oatsan mentioned it in chat. I'm like, is that true? Like, hopefully. And I looked it up, and yes. And I'm like, cool, it is true.
You see that right there? You see that right there, journalists? That's how you do research.
Yeah, you type into an AI. Yeah.
Right. Look at this, guys. See this?
There you go. There's I put 3. I put 3 in the group chat.
Okay.
There. Also filed by the U.S. Department of Justice DOJ in several states alleges that Google has engaged in anti-competitive behavior in the digital advertising market, including its AdSense business. The lawsuit claims that Google has used its dominance in the market to suppress competition and limit the ability of other companies to compete in its AdSense with its AdSense platform. The suit also alleges that Google has used its control over AdSense to favor its own advertising business, which they absolutely have, over those of its competitors. The case is ongoing, and Google has denied any wrongdoing.
Well, I mean, this is just using the DuckDuckGo chat service currently set up for Llama 3.3. But it's like, no, this isn't how you do research. The next question that you ask, it's like DuckDuckGo responses aren't based on specific sources or checked for accuracy. And it's like, then you ask it for that. That's how you do it. It's like, where are you getting this from? And it will tell you. Give me a specific source to where I can find, including ask for the URL too. And it'll give me a URL related to the specific filings in federal court for this. Then the filing comes up. Now you're doing actual research when you read the particulars. This is just like, is this even going on? Like general, like the trivial things that we say. Yeah. That's
establishment of premise.
Yeah. There you go. Testing for concept just in general, just to get you set and then get me off to the URL. Now you're involved in research because you're going to have to read up on all of the various, based on such and such a court case at such and such a time, it's going to read in the court filings. You're going to have to read the background of all of those and consult with legal people to be able to write up your story. And that's called journalism. And that's what they don't do. Journalism would just be this. They would just cut and paste and call it a story,
Polly, you just described this whole process. I thought you had to go to university to know what it was to be a journalist. I thought you actually had to learn this over the course of like 3-4 years. And you can just like rattle it off in the space of like a paragraph? What?
Well, I'm at university. Maybe that's why. I don't know.
No, I'm pretty sure. Give Far 5 minutes and a pen and paper. She could come up with a decent summary along those sorts of lines.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's one of the things that fucking annoys me these days, especially when you see like you see the journos, the corpo journos, criticizing for want of a better phrase, citizen journalists.
Yeah.
These are just people that post on Twitter. You mean Twitter, the short form blogging site, which is functionally indistinct from your more long form blogging sites that you write for.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the notion, oh, he's not an artist. He didn't go to art school. What? Since when do you need to attend a school to be a given? Like, does it help? Can it help? Sure.
Sam, I can answer that. Since people started discussing the distinction between, self-taught and taught, outsider artist is a term for a fucking reason.
The whole premise.
It's very weird to me, considering it's like, when they say outsider artist, all they mean is someone that is not within the art community. Basically, which is very
retarded?
Not correct. Yeah. No, I remember having an argument back in the day. I didn't press the argument, but it was the beginning of one, right? And it really formed my opinion on these kinds of people, right? Where the discussion was in like, this was at TAFE, right? And this was a history, like the history part of it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, who would you have judge an art competition? Right? And I had an answer, and I still have an answer, right? You want it balanced? You want it like a balanced, honest opinion? One trained artist, one self-taught artist, non-artist.
Yeah, an art professor, an art critic, and a normal person.
Yes, that is the perfect way to judge an art competition, because you have someone that is part of the whole art bullshit thing, okay? You have someone that is outside of that sphere, but they are still an artist. They still know what to look for. Then you have someone that is just a regular guy. They know what they like.
Yeah.
And
they can...
I actually got pushback for that opinion. It was like, no, I wouldn't trust the it wasn't the outsider though. That was the interesting thing, right? It wasn't the guy that was just a guy. That was the problem though. It was the self-taught artist that they had a problem with. And I just remember sitting there thinking, so my nana cannot ever judge an art competition then? Because, guess what? My nana, she never actually went to higher education. She wouldn't have back in the day. Why would she? Why the fuck would she? She was a woman. It was kind of weird that she even worked after she got married. That was the state of things. She taught herself how to make art. That is a self-taught outsider artist, if anything. Technically, she was part of her community, making her not so much of an outsider at that point. But the point stands, she taught herself. By being like, oh yeah, they cannot judge art. They don't know what they're looking for. You are completely disregarding the fact that no, they do. They just weren't taught by the same smarmy people that we were.
There's something to be said about the difference between being like a book critic versus an art critic, right? I think pretty much anybody can criticize, or when I say criticize, I don't mean negative feedback. I mean appreciate properly, right? I think anybody can become an appreciator of art. I don't think you need to be trained for that. When it comes to something like books, which you can argue are an art form, there is something to be said about having studied the qualities of linguistics, language in general. Having a sentence in a book that says, and then we went to do the thing what we had come to the place for. Like, obviously, you can. There is a structural issue there, but when it comes to criticizing art, like, oh, I'm not this particular brush style brushstroke style is indicative of this particular vogue that was found in the 1870s. Like, okay, that's a wonderful piece of like art history. Sure, what relevance does it actually bear on the quality of the art today? What does it do for the art? Does it make it good? Does it make it bad? How can you really? What part of an art history qualification gives you a greater ability to assess the appreciability of a piece of artwork today, and how much of that is basically just a formalization of a dare I say it, social construct established by a small group of people that is not necessarily accepted by the whole of society? You know, it's like these people that want to say that like that like I don't know, like Roman architecture is of greater beauty than cave paintings from fucking 15,000 years ago. Really?
Yeah.
Is it? Why? What makes it so? Greater sophistication? Is that your mark of beauty?
I think a lot of people would just mark it as that. It's the skill, right? I don't think that's the right answer. I don't think it is, but I think that is what their answer would be.
And yet, when we want to discuss, like, the origins of human societies and all that kind of thing, I would say that cave paintings have probably got a lot more import than simple Roman architecture. Not to say that Roman architecture is valueless, of course it isn't, but I don't know.
No, but when you sit through one of those, and again, I didn't like the things that I went through, it was not university level, this was TAFE level, but still same elements to it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, in the art history stuff, yeah, they really focused on architecture. I understand why, but it even sitting through it, I'm like, this feels like a weird thing to focus on, but I get it. It is important to go over. We have limited time going over everything here, right? But this is very a very strange thing to focus on, the architecture.
It seems to be, and Polly, you could probably speak to this better than I can, but it seems to be a sort of an extremification of credentialism. That's what it seems to be.
Yeah, I mean, if they're not calling you in as experts, you've got a fucking problem with the viability of the program you're offering. But I don't know, that varies. I mean, I think that there's mostly a like in terms of art and the way that I understand it, mostly through what Fars told me, there would be a particular aspect of controlling the funding and the approach to artists that they want to be the bottleneck for it. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that does.
Yes, absolutely.
And they became like, if you have a whole bunch of artists showing up at an art program, that's the way that it starts. And those things tend to, if my, employing my own field of study, the way institutions form tend to be organically to begin with and then become calcified over time. It would be that they found themselves to be the bottleneck, and now what they're engaged in is protectionism. And their roles as gatekeepers, to use some internet slang, right? They're just really into gatekeeping other people out. And it's like, well, you just want to decide who is and who isn't an artist. And it's like, before you assume evil intent or striking out at an enemy, assume personal interest on somebody's part. You're going to be right more often than you're wrong. You know what I mean? And it's like, what's the personal interest for them? To be the bottleneck that continues to assure them that their program's longevity, their personal longevity, their access to power, their access to funds. Because how many art grants did you see come and go and be floating in the air far in your time in TAFE? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Shockingly, not that many.
Really?
It was mostly not for the students, but there was, students weren't really offered that from what I know. But I remember
small fucking wonder.
a lot. Yeah, I fucking wonder why, right? But
no, I don't mean fun. I don't mean
remember that
grants to
there
the
was a
students.
lot
I
of,
mean grants in the air. Like, I bet you your supervisors
But,
and teachers and everybody
yeah.
else had them, and they knew the people that had them. And do you know what I mean?
Yeah, they did. They did. That's what I was about to say, though. It's like they talked about a lot of like the things they were like they've done in the past that were like, I still wonder where the fuck the money came from for a lot of it, because it was like, even at the time, I'm sitting there like coming out of like the Tumblr mindset, right? This is what a hilarious time to be doing that, right? When you're at essentially art school.
Yeah, you check the boxes. Well done. Yeah.
But yeah, I do remember sitting there like listening to like watching again. It was the history guy, the guy that also hilariously, when he was showing us like, yeah, this is what I want you to do to like as an assignment to show like some. Oh, fuck, what was it again? Not an assignment. No, he was trying to show us the golden ratio with this guitar, and he's playing it like at the front of the class, like the notes, and one of the guitar strings snaps, and he just looks absolutely devastated. Same guy, same fucking guy. He's showing us these photos of I don't even know like what the context really was. Like he kind of described it, but it was still like so strange and surreal that it just sitting there like, where did you guys get the money to be able to just go off on what is essentially art camp, right? And the photos are of people playing in the mud and like wrestling each other. Like I don't think clothes were being worn, but it was supposed to be artsy and shit, right?
Mhm.
And it looked artsy. It did. It had a certain feel to it. Like I will admit that they knew what they were doing with it. But I just remember sitting there looking at it and going, "You're describing that this happened like on a whim because I think what we were discussing at the time was ephemeral art."
Mhm.
Right? So the concept of making something and it the intention is for it to fade away, right? It is in the moment, ephemeral.
I'm aware what the word means. Yes.
And so the moment being captured, yeah, I'm just explaining the concept though, just to
Oh,
just
speaking
in
of
general,
Tumblr,
For
right?
anybody
here
who
I
doesn't
am.
know.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
But yeah, but that's the moment that was being photographed, right? It's an ephemeral moment of them playing in the mud, of them covering themselves in the mud. Like it worked for what it was. I don't really hate the art that I was shown. I don't think there was anything wrong with the photos necessarily. It was an interesting thing to witness. But in saying that, I still had to wonder, right? Where did you guys just not have jobs? How are you paying to go on these retreats? Because this was not the only time I had heard of an artist retreat somewhere. It was not the last time I would hear of an artist retreat somewhere. Not by a mile, you know? It was one of those weird moments where I'm having to question it. Never got an answer. I can only assume that
Who
this is
funded
like
it? Is
in the same way. Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, that's my question of like, where are you getting the money for this? Because there's a lot of these sort of artist retreats that happen.
Oh, I believe you. Yeah.
Maybe they're not all wrestling in the mud and taking pictures of it. But there was a
I
lot
imagine a
of
good amount
pictures.
are.
Oh, probably a good amount, but I saw a lot of these kinds of pictures that were taken at artist retreats for one reason or another, right? Usually they were artist retreats attended by the TAFE lecturers. And time again, the question would be raised in my mind, not out loud, because I'm not asking them this, like, because it's like, I don't really...
You want to get killed by the fucking art mob? No, absolutely
Yeah,
not.
right? I don't really want to start any drama, but it's still, you know, a question of where the fuck are you getting the money for this? Is the government paying for you to wrestle in the mud?
Austin asks a very...
Because technically I know that, like, from my own connections, I guess, within family, right? You can get government grants for very strange art projects as long as you know what you're doing, right? Technically, I could probably go through that. I don't, because I don't really want to do that. But I do know someone that would be able to help with that if I really desired to break all my morals. Right? If I really just decided, fuck it, I have no morals anymore, government give me money. I know that there are some strange projects you could fund, just as long as you say the right words. but it's like, are all these things that I was being shown funded by the government? Is it being funded by the same people? Who is it? Sometimes it's not the government. Sometimes it is like big companies like Chevron.
Mhm.
I've seen a lot of things sponsored by Chevron. A lot of weird shit sponsored by Chevron. Sometimes it can even be BP. A lot of oil companies will sponsor art stuff. Which is hilarious when you think about that, right? Like, what?
The oil companies, they're sponsoring painting. We're not quite sure why
Yes.
oil companies would want to sponsor paint.
Oil paint.
Very curious.
Yeah,
Yeah,
our
the
son
wrong kind of oil paint.
raises a very, very important question in chat. Wouldn't taking pictures defeat the purpose of ephemeral art?
Not necessarily. Like, here's the thing, right? It's the intention is for it to disappear, but the photograph. This is how it was kind of explained in a way, right? The photograph is the record
Not
of the art taking place, right? It is art, but it is not the art. The art is gone. The art has passed. This is just a record of what has
All
once
things
been.
must die. The end.
Pretty
the end
much,
is coming.
it's getting to a bunch of like philosophical shit, basically, and I don't mind that necessarily. I'm okay with the concept of ephemeral art. I know it sounds like really pretentious and shit, but I don't think that's the problem. I think the problem is where they're getting the funding from.
Well, without ephemera, how could we possibly experience nostalgia?
Yeah, exactly.
You know, it's funny that you
This is probably the most
mentioned
philosophical you hear me.
it's funny you mentioned the retreat thing because it seems certain people who have the money, and it's always the people who have the money. That's kind of my point here. But or wait a minute, that's the parameters of my point. My point is there never seems to be an end to the idea of, I don't know what exclusivity, I guess it would be. Yeah, I think it is exclusivity where it's like, okay, writers' retreats, okay, artists' retreats. None of these things surprise me that those things exist, right?
Yeah, and they should not surprise anyone.
Spiritual retreats, religious retreats, right? That people love these things. And I think that there's a value to some of them. Writers' retreats, man, when you're stuck in a writer's room, I've never done this. You know what I mean? But, so this is like complete from the outside. But you get the South Park writers. They talk about writers' retreats in the on the DVDs, on the micro commentaries that they do. We're like, well, we came up with this idea when we went on a writer's retreat. When you're stuck in a smelly room with a bunch of annoying people who are going to get annoying, even if they're great people, when you're trying to come up with ideas and everyone's got writer's block, let's just get the fuck out of here. We'll go on a fucking riverboat or something. You know what I mean? We'll go to a hotel suite downtown just to change the environment and the whatever, to break through and come up with ideas. That seems like there's a purpose to that to me. That doesn't seem weak or lost or ephemeral in terms of its point. You know what I mean? It doesn't seem flaky. It seems like there's an actual purpose there. Like we're all human beings. And we're trying to come up with writing, and we're going to coming to the same room over and over and over again and trying to come up with creative, funny stuff. Oh God, that sounds like a grind. And the last thing you want for comedy is a grind, if you know what I mean. That makes sense. Spiritual retreat. Yeah. You know what? I hear abusive pricing or predatory pricing, I see as the biggest problem there, where it's like if it was a spiritual retreat sponsored by Goop, all the red flags, man. You know what I mean? Or
yes, yeah, I think that one depends on like what the purpose really is.
Yeah, like it's
still gonna be like kooky as fuck. Don't get me wrong, but it's like that one's more up to interpretation. I think
the place where the spirit science guy ended up that we love to mock, where he came up.
Oh God.
Yeah,
with the fucking Sophia Christ Emma Watson.
Yeah, where he met Emma Watson on the fucking spirit plane because he went to they have their own drug dispensary there, and he drank whatever fucking psychedelic concoction because he said he needed it.
Ayahuasca? Know what?
Yeah, it was ayahuasca or whatever. Yeah. And 2 different fucking doses of it, and went off on this weirdo vision quest where he met Emma Watson and was convinced she was the Sophia Christ and had led him to a new spiritual awakening. He was thanking her. And it's like, but it wasn't.
Oh, the fucking Zoroastrian
God.
fucking stuff. Yeah.
I
Other
still
left?
think that funny.
Yeah, there are.
I still think
not
that
if
video
Iran
is
has
so,
its
like,
way, but yeah.
Really weird. I still think that video is so weird, but so like darkly funny. Because
Yeah.
it's just this man ranting at the camera, right? About the Emma Watson being the Sophia Christ. Then someone walks into the hole that he's sitting in, right? Because he's not he's not in his room. He's just sitting in some fucking lecture hole, right? And they like say like, yeah, we got to use this suit. It's like, oh, okay, I'm nearly done.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's that
he
video
was-
that happens.
It was.
And it's just,
It
he's just
100%
doing this
was.
in
And
public.
he didn't bother to edit it out. It's like he was making use, like Far said,
Yeah.
of a lecture hall that had a whole bunch of seats and a lectern at the front with a giant projection screen behind it. And he just went there to record his little video. This spirit science guy had just gone to this spiritual new age retreat center for whatever purpose, but he wasn't. There were a number of groups there all at one time, and one of the group leaders came and said, we're starting a lecture or whatever the fuck here in like whatever 20 minutes. He's like, oh, you guys need it? You couldn't hear the other person talk. You just see that he was talking to someone off camera, would poke their head in. He ducked off into this lecture hall to record this little haywire video, like Far said, of just him talking all this
Yeah.
nonstop nonsense for like 20 minutes. What the fuck are you even talking about? You did some drugs and saw Emma Watson and you're attributing to it all this fucking spiritual and reality-based depth? Come on, man.
The really fascinating thing about it, though, is the fact it's not necessarily the fact that he did the drugs and he just ducked into the lecture hole and just decided then, like, I really just need to record this, man. Although that is fascinating. No, the most fascinating part to me is the fact that if you look at any of his other videos, they are well edited. I'm not saying like, oh yeah, he's the best thing ever, but he knows what he's doing.
Yes, he
right?
does.
He's not.
Hey, he could put a cartoon
Like,
together.
he-
He can.
Yeah. Exactly. He knows what he's doing though. He knows he edits his voice so it's a higher pitch, which I find really strange that he does that. But whatever, you do you, it's your choice, right? It doesn't like sound completely unbearable. It's just a very strange choice. He animates his own stuff, right? And this isn't even an assumption. Like we know he does this, right?
Yeah.
He works on his own shit. He edits it together very well. Like cuts like the voice clips and everything. Like it's a very well made descent into insanity.
He's a crisp editor. Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes. And here he is sitting in a lecture hall, facing the camera, talking about Emma Watson being the Sophia Christ, and there is no editing, there is no clipping out of things that should not stay in there. It is just a stream of consciousness. I find that so fascinating because it is so different to what he usually puts out. And that is why it's always stuck with me, because it is just so different. It is so different. It's just, he did not care in this moment if it was polished or not. He just really needed the world to know Emma Watson was
Yeah,
the
he
Sophia
just couldn't
Christ.
hold it in anymore. He broke loose and recorded this video. I get the sense that it was, because it had just happened to him the night before, and it probably should have
Right,
kept
yeah.
some of this to yourself.
Oh,
but-
he's a day out from fucking ayahuasca.
Yep.
Oh,
he,
no,
he
no,
said
no,
it
no,
had happened
that
the day
explains
before,
everything.
and it was over 2 nights because like 2 different doses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's very clear about. So he went on like a 48-hour plus. It was definitely more than like 2 days, but it was over a minimum of 2 days that he did these doses back to back. And this is him like having slept it off, woke up, and this is him recording the video.
Oh no! The fact that he managed to be, conscious to fucking set up a recording device after a double dose of ayahuasca over 2 fucking no, he was fucked. That explains everything.
Yeah.
That's it. Ayahuasca is a harrowing experience.
That's an interesting way to describe it. Holy shit!
Oh yeah, it's like I don't know if anybody here has ever done like salvia divinorum, right? That stuff leaves you with a fucking headache for like an hour after the fact. It can be pretty harsh. Ayahuasca is like that, but 50 times worse. It's harrowing. It really, really is. Anyone who's ever had a bad acid trip understands like probably about a tenth of what ayahuasca could do.
Yeah,
to you. It could
BG's
really
right.
fuck you up.
Yeah, talking non-stop nonsense for half an hour. That's amateur numbers. That guy needs to fucking level up, get good. We do it for fucking like 6-7 hours, man. What?
But there's kind of three of us, so you know we can feed off of one another, can't we?
But yeah, but I mean, it's not like his material gets any better when he's got collaborators, like when he decided to be a rapper and he brought in that guy.
Oh no!
I'm still convinced. I'm still fucking convinced that rap that he wrote was AI generated.
So am I. Yeah, I agree. It was.
Yeah, because remember when I think this was like the first moment I became a little bit fascinated with how the AI was going to generate it, right? This is probably the seed of all my experiments that have been going on, right?
Right.
Yeah, like when I plugged it in, like just a prompt into like the DuckDuckGo AI, right? To be like, oh yeah, just give me a rap about like spiritualness and include this, this, and this. And it was like not the same rap. No, I wouldn't have expected it to be exactly the same, but it was like the same feel, the same vibes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So speaking of like weird people that go off and do weird things and related to flaky ideas, let's talk about the Symbionese Liberation Army.
Oh, okay.
You weren't expecting that, were you? I listened to a video because there wasn't anything to see. It was just the Symbionese Liberation Army's symbol, that fucking 8-headed snake thing back there. I listened to this full 45-minute video. It was from the 70s and something that was originally just recorded on cassette. People that were doing like investigative journalists for, you know, I forget the name of that like Berkeley-based newspaper that was supposed to be like the newspaper of the people. It's like, you know, like it's like the Village Voice out of Manhattan. You know what I mean? Hippie paper. You know, like New Amsterdam Press, that kind of thing out of New York. I forget what the one in California, in Southern California, Ramparts magazine. That these guys ran around and did original research and presented. It is the greatest cacophony of confusing conspiratorial nonsense you have ever heard in your life. It was delightful. I loved it. Because apparently there isn't anybody in the United States except for the very person listening to this fucking recording. I was about to call it a podcast, but really recording, who isn't involved with the government, the military intelligence, or the CIA. Everybody else is, but you, according to these guys. Like you have the Symbionese Liberation Army, the SLA, are the ones who kidnapped Patty Hearst, newspaper heiress Patty Hearst, after William Randolph Hearst's granddaughter, heiress to millions, hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. She gets kidnapped by these group of self-styled revolutionaries in the early 70s. And then she ends up, for those who don't know the story, lining up with them after being kidnapped under their control for a little while, ends up changing her name to the nom de guerre of Tanya. And I'm now fighting for the freedom of the people against the fascist insect who preys on the life of the people. That was their line. We're fighting the fascist insect that preys on the life of the people. These guys there's such a wonderful conspiratorial air that's still around this thing to the day, where the guy who was the leader, or one of the leaders of the group, Sin Q, General Field Marshal Sin Q, is what he liked to have himself called. As much as they talked about black liberation and black folks in prison being political prisoners, he was the only black member of their group. and thus it gave him cachet, right? And they, quote, broke him out of prison. But what he really did was he was in a minimum security prison, and he more or less just walked off during day watch, and they picked him up along the highway. But they described it as, we broke this guy out of political prison that he was being held for and by. And what makes him a political prisoner? Well, the same sort of 70s revolutionary and 60s revolutionary nonsense that so many groups followed at that time, that And it's going to sound familiar to some things that I'm sure you've all been subject to hearing in the past few years. Anybody who's black in the United States, or anybody who's a person of color in the United States, has been denied their fair share of the pie, is denied their fair shot within the system. And so therefore they turn to alternative means of making ends meet, and therefore have found themselves entered into the prison industrial complex as part of a number. And they were deliberately set on that railroad towards that inevitable end. Either you become one of the army of button pushers to push out our useless products you don't need, or you enter into as being a warm body in the prison industrial complex. Thus, you're a political prisoner because you never had a chance for anything other than that. And it's like, okay.
Fucking black-pilled, what?
What kills me is that if I guess if you're like a really young Zoomer, that's going to all sound new to you. I guess if you're a mid to older millennial and up in terms of age, you're going to absolutely remember a time before this rhetoric was talked recently. 100%, because it was only like just a few years ago. So you'd have to be a really young Zoomer to not remember a time when this was being talked. Do you see what I'm saying?
Right.
So you remember a time when this wasn't the case. To hear the lines that people talk now about their revolutionary political views of critical theory and race realism and so forth, it's a repackaging and a reflection of the same nonsense that was going on in the late 60s, early 70s. It is a barely polished repackaging, and SLA was absolutely part of it. I can't recommend enough to listen to that video if you want to, how can I say it? Some conspiracies are real, absolutely. But when somebody's telling you that they found their way through to the heart of a conspiracy just by poking around on Twitter, they're bullshitting you. No conspiracy worth its salt would be that easy to uncover. Now, that doesn't mean some conspiracies aren't real. False flag operations aren't real at times. They certainly are. Otherwise, they wouldn't have a name for them. You can point out different examples of them in history. But when everything becomes a conspiracy, and because it's related to current topics, you're that much more apt to accept it because it's something going on that's currently happening around you or affecting you. Go listen to the Symbionese Liberation Army guys talk about all the conspiracies connected to something that was relevant and current to them. And listen to how insane they sound. There's 8 members of the Symbionese Liberation Army proper. They had the authorities convinced that there were hundreds or thousands of them waiting in the wings. No, there's only 8 of them.
Oh God, war horns on the hill at night. Yeah.
Yeah. It's amazing how easily duped the government was into believing this stuff, which tells you that, assume incompetence before you assume hyper competence. You know what I mean? It's more likely that they're not as good as you think they are. There's just a lot of them and they have a lot of authority. That's really where a lot of the competences come, which shouldn't be underestimated, but isn't the same as them being able to pull strings at will. When these 8 guys, they track down each one, and so went to university at such and such a place, which is known as a CIA training camp, PSYOP, MK Ultra storehouse. It's like, based on what? Where are you getting that? Where did that come from? Every single person that they traced related to the SLA, apparently the whole thing was one giant government military intelligence CIA sponsored PSYOP. It's like, to accomplish what? They don't even know. I found it so enjoyable because there's enough distance of time where I wasn't around or alive when this stuff was going on. So it's like, none of this stuff is really current or relevant. But listen to the same stories and same conspiracies being spun around something that's divorced from your current era. And listen to how insane it sounds and how without sourcing it is. It's just somebody told them this, so they accept it and weave it into their story. The hippie protests aren't talked about as much today. Yeah. The Letter in Politics video. No, I'm going to have to look it up because this one is 2 guys talking. I'll pull that link up and put it in chat because I've got it on. Bard's going to know what I'm talking about. I've got it on my laptop, not on the computer I'm running right now, because we run different computers for different purposes. I really appreciate it when you said that on your game stream yesterday, Far. I'm like, I know what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, because I was listening to it, like I said, on my laptop, not on my on the computer I'm on right now. It was on Polyvictus, not on Potato Vodka.
Tron vodka.
What?
Tron vodka or potato vodka?
Did I say potato vodka?
You did. You did.
Did I really? I was doing like two things on my other screen. No, I combined.
I was like, no, but that's a good name for your old laptop, potato vodka.
Well, I called it right because I called it potato, and then when I upgraded with the new drive, I called it potato au gratin because it was upgraded potatoes. And then but you're right, Tron vodka. I was looking at my other laptop, and it's like I got to stop. I got to get a real computer that can do all the things instead of daisy chaining a series of computers together.
No, it's fine. It works.
Yeah, I know it does, but it causes problems.
It works.
Just thinking about it.
I told you, I have very low standards for how things operate.
When you say race realism, I somehow start thinking about Rage After Storm. Fuck, I haven't thought about her in years. So, do you guys know what a snowcat is?
A snowcat.
Yeah. Like this.
Oh. I can't say as I do, although its name makes complete sense. Caterpillar tracked vehicle that drives in snow.
Yeah. I like as in, I guess cat because the company Caterpillar, I'm assuming, that makes them. I was watching an interview with Jeremy Renner on Joe Rogan's podcast. I love me some Jeremy Renner. I think he's super cool. Love his the movies he's been in and shit. And
seems like a level-headed guy.
Yeah. No, he absolutely does. He seems like a Hollywood level-headed guy that doesn't fuck with Hollywood any more than he needs to, which is probably why he's level-headed. You know, it's he lives out at Lake Tahoe, Nevada, really high altitude. There's snow, like fuck off levels of snow up there when they have a storm. Now, do you remember Jeremy Renner getting injured like 2 years ago?
Yeah, badly.
This was the fucking thing he got ran over by.
And he lived?
Yeah, his own snowcat. And he's telling the story. I had no idea. Like, I remember hearing about him getting injured and the series of injuries description, like punctured lungs, broken bones, like just so many broken bones, fractured skull.
Holy shit.
On and on and on and on. This was the story that he told on Joe Rogan. It's so worth watching, guys, just to see what stalwart resolve is like from a man who's determined to get better after you'd think his life was over. It's so encouraging, which is rare on the internet, right? Listen to Jeremy Renner just talk in this really actually humble way about how he came back. And Joe Rogan, he's a very physical guy. He's into, UFC, weightlifting, physical fitness, etc. Right? So Rogan is picking up what he's putting down. Like, so what did you do here for this kind of exercise? And he's ferreting out details from Renner that I don't think he would have told because he's not trying to brag, because that's just who Renner is, I think, by disposition. And you get a lot of, at least somewhat of an understanding of someone on a long form podcast that you wouldn't on a 15-minute interview. You know what I mean? You get to see more of them and so on. He's telling the story how this happened. They got snowed in up there at his home in Lake Tahoe. He often has family up there. His mom's up there, his sisters. He's got family around him. Another reason the guy's totally based. His wife and his children are up there and shit, right? And when they get snowed in, he's like, it's not a problem. We got a generator. We got food. We're prepared for that. There's lots of snow ends up there. It's a fun time because now you're playing board games and cards instead of watching TV. It's kind of fun when you get snowed in. I'm like, right, I hear what you're saying. He goes, so when the snow started to lift up a little bit, I went out there in a snowcat. And that's when they brought up pictures of the various snowcats. He goes, now I have one because that's the only way to plow out the driveway to get to the main road is to use one of these guys. They're really nimble on the snow. I'm like, okay. And he's like, I got up in there and, I'm driving and whatever. And he's trying to describe it. And you know how on Rogan's podcast, you might have heard where he's like, Jamie, bring up a picture, etc. That's when they brought up this one. This is the kind of snowcat that they brought up. He said, yeah, like that one right there with the big wide, just 2 sets of tracks. The thing was barreling at or driving towards one of his nephews. And he's like, oh, fuck. And so he turns around and jumps up on it and was going to hop into the cab to stop it. He gets up and he puts 1 foot on the track and it pulls him over and he went down and under it and the whole fucking thing, the full length of the track ran him over.
Oh, wow.
His nephew wasn't hurt. Like, his nephew got out of the way.
Thank God.
But he's like, Jeremy Renner's a really physical guy, really athletic dude, right? So his first reaction was to hop in the fucking cab. And unfortunately, because of the metal and the cold and the snow and everything, slipped. And his description of that thing running over him, and he wasn't really good at describing this, but it's okay because I knew what he meant. I think everyone did. You see the wheels in there, right? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all the way to the back. He kept describing it as the undulating. He goes, what was that like? He goes, it was the undulating feeling I remember the most, where you could feel the pressure and then it would let up right in between the wheels. Right, is what he was describing. The track would let up and then it would crush down on my head again and then let up and crush down. And it's like, can we get this over with? By God. What a...
Just finish me already.
Yeah.
Just
like,
do it.
The mind-blowing thing, his eye had been pulled right out, attached only by the stalk of it. He could see it on the snow with his other eye that was still in its orbital socket. And this is how fucking tough he is. He's like, not by his words, by mine. He said, my first reaction was, well, it's a good thing I'm on the snow. I leaned over and face planted to get my face into the cold. So, maybe they can put it back in if I keep it into...
Oh, fuck. That's fucking soldier mindset right there. Fuck.
It's worth watching.
Oh, my hand has become partially detached. I better get this cold so they can reattach it.
Throughout his body, pins and screws and plates and everything. And like, I broke my knee a number of years back and I got a plate and 6 screws in it. Nothing like what these guys got. You want to talk about harrowing? Holy shit, that guy's got a story. And he's back. He looks physically fit. He's great. He's like, but I got to do daily stretches or I'm going to seize right up and so on. When wow, just fucking wow. And all he can talk about is how grateful he is to come back and to be active again and so forth. Like, it's just, spending time with my family is just the greatest thing ever. And unfucking believable. It's a hell of an interview. Absolutely worth watching.
And they put him back together real fucking well as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, holy shit.
Like, he's back like muscular, like looks fucking great. Like, it's like, man, I want to build like Jeremy Renner. And it's like, that's after his body got destroyed by this monster machine, man. Like, that's incredible. Yeah, that is something that he said out saying, where it's like, I'm glad it wasn't on open pavement because that would have been far worse. It was
he'd be dead.
Yeah.
It'd be dead.
It's, whew. So that's his recovery story. I find so few things on the internet that aren't like outright discouraging. To hear something like that, it's like, that's fucking cool. And he's like, what? One thing that did catch my attention, I'm a big fan of the Bourne Supremacy movie that he was in, The Bourne Legacy.
Yeah. I
actually, just my opinion, but I like it more than any of the Matt Damon ones. I think he played a better Bourne character than Matt Damon did. And I think the story is better, and Rachel Weisz was awesome in it. And I was a big fan. And it's got Edward Norton, which is cool, as the government spook scumbag. Really cool.
You mean there's a Hollywood-grade actor out there, Polly, who, has the ability to exercise humility and isn't just so far up their own fucking ass all the time?
That's right. He's never appeared on Saturday Night Live going after Republicans to prove his chops. Looking at you, Matt Damon.
Don't do that, Polly. Don't give me hope.
I think so much of it has got to do with that he just doesn't screw with Hollywood anymore than he needs to, and he's surrounded by family, and he spends his money on charity and this awesome place that he lives and so on. It's, he doesn't live in LA and live that life, man. He lives an outdoor cabin.
He kind of lives a little bit like Hawkeye does. As it goes.
So Rogan asked him, so what kind of movies would you be interested in doing? He's talking about the kind of projects that he likes and so on. And would you play Hawkeye again? He goes, sure, I would. I love the character of Hawkeye. He's fun. I love dealing with the various actors and directors that they get for those Marvel films. I'm a big fan. I'd love to do another Mission Impossible movie. Those are a hell of a lot of fun. He keeps naming like these physical roles because being an athletic guy. And he goes, how about one of the Bourne Supremacists? And he goes, I was in really good shape when I did that. I don't know about.
See, humility. He knows what his fucking limits are. Holy
He goes,
shit.
it would be a challenge, but you know what? Yeah. If I had the lead time, I'd need a lot of lead time. But yeah, that would be a hell of a challenge. It's like when you go back and look at them Bourne films, man, they put them through the fucking ringer. Some of the shit they have them doing. That was to me interesting. That Mission Impossible and Hawkeye Marvel films. He was like, yeah, totally, absolutely. How about Bourne Supremacy? I don't know. And yeah, when you see him in Bourne Legacy, he's like, I was in really good shape when that. Yeah, you were. Yeah, you were. Fuck.
I'm looking at pictures of his fucking like post accident scarring and all that. He's in fantastic shape.
Actually. His accident. See what happens here. I mean, that was the fucking image that was sent out. Him in the hospital. This is after they put his eye back in. I just.
Jesus.
I mean, just the notion of it, like putting his eye back in.
Yeah.
Just look at the absolute state of this poor guy. I just.
Oh
It
god.
looks like he's gotten fucking 24 rounds with like prime Tyson.
Yeah.
You know, he can officially embody the meme of "I lived, bitch."
Yeah. Yeah. On the cover of Men's Health. Yeah, he fucking should.
There
be.
you go. Yeah, look at the fucking. Well done, him.
I'm not gonna lie. I just shit like that. It's like, yeah, it's encouraging and it's awesome. There's also you kind of feel a little lazy, you know. Yeah, look at him. He's not even skipping leg day. That shit ain't easy.
So, chat, if you ever need some motivation, if you ever want some, you know, some sort of what do you call it, reassurance that you can do it, look at this guy.
Yeah.
He's just a guy.
Yeah. I mean, you think you'd never want to go back to, like, you know, be around snow ever again or heavy equipment ever again. And it's like, when you've got, like, I'm not even trying to sound like Mr. Wholesome, but you just have to buy some of the wholesome lines sometimes when you're surrounded by strong family support and et cetera, right? Like, it fucking matters, man. It's
right. It's almost like we've done that kind of thing for thousands of years for a fucking reason.
Positive mindset, spiritual guy, very physically active, eats right. It's like I'm sounding so wholesome and full of shit right now, but I'm sorry. Sometimes it's true. Look at the fucking, you know, is that gonna load? No. There it is.
No, you were just saying, you know,
look at this poor
you'd
bastard
think...
right after the accident. There it is. Good God, you think they got him in enough braces and shit? Like, yeah, he was crushed, man.
Nah, couple more braces.
Right? I mean, some more wires, some more tubes. Can you imagine, like, the last time you saw him, he was healthy, and then you go to the hospital to see your man and, like, or your brother-in-law
Yeah,
or
and
whatever.
he's just this fucked.
Yeah.
I mean, credit to his wife particularly as well, because I think this is something that a lot of people don't get enough. They don't get enough appreciation for this. It is very, very easy when your significant other, wife, girlfriend, husband, whatever the fuck, is in this kind of state where they are on a thread between life and death. They might never recover. They might be paralyzed. It is very, very easy to ask yourself the question, should I stay? And the people that do stay, good on you. Good on you. You're good people. Asking yourself the question is not bad, right? It's not an inherent thing. If it crosses your mind, that's not a bad thing. How you answer that question, that's what determines whether you're a good or a bad person. For the people that stay, good on you.
Yeah. Blaine mentioned Hurt Locker. He goes into talking about that, and that was really interesting for those. That was really interesting for those that are interested in the particular details of it, or have a veteran's background, just want to hear the kind of training he went through. It's worth listening to that Joe Rogan interview, because he goes into it where he didn't have to. They just opened the opportunity for him to go talk to bomb defusal people, military folks, and for prep for that role. And he goes into full detail on it, how a year and a half out from filming, that he was already doing that. Because you end up like hanging out with them and you get a sense of what they're doing, what they're involved in. You got this 150, 200 pound bomb suit and you're in the desert where it's like 110 degrees Fahrenheit. And, you know,
Oh, and the
whoa.
rest.
I just, wow. Because when we started filming, he had some funny stories too. When we started filming, it's like, I'm calling those guys because I had their numbers because we became friends. And I'm like, guys, the props they got, this doesn't look right. That's not what you showed me. And it's like, well, then they're wrong. And he's like, well, what should I do? Should I tell him to change it? He goes, as long as it looks good, we won't be offended. He goes, because I'd spent so much time with these guys wanting to get it right, to make it look like it really should look, that when the props that the fucking, the set design people had come up with and so on for the various bombs and the wiring and so on didn't look what I was used to seeing. It's like, I was kind of just, he goes, that's funny. You're calling up these guys and asking if it's okay. And they're not even like on set for the movie. He's like, no, they were on the other side of the country at the base that I was training at. They're like, no, man, it's fine. As long as it looks believable that it's some kind of wiring, that's fine. He's like, oh, okay. So I went and told the director, the guys at the bomb disposal unit, they said it's fine. And she looked at me like, I didn't ask you to do that. And he's like, well, I did it anyway. You know, it's,
that's kind of become, Henry Cavill has kind of been a bit of a poster boy. He's kind of become a bit of a poster boy for that kind of attitude. He's certainly not the first. And it's honestly, it's good to see. Look, if anyone out there is missing a father figure in their life and they need one, this guy. just this guy, all right?
holy shit.
He does things right.
There he is back in his snowcat.
Oh, God, Daniel, stay away from the lions.
I mean, would you ever want to go near this thing again?
No.
Look at the size of them tracks. This is what ran him over, man. Like,
Although there is something to be said for big, broad tracks being better. Like, if he'd been run over by wheels, that'd be a problem. That'd be a problem. Weight distribution, right?
Oh, shit. There it is. First new photos. Pave new paths. Holiday adventures. Fuck, this guy's got balls.
Fuck.
Son of a bitch.
Like, there's the fucking device of horror. There's the very tracks that ran him over right there.
Yeah.
Holy shit. That's iron, man. That's fucking iron. I mean, literally, but I just...
Oh, God. What a dark joke. I've just thought of a really dark joke. He came out of the other side of a smear campaign.
Still with Renner chunks. Yeah, if it's good he lived, or that'd be like a ban-worthy comment, Mort. Holy shit.
Oh.
I could see, I mean, this guy's so metal, I can see him doing that. Hey, look, there's a bit of my finger there still. Didn't you guys clean this thing?
Oh, God. Did I ever tell you about the guy that at a previous workplace who, you know, he got his fingers stuck in a machine? And, yeah, they were still cleaning up chunks of finger.
Oh,
after.
Yeah, I remember the...
Yeah.
Yeah, I do remember that.
That just reminded me of that. It just reminded me of that, of the guy, you know, afterwards essentially almost degloving his finger.
Right.
And it's just...
Almost,
I think, like, almost. Well, he had a glove on, too. Hilariously.
I mean, I've seen a few things in my life, and still the phrase, the word degloving still gives me that little tingling in the spine.
Yeah, it's no. But yeah, they were apparently still finding, like, you know, small chunks of finger in that thing for a while. It happens.
You know who I don't know if he's like, I don't know about him personally, but the in terms of like physical activity and that kind of like really optimistic outlook on life where he just wants to take it on. What's his name? Gerard Butler. The guy who played Leonidas and is in the Olympus Has Fallen and so forth.
Yeah. The man that Russell Crowe wishes he was, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't think about it like that, but yeah, to hear that guy talk, I got that same kind of vibe off him, where there's a certain caliber of actor that seem to be, you know, oriented towards action stuff. They seem to be athletic, and they don't seem to want any part of that Hollywood thing, because he was being asked about that too, and he's like, I don't know, there's just There's a lot more exciting things you can do with life than hang out at the same cocktail party with the same group of keep seeing the same 200 people as they move from place to place, even around the globe. And I'm like, wow, that's probably true. If you see people at a high-end soiree in LA, they're probably gonna be the same people you'll see at the Cannes Film Festival, no?
Yeah. I get the impression that it's kind of like the attitude that Renner must have to that sort of thing is got to be along the lines of the way I feel about like holiday resorts. You know, you see these people that go on like they go on vacation and they head to Ibiza and then they just spend the entire 2 weeks that they're there. The 2 weeks of the year that they get to spend on vacation, they just spend it in a fucking resort. I couldn't do it, man. I'd be bored out of my fucking mind.
So would that be the same kind of thing you would think of some of them sandals resorts in tropical locations?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Okay.
I can't do them, man. I can't do them. If I'm going to go to a place, I want to see the place, not the thing that's been built on the place for people on vacation, you know? I just, it's so, for want of a better word, artificial. It's like the Kraft cheese slice of Ibiza, or Fiji, or wherever the fuck, right? It's like, this is not real.
Well, I don't know. It'd be like going to the fire festival. There's the real versus the sandals artificiality just down the beach. Are you sure you want the real?
I kind of still want the real.
Did you see them sandwiches they gave them at Fire? Come on. I don't know if you want that.
Yeah, I suppose.
Well, I mean,
bring my own food.
Honestly, that was supposed to be artificial. It was just a complete failure in terms of what they provided, So, yeah. Fire Part 2. It's happening, man. It's set up and organized, and they're going to do it.
Why?
I had a woodshop teacher in high school that told us to be careful with our gloves around drills.
Yeah, you should be careful with that.
I never got it around drills, but around the lathe, the warnings were immense and posted.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, never any
And
gloves
that
or
is
loose
for
clothing,
a
etc.
fucking reason.
Oh, lathes will kill you and keep on spinning.
Yeah,
they give zero fucks.
Yeah, they stop for no one.
The Chad lathe versus the Virgin Auto Stop fucking job saw.
Fuck.
I love this. I just saw these in DMs that Sam had posted them. The Jimmy's famous
These were
seafood.
sent to me by Valine.
I'm sorry.
These were sent to me by Valine.
Nice. Okay, so via Valine, Jimmy's famous seafood in their fight against PETA. PETA wants us to eat less crab, so we're bringing back Barbecue Friday. Sink your teeth in this slowly cooked feast. I think this one was my favorite. They replied to PETA, meat was someone. Say its name. That is a delicious looking roast, man. Holy shit.
Look at Michael Fassbender. He races cars now. He did the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Really?
No shit.
I did not know that.
Thank you for sending that, Valine. That's so fun. I'm going to send this to a friend of mine. Say his name. I thought it was funny, and then I realized it was a reply to PETA, meet with someone, and it got like 3 times as funny. That's fucking hilarious.
Look at that fucking gravy, though. That was
That pan was deglazed. Hold on, I want to see. Aw, it doesn't get any bigger than that. I was hoping for it to zoom in at the surface of that deliciousness. Oh, wait, maybe it does.
It does get bigger.
Oh, yeah. It is possible to over blacken, but it's possible enough to not get any char on a nice broil. That's winning right there. That's fucking winning.
Just look at the texture of the surface of the gravy as well. Oh, it's magic.
Yeah, you see the little pools of fat through it, you know?
Yeah,
man.
and it's not a perfectly regular fucking oval shape either because it's thick.
Hell yeah. That's fun.
Hell yeah, brother.
Every animal is someone. That's a weird tact to take. Animals are people too. I think you would have more of an effect by appealing to people's just general compassion against suffering as opposed to trying
You're
to
so drunk you can't
peopleify.
hit nothing. You're probably seeing double.
I have 2 guns. 1 for each of you.
Thank you, Gamer Valine, for the 550. Sam didn't send the last thing I sent. Also, they have their own lager. It's called Pita Tears. I love the idea of capitalizing off of PETA, and they just didn't do it like for like a second, but just leaned right into it. I love it.
Bomb your haters.
Yeah. Then there's some ones of them just like, look, that plains animal is certainly shot dead. Wow. Take a look at something else in just a second. I will be right back.
All right.
Okay. All right. All right.
Well, as Valine has very recently demonstrated there, if you are interested in throwing a tip our way, you absolutely can do using the links provided down below and also periodically by far in the chat.
Yeah.
Obviously, you're not under any obligation to do so. We're grateful for everybody that shows up and hangs out. It's always good to have you with us. But yes, you do get the opportunity to see a little bit of a tip clip and also have a message that we, within reason, will read out live on stream. And, of course, if you're listening in the future and you didn't get a chance to take part in the best chat on the internet, no worries. You can leave Polly a comment down below. He gets notifications when they come through. And if it is a question about anything that we've covered, make sure that you do include a timestamp, because these streams, they do run long, and sometimes we forget some of the things that we talked about. So, yeah, make sure you do that. But, yes, if it's a question about anything that we have covered, the Polly, most likely, but also either one of us, Far or myself, will try to get back to you. So yeah, you can do that.
Yeah.
And yes, your tips are how we keep the lights on, the cops paid off,
And the octopus is fed.
and the octopi fed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. They're expensive.
Thanks, Far.
You're welcome.
Having a quick look at chat here. Let's see. BG saying, at Sam the Free Frog, you are happy about everyone showing up? You sure about that? Happy is a strong word. Shadowclaw asks, Far, where is that game progress?
In what sense? Because if you're talking about Octopath, not good.
She's lying. It's going really well.
Yes. Last night's stream was just a real good showing of how well that is going. Well, yes.
Cheshire Smurf says, mate. Indeed.
Mate. Oh, the Noir Bar game. Also not good. That's all I'm going to say on that.
BG says, I think Sam creamed himself looking at that. Not quite, but I am at half-mast. Let's see. Mort says, yeah, I don't even wear long sleeves around power tools. Yeah, generally speaking. Oh, and rings as well. Yeah, look,
Yeah.
Your significant other, your spouse is not going to get too mad, I think, if you take your wedding ring off or your engagement ring off when operating heavy machinery. It's just, it's just a good idea.
It is. It is. I hesitate there because I know I am guilty of that, but yeah, don't be me. I'm playing a dangerous game. Don't be me.
Misfit says, graffiti the tracks, Jeremy was here.
His own
it
blood.
knows. Mort, in response to where do I find one of these people? I'm assuming that's in response to the good people, the good people who stand by their partner. They're out there. They're out there. Difficult to pin down exactly where they are because it does vary from person to person, taste to taste, that sort of thing. But let people surprise you in a good sense. Genuinely, as a piece of advice for looking for these people, you're not going to find them on dating apps. You got to be out there in the world. I hate to say it, but touching grass really is the best way to. It's the best policy.
Yeah,
it really is. The
Sometimes
overabundance.
you can get away with not touching grass, but touch
Sure.
grass.
Yeah, the overabundance of people on the internet has unfortunately led dating down the path of the lowest common denominators, which is generally to say that it's just mostly people wanting to hook up. And not that there's anything inherently wrong with wanting to hook up, it's just if you're wanting something serious, going through the piles upon piles upon piles of people that just want to hook up, it's not the way to go. Yeah. You're going to struggle to derive quality from simple quantity. It doesn't really work that way, unfortunately. Rotten Corpse is like Scott from Kentucky Ballistics having the 50 BMG blow up in his face. He's bigger now, muscle-wise, than before the accident. Yeah, taking really good care of himself. Is Scott. Mort says, thankfully tracks distribute weight well. Wheel would have crushed it. Yeah, exactly. BG responding to the conspiracy and false flag stuff that we were talking about earlier. Polyna, but it doesn't help when you start digging into the stupid shit that the government has done to its own people, like Operation Big Buzz, where the US government used a mosquito bomb on its citizens. Oh, yes, shit like that, yeah. Oh, plane's flying over. Where did that chat? There we go, chat window. Slide dogs. I don't really know what that's in response to. Shadowclaw says, I still blame the glorification of hippie protests in schools. They were pretty glorified to a point when I was. Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of them. There was a lot of crossover between like the hippie protests and the actual communists as well, who were doing all kinds of, frankly, really terrible things, like actual bombs. Not just bomb threats, but like actual bombs. Fortunately, very, very few people were ever actually caught in bomb detonations. Thankfully, but still.
Thank God.
Okay, sorry about that.
Welcome back.
All right.
Man, I gotta check my fans. Just walked out of my computer room, and when I came back in, it's like I smell electronic heat. If that makes sense.
It does make sense.
I mean, I pulled up my whatchamacallit, serial all delete screen, and got that name from far. It's fine. My control panel there, and brought up, no, nothing's running hot, hotter than normal. I don't know.
Might just be a bit of a dust buildup.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back in there with my specialized tool that I made for my vacuum. Anytime I can use duct tape to make something, I'm happy. Okay. Oh, Far, there's x-rays. You might not want to look at this.
Yeah. Oh, the bone isn't broken. It's fine.
All right, then. What we got here is
it's not a broken bone. I can look at bone. It's not. When it comes to the visual of bone, I don't really care. It's the broken within a limb thing I cannot stand.
You have a bit of a phobia of it, do you?
I don't like it. It's the same thing. It's like an extension of me not liking to touch bone as well. Ribs are just a distant thing for me, really, because of that. I just don't like it. I don't like it. X-rays, just viewing it, however, like, that's fine. I don't really care about that. That's whatever. Touching it, seeing it, like, just broken within someone as well, or, like, sticking it, no, big no. Yeah, this is fine, though. It's just thing in limb.
Yeah, that's a 16-inch barb thing near the artery in someone's arm via a stingray attack off of South Australia, SA?
Yeah, South Australia. Yeah, like, it's still cringeworthy, but it's not like I need to look away because just Jesus Christ, right?
Yeah. When I saw this is the image that's on the thumbnail as it was posted over in DMs, and I'm like, if somebody sent me a story about a presidential pen, I'm gonna fucking wreck this place. I'm like, oh no, that's a barb. Never mind.
Yeah, no, that's a stingray barb.
Yeah. Volunteer marine researcher whose arm was skewered by a 16-centimeter stingray barb says she could easily have met the same tragic fate as Steve Irwin and was shocked by the x-ray of her injury. Well, that's a hell of a sentence.
Yeah.
Ham Bennett was among a group for conducting a survey of marine life in Treasure Cove on South Australia's southern York Peninsula, partly in response to an unusual number of fish deaths along other parts of the state's coastline. It wasn't that long after that I felt a barb go through my arm. I actually didn't see that stingray. He had come from behind, I think. He had actually attacked, and that's not normal behavior. Do their barbs normally... Yeah, I don't know. Do they normally break off? Is that supposed to happen?
I don't think so.
I don't believe so, because they're a modified modified dorsal fin, right?
Okay.
Not dorsal.
I'm not really too familiar with how stingrays work, but I know that much of I don't think it's supposed to snap off. I think we're looking at stingray gore.
Miss Bennett and her fellow
Good.
snorkelers laid her on her back and floated her to shore, and that blood was spurting out quite a bit from the wound just above her right elbow. Yeah, I believe you. Oh, God.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. You guys
Yeah.
Oh,
there you
yeah. Holy crap.
go. Yeah, she got... what?
You got fucked up.
Yeah, fucked up. Yeah, that's it. That's the word I was looking for. Well, that punctured, I was
Man.
going to say, but fucked up covers it a little bit better. Or being flown to hold on, I can do it.
Adelaide.
Damn it, Far! I said I could do it.
It's not even an Aboriginal name, Polly.
Yeah, I know, which is why I
English
knew I
name.
could do it. I've heard it before. I could have sounded it out. It's fine.
Okay.
Adelaide.
Okay.
Adelaidio, as the locals call it, where she had the barb
I
removed.
don't think anyone calls it that.
I know some
Adelaidio.
Adelaidites. I just, yeah.
Do you? Do you?
Adelaidians, sure, they're good folk.
Mhm. Yeah, right, yeah. Yeah, they have a lot of serial killers there.
Do they?
It's just a rumor. I don't think they actually do.
Yeah, but no one trusted that you could do
It's
it.
in the
Fuck off, BG.
It's in the same vein as, like, you know, Tasmanians having two heads, right? It's that same thing,
Oh, okay.
basically.
Right.
Yeah, just yeah, there's a lot of serial killers there because it's so boring.
Yeah.
Nothing happens in Adelaide, so like, they have to resort to killing each other. That's the idea.
Yeah. It's, serial killers in Adelaide and two-headed people in Tasmania and illiterate savages in New Jersey. Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
The things I heard about New Jersey before going to New Jersey, I don't know how they ended up with this reputation, but the things people are willing to say about them are just like, what the fuck? And you go there and it's like, it's hard to understand. It's like, yeah, there's high crime areas, but like there's high crime areas everywhere. Like what makes this place just like, I've been to Detroit. Detroit's way fucking worse, man. Way the fuck worse. Detroit's literally like a demilitarized zone in places. Burned out vehicles. And I don't mean, vehicles without tires and shit up on cinder blocks. I mean, they're burned out. Somebody lit that fucking thing on fire. And multiple on the same road. It looks very Mad Maxy. Picture that abandoned factory from the first RoboCop film. Something like that. That's Detroit. And what's interesting is if you drive through any, unless it's like a mansion area in Detroit, like you drive through any regular area, it's all for sale signs at like half the houses on any block. And they've been for sale for like 3 years. They're just like foreclosed on people's mortgages. The bank did. And now the bank's trying to resell it.
And no one wants it because it's fucking Detroit. Why would they want it?
Yeah, RoboCop did. That was the point of referencing RoboCop, where it's like, think of where Corporation OCP has to take over and build Neo Detroit or New Detroit. I think they called it, because the old one was just, oh, fuck it, it's not worth it. Just kerosene and matches. That's the solution here. Right. So anyway, back to Southern Australia and puncturing aquatic life. I was absolutely astounded by the x-ray. It showed a dagger going through my elbow and coming out almost under my arm. Oof. But you're bleeding to death and you're in a wetsuit. Quick, let's take a picture.
Maybe they're already driving along. They're just like, oh, while we're here.
Yeah. I think that's what's going on, because she's like seatbelted in and all that. Yes. I was actually laying alongside, it was actually laying alongside the brachial artery, but it didn't penetrate the artery. I could have been a Steve Irwin. In hindsight, I didn't. I feel like I've won the lottery because I'm amazed it was me and not a young child.
Yeah, no shit.
I'm amazed it was me and not a young child. Why are you amazed it wasn't a young?
Were there children there?
That's what I mean. It's like part of your snorkeling group was all adults and you're 68 years old. Why do you?
Or are you like you're amazed that it was not like, I don't know, a child alone or something like that? Like it's just some random like child visiting the beach story? Like what
Stingrays hate children.
what did you mean?
Durr. Yeah, I just
Yeah.
like, is it like they go for the young, tender, tasty meat of the children first? I don't understand. Everyone knows old folks are stringy and tough.
Yeah, they're bitter with age.
Right. They only make Soylent Green out of young people. Window into the future. Dr. Boozley said he returned to Treasure Cove last week because of the alarming number of animal deaths and unusual incidents on other stretches of Southwest coast, seeking revenge for his comrades' injuries. Really? You never hear about that, do you? Marine biologists seeking revenge, going on a vendetta? Why not?
Yeah,
You know,
I don't know, they probably look at
somebody
the
bit
deep
by
sea
a
creatures.
shark. There's no Captain Ahabs among them that want revenge. You ever notice that?
Yeah. Maybe they, weed the Captain Ahabs out when they're still, at university or something.
I don't know. When did Neo Captain Ahab be to your liking? You know, the person's out there on a jet ski going,
It'd be hilarious.
from the
Don't
hell's
get me
depths
wrong,
I
it'd be
spit at
hilarious,
thee.
but-
I would love it. That would be just, yeah, man,
Yeah,
go.
but maybe they do weed them out. They just like look at you. It's like, no, and then they kick you out before you can become Captain Ahab of the.
I
Modern
guess, but like, I mean, what's with all of these? Like, nature didn't intend it. Fuck what it intended. That evil animal is going to die, and I'm going to post it on my wall.
I don't know.
As sharks raise and other marine life to continue to wash up on Southern Australia beaches, citizen scientists are urged to record the scale of the lingering marine algal bloom event. What the fuck? Okay, I want to know what this spiked ball with a mouth is. Let's go.
Looks like a blowfish.
Is that what that is? Is it? Seriously, it looks like a spiked ball with a mouth.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. Blowfish. I guess.
A dead globefish.
I guess.
Okay. Is it upside down? Like, what am I? I'm trying to orient it.
I don't think it is upside down. Maybe.
Like, is
Maybe
this
it is.
is this
Let
its
me-
brow ridge and that's its eye?
See,
I thought it was,
I'll
but it might. I don't know.
post two pictures in the group chat there. So, this is a blowfish uninflated, and then here is an artist rendering, I think, of an inflated one.
Yeah, that looks a little bit like something out of Finding Nemo. So,
Actually.
yeah.
Scratch that one. Here's a real one.
Yeah, I mean okay, so that's definitely its
Yeah.
eye ridge or whatever you want to call it. Hold on, where's the fucking there it is.
All right.
Yeah.
It's more the mouth for me that sort of
Yeah. It's
is
throwing me.
convincing.
It's got like a big bottom lip and no upper lip to speak of, is what I'm seeing. Or maybe these are not teeth, but when the teeth are just one big long sharp deal. I always imagine there's people that know what they're talking about that watch these streams when I start taking guesses at the big long sharp teeth deal, and they're fucking God, man. You know, it just I'd eat it. Little old bay. Despiked, of course.
Depoisoned.
Yep. Worked for Homer. Mugumi. Okay. Insect industry knows it needs to overcome squeamish consumers before it can grow. It won't ever grow. Don't.
No.
Nope. Not going to
Yeah,
work.
sales
not
have
eat the
slowed to a
bugs.
crawl.
Wait about. What about Megumin? I don't know. I don't know what that is.
What about Mega Man?
I don't know. Mega Man?
No, Megumin.
Fugu. Fugu, not Mugu. Fugumi is what he yells at the Japanese chef that had to do it because the expert was outside feeling up a woman. Remember? Oh, it was Mrs. Krabappel.
Oh, yeah, I remember. Yeah, it was.
Talking about a Simpsons episode. Yeah, I totally forgot about that. Right now, it was Mrs. Krabappel.
God.
What is it with people trying to... Easily dismissed as a hard sell to squeamish consumers, Australia's insect industry wants to be the nation's next agricultural powerhouse. Well, it won't work. It still hopes to address those with a $2 million research program led by the University of Adelaide that will help develop food standards, market opportunities, and public education. I just force it into markets, force people to think that it's okay, public education. It's like, they're really high in protein. I don't care. In the words of Jules from Pulp Fiction, sewer rat might taste like pumpkin pie, but I won't ever know because I won't eat the filthy motherfucker. Well said. Oh, God. Why? I mean, what's the closest thing to insects that anybody who's sane eats?
Shellfish.
Crustaceans, right? And they're they're pretty distantly related. Like, meaning unrelated. If you look at a taxonomic nomenclature web, they're not actually that closely related at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, though, and they've evolved the way that they have because of similar environmental requirements in some cases, sure, but
I mean, not being chordates and like with spines and having an exoskeleton doesn't mean that, it's I don't want to eat shrimp. Those are sea roaches. No, they're not at all. And that's fine. You don't want to eat them. If you don't want to eat shrimp, that's cool. But they ain't insects. You know how I know? Because I ain't eating no fucking insect.
Well, apart from the colorant that they used to put in red jams.
What?
Cochineal.
What?
Cochineal. It's a red pigment used in various foods, including jams and jellies. It's made from crushed bug shell.
Oh, yeah, but I mean, okay.
It's the ship of Theseus question all over again, right? Like how much of the bug has to be used in a food before you are actually eating a bug? Is a because bug shells are just hardened wings, right? Does that really count?
I'm gonna well, considering it's the innards that really gross me out, I'm gonna say no. And I mean, it's. Do you want to avoid honey because of their association with an insect? I say no, because you're not eating the bee. It's like you're eating the bee's barf. Like, I guess, but not really.
Yeah, but I mean, cheese is fucking yeast farts and milk, so...
Right?
You're not really eating... Well, I mean, you are kind of eating the yeast, depending on what parts you consume.
I mean...
Yeah.
You have given me a reason to reconsider red dye number 5, carcinogenic as it might be.
Yeah, and a red 40, yeah.
Exploring insect potential. There is none. And you're a sick man, sir. Professor Wilkinson's research began more than a decade ago, focusing on mealworms and crickets for food, but he's expanded to a multitude of potential uses. There's a whole range of applications for me as a research, but it's really exciting to see the other things that insects can be used for. Things like biofuels and pharmaceuticals. You burn them in engines all you want.
Bugs.
Yeah, that's fine. There's potential to use them as pet food. dogs will snap up a cicada like it's nothing. It's fine.
Yeah.
Um,
Chickens will gladly feast upon insects, and they make delicious, delicious eggs.
yes, they do. And delicious chicken as well.
Mhm.
Supported by AgriFutures Australia, trying to convince people that we're selling them plants, but we're not, Professor Wilkinson has assembled a research team across the nation to tackle the challenge of social license. Is that what you call it?
License. BG chat says, "That's the free frog." Well, with how many bugs get into a factory food supply, everyone has eaten a bug, but that's different than making a meal out of it.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Eating an accidental cricket that made it into a vat when they were making hot dogs is not the same thing as eating a cricket bar. It's just not.
Yeah. Inhaling dust, right? Inhaling dust in someone's house is not the same as taking a bite out of their skin.
No, I wouldn't imagine that it is. Oh, I see the
Despite the
connection you're
fact-
making. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Okay, I see. I get it.
Dust being predominantly made up of, human skin.
I've heard that. Let's see. Patrick's of Cornwalla owner, Luke, whoever, offers cellar door visitors a chance to taste bugs alongside wine. You're doing bug pairings, sir?
Okay, I think I've just found someone I
he
hate
appears
more
to
than the.
be.
I think I've just found someone I hate more than the state of California. When on the subject of wine, this guy.
Yeah.
You're on the list.
Sir, you made the list. He offers a crickets and Cabernet edible insect and wine tasting.
Oh, fuck off. Crickets and Cabernet. Is it just a name? Are you just going for the alliteration thing? You fuck.
Yep.
I bet he is. Everyone knows it should be a fucking Pinot Grigio. Fucking asshole.
Now, these two look like they eat bugs, or would be willing to.
Oh, fuck. I'm leaving it alone, man. I'm leaving it alone. I'll be here 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure why, but they do.
Yeah, those are certified bug eaters.
Uh-huh. University of Adelaide professor Kerry Wilkinson left. Shocking.
Oh god, it's Adelaide again?
Yes. And GoTerra co-founder Olympia Yarger.
All of these people not caring about the environment takes bite of cake. They should really consider chumps down on some steak eating bugs.
Sam, you should have
Drinks
been there
gravy.
the other day when we were watching.
Oh my god.
This is why I want to take Noir Bar over to Rumble as well as being on YouTube to do a simulcast kind of thing. Because we can watch stuff without the... You still can't do Wild West free-for-all with copyright, but it's not nearly the fucking bullshit constraints that you have on YouTube.
Yeah.
So we can watch certain things because holy shit, we come across funny stuff on a regular basis with no plan. We're watching it was the Civil War thing, what it's like to be in a Civil War field hospital, which, you wouldn't imagine has a lot of yucks in it, and didn't until this one woman came up, and I was like, if I got rid of your earrings in Photoshop, I wouldn't be able to tell that you're a woman. And Far goes, wait, that is?
Yeah. Had to look it up too. And it's
I did not expect that
just
reaction out of
one of those
Far.
people.
But
it was just one of those people where it's like if you have short hair, you're going to look a little mannish. It's not your fault. You don't actually look mannish. It's just your face shape.
Yeah. So we spent like a few minutes cracking some sharp jokes
to maintain the the image. It's just yeah.
It was a little work trying to figure out
I felt a
exactly
little bad
what
for
it
her.
was that made her, because damn, that just simple superficial take, that's a man in earrings, until you look and think, no, wait.
Yeah.
I don't think so. Man, you just get related stories and it's all just bugs. My God, this kid's eating bugs on toast.
No.
This is the kid that looks at the ants that have crawled onto his fucking peanut butter and jelly sandwich and go,
Look at him. Look at this.
Oh, fuck, I don't want to look at him.
No, don't make your kid eat bugs. Don't do it. He's gonna be paying very good money to a psychologist in the future.
Yeah, there's like you know that some less than reputable therapists out there is like rubbing their hands together and going, we're missing out on big bickies if we don't get into bugs. Take it that means dollars.
Yeah, big bickies.
Does it?
Yeah, that's essentially like something like that. Like you're missing out on something big.
Okay. Big
It's
things.
a bicky, not
That-
not a what's the word for a biscuit?
Yeah, bickies, biscuit. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so.
Okay. I mean, we got clams apparently throws a lot of people. It's like, you call dollars clams? Yeah. So,
Has
you
that
know,
got something to do with the way they're folded up?
Maybe.
that's a
or is
good
it
fucking
more,
question. I mean, it,
Or is it more like the fact that, shells and such have been used as currency by a great many people?
that was my original guess, but like I'm colored by my Flintstones as a childhood impression when they used actual clams as clams when they were,
Quiz's claim has been confirmed. You heard it from Polly's own mouth.
What?
You said you're colored by.
Oh, fuck off. What just...
Somebody clip that and send it to Quiz. He'll laugh.
Oh, you guys suck. Okay, boom. Once in a lifetime Iron Age hoard found in Yorkshire. Dubbed
Ah.
the Melonsby hoard.
Whiskey?
Melson.
Whiskey.
Son of a bitch.
Oh, wait. Boom. This one. Gamer Valine, thank you for the 450. Sam doing steak and bugs reminds me of the last thing I sent him. You asked if a photo was real. I sent you the link. You sent me the link, or you sent Sam the link because I asked? Wait, what?
Oh yeah. It's a video of what do you call it? Of the actual billboard
It is. Look at
in
that.
real life.
Yeah, it's really real.
Excuse me.
Boom. There we go. Cute. See, this is a good morning, Maryland. This is the kind of thing that you
Baltimore.
can just, you don't even have to think twice about it. There it is. Look at that. I'm me, not meat. And in Nice.
You don't mess around with Jimmy's seafood.
Wow.
That's WMAR2 news. Is it wrong that I read that as Weimar 2's news? As in Weimar Republic.
Oh, this is something I wanted to watch. Like, Far, I saw this and I'm like, I'm going to watch this with Far. You ever seen it? Oh, not okay. Stop it.
Oh my god, his head is so smooth.
Yeah, it really is. Okay, well, it just doesn't want to show me the thumbnail. We don't get to see the thumbnail.
Oh, open it in a new tab first. Because
Yeah.
autoplay should not happen, and then you can see the thumbnail.
Oh my god, I hate you so much. Just stop. Fuck. YouTube's absolutely infuriating. When you want to look at a thumbnail, it just won't show it to you. Any other time,
So
it's all
can
it shows you.
Shoot me the YouTube link, Ollie. I'll grab
Stop. Fuck. God, I hate when you click on something and it just doesn't pay attention. Open link in a new tab. Are you done? Now, if I click on you, are you going to start playing? Yep.
Ah, fuck. So, shoot me the video link. I'll grab the
Oh,
thumbnail out of it.
stop. Thank you. How many fucking times does it take? Fuck, that's infuriating. No. We're going to keep playing to 7 seconds. You can't stop it. We want you to guarantee to get the fucking view count. That thumbnail fart. That's all I wanted to show you. This is some fucking hobby that took over. I thought that was interesting. Totally not worth my infuriation. Fuck. What a piss off.
Is this the sound art stuff?
People wonder why I want to go over to fucking Rumble. My God. You know, Rumble starts by default on mute. What a glorious idea. What a wonderful fucking idea. Yeah, you can change it in the settings, but the default setting is mute. I don't want to hear your fucking bullshit out of nowhere, especially when you got these extra loud fucking intros to catch people's attention. Fuck you. Okay.
Hey, fuck you, man!
I don't know what it is. I have no idea. Apparently you can turn powder into a perfectly smooth ball somehow.
Huh.
Maybe that's why he got so interested in it. To polish his head to a brighter and more glossy shine.
He's using the powder ball as an emollient.
This is the art of Dorodengo.
Huh.
Can you polish mud? I'm assuming yes. There he is. Polishing mud. Well, here, shit, I can't see it. There he is, polishing mud.
Doro Tango. Polish turds.
It looks like he's
It
doing it
looks
with
like-
cinnamon.
Yeah. It's the world's smoothest Scotch egg.
Yeah. Hikaru Dorodango. Oh, BG, it's going to be a slow ride into senility for me. It's going to be real slick. I'm not going to be noticed. It's like, you know, I think your grandfather might be slipping into senility. Random bursts of anger and an inability to complete thoughts are the first signs. But he's been like this for years, Doctor.
Slipping into senility? Man, Paul's gonna kick the fucking door in.
Yeah. Aren't polished spheres of tinfoil also a thing in Japan? Anything that can occupy your time while you're not in a relationship. Wow.
Maybe try polishing a different set of balls, guys. I mean, you know, just throwing it out there.
It makes me understand why extremely lengthy mangas and extremely intricate Gundam are so popular in Japan. Just looking for things to occupy their time. And original origami, which still blows my mind. I don't know why, but it's just like, because I mean, somebody had to develop the particular folding sequence to come up with origamis, but the idea that original geometric shapes are designed by people, it's like, wait, how? I don't know. Enter the Japanese psyche. Somehow they pull it off.
Amazing what you can get done without a woman's interference, isn't it?
Oh my God, you have no idea.
Yes, fine, you can put it on the resume.
Yay!
What? How did that come up? What was that in reference to?
Do you even like women?
No, yeah, but I mean,
That's how that came about.
Well, yeah, but most recently with the things you can get accomplished with no women. Where was that?
Oh, we were having a
Oh, I
conversation
remember
not long back.
the cardinals and that were candidates for the Pope.
Yeah.
Well,
And the fact that they did the vote in 2 days as well. Yeah.
so many of them speak like 7 or 8 languages. Like the Patriarch of Jerusalem speaks 9 languages, and written too. It's not just like conversational. The 2 different doctorates that he has. And it's like, see the things you can accomplish when you forego women. That didn't go over very well. It just
It just leads back to the meme, right? Disregard wenches, acquire currency. Look, to stress, we love women here. We do.
We do.
All three of us.
Yeah.
It's a joke. Them's was jokes. Mostly.
Far, did you get a democracy sausage?
No,
Why not?
I don't think they were offering it at the place I voted at.
Oh, what a ripoff. I was led to believe
Even
it
if
was
they
a
were,
tradition.
I wouldn't have gotten one.
Not
I mean, it is a tradition, but I don't really participate in the democracy sausage tradition.
Would you really say that it's Australia's election symbol? Is that true? That far?
Yeah.
Ah,
Somewhat, yeah.
yes. Bunch of churned up meat and fat stuck into a fucking often synthetic casing. That is a perfect representation of Australia's democracy.
Yeah. Cover up the...
Careful.
Right. I was about to add on to that. Maybe I won't. Informing voters about sausages. Don't inform them what's in them. I'd be like telling them how you run your
Inform them
government.
what's
You don't-
outside.
Yeah, I was gonna say we're trying a fine line here, chat, because we don't want to say anything that's gonna get far in trouble.
Yeah, be careful.
Mm-hmm.
What does that
I
mean?
don't want to be arrested.
But when offered at polling places on election day, the humble treat is elevated to a democracy sausage, a national, if light-heated, symbol for electoral participation. Light-heated?
Not
like
light-hearted,
under
typo.
a heat lamp.
No, light-hearted. I think.
That doesn't say hard.
Speaking of light-hearted, Ossan
But it doesn't say that. It
What's
says
the charge?
light-heated.
Yeah, maybe it's a pun. Instead of light-hearted, light-heated.
I think it's just a typo.
It might also just be a typo.
Ossan in chat says, "What is the charge? Enjoying a sausage? A succulent democracy sausage?
Nice.
Properly sausage."
I see you're ready
Or
to
just a
receive
French
my
toast.
limp sausage, sir.
Gosh.
I see you know your ketchup's well.
Well, I think this is just plain old tomato sauce, if I'm going to judge here. I see some...
Yeah, it'll be tomato sauce.
Which I'm-
Ketchup doesn't get really used on much here.
Well, what it shouldn't be used on is a sausage.
I don't know. I've done it before. It tastes interesting. It's fine.
There's
It's just
this
most
hardcore
people
delineation in the
wouldn't do that.
States where some people think it should be like mustard and only mustard. Like that anything else is
Really?
sacrilege. Yeah, absolutely. Especially in and around Chicago. They got this real hardcore
Oh, of course, Chicago.
culture.
Yeah, but don't
course.
they use like yellow American mustard, which is like not mustard at all? It's actually turmeric paste.
Careful. It is mustard. It's delicious mustard. Just because it's thick,
What are the Chicagans gonna do? Sue me?
No, they're gonna corrupt you out of existence or something. I don't know. I did.
Oh yeah, they're gonna corrupt me out of existence. All right.
I too prefer only mustard on a hot dog, but I am not buying the hardcoreness with which people take it. It's like, but how could you not? You agree that only mustard should go on a hot dog. I know, but I don't think that the people who put something else on it should go to hell. That's the difference.
I would encourage anybody who is at all a fan of horseradish or wasabi specifically to try a little bit of wasabi mayo on the next hot dog you have. It's really fucking good. I mean, I just take straight wasabi on mine, but wasabi gets pretty hot. So,
I want something that's got mustard, tart, and heat. Like it just goes with the fat of the sausage and everything.
that's exactly what I mean. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just good.
It's
and I like
it's
other
sweet,
than
it's
yellow
sour,
mustard
it's-
and yeah, whereas tomato sauce or ketchup is just sweet, and it doesn't really seem like it belongs there. I certainly wouldn't have a grilled sausage that you're eating with a knife and fork. Like if you had some grilled sausages and mashed potatoes and whatnot, I certainly wouldn't be dipping that in ketchup. That'd be weird. Then again, barbecue sauce is wonderful on them, but then it's the other flavors that make it something more than just sweet, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, Far.
Yeah,
What's the
I mean-
primary use for tomato sauce that you're using it for?
Well, probably sausages.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that didn't go
Not-
the way
not
I
your
was
chips.
thinking.
Whiskey and whiskey.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, I really got ahead of the recent George Clooney hate, didn't I? I mean, he's been a smug son of a bitch for years, and people are only realizing it now with his election involvement, and now he's playing Edward R. Murrow on fucking Broadway now and preaching about how journalists should be doing their job and so on. And yeah, no, I've known for quite some time he's insufferable. Gamer Valine, thank you for the 450. Japan could invent geometric shapes before they came to the land of the rising suns. Then came tentacles and cat girls. Yeah. Yeah. There's what is Japan's population?
Gotta be about 70 million, surely.
Really? 70?
Something like that. Let's have a look.
Like, isn't all of Russia?
Holy shit! No, I'm way off. Japan 2025 population is estimated at 123,100,000. Holy crap!
Wow.
Yeah.
Fuck. They're not densely populated. They are very densely populated. Holy
Yeah.
shit.
So the Japan is about 2/3 the size of France, which is about 4/5 the size of Texas, and they've got about twice the population we do. That's huge.
Like, what is Russia's population? Isn't it like 125 million?
It's not that many, is it?
Yeah. I mean, who'd want to live there?
But spread. Some parts of it, I assume, are nice. Let's see. Russia's population is estimated at just shy of 144 million.
I mean, you think about Russia, the largest landmass of any nation state on Earth, and then you think about Japan, this chain of islands, and they've got comparable populations?
Mhm.
Fuck! Wow.
Archipelago. It's a fun word.
And it is Japan, or Russia. I mean, after numerous dips in population for reasons we won't discuss here, how many Russians are there? Less than there should be. You aren't living up north in Russia, Polly. No, I'm not. Different from Canada in that regard. Yeah, I mean, Canada, I believe, is the second largest landmass of any nation state. I think it goes Russia, then Canada. Now, she's got a point. You know, Valine's like, look at the average size of a Russian person or a Japanese person. They take up a lot less space.
Yeah, generally speaking, yeah.
Once in a lifetime Iron Age hoard found in Yorkshire. Oh yeah, we didn't do this yet. Is that a full-size person? A mask-like decorative human face found as part of the Melonsby hoard of Iron Age artifacts. More than 800 items were discovered in by a medical detectionist. So read board retiree.
No, metal detectorist.
What did I say?
Medical detectionist.
I was a little off. Okay. Medical detectionist.
Yeah. There was definitely
Mine sounds more interesting.
noises.
I was editing it towards interest.
PI PhD. PIMD.
After Mr. Heads reported the location to the proper authorities, the head of archaeology of Durham University, Professor Tom Moore, was called into the site. Yeah, I don't blame him for a second. You know, if this was in America, the guy'd be like packing it up and taking it home, where, you know, off in Britain, it's like, oh my God, we better call the government. We're going to jail. picture everything's way past licensing at this point. We're just going to throw you in jail first, and then we'll come up with the law you broke later, if you even broke one. If not, we'll make one up.
It's more so about who owns the land that the fines were on.
You can actually keep historical items in Britain? I didn't think, like, even if it is on your property?
To a degree. To a degree. I think there's a whole process you have to go through whereby you pretty much have to offer to sell them to, like, museums and such. You can't just, sell them to whoever the fuck, right?
Okay.
But yes. Yeah, you do get, like, finder's fees and, landowner fee for these fines.
Okay. The expert said the Millsby hoard is of a scale and size. It is exceptional for Britain and even probably Europe. Unusually, it includes a lot of pieces of vehicles and items such as the wine mixing bowl, which is decorated in both Mediterranean and Iron Age styles. Whoever owned the material in this hoard was probably part of a network of elites across Britain into Europe and even the Roman world.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
It is interesting.
You genuinely do not find things like that far outside the Empire. Not generally. That's cool.
The destruction of so many high-status objects evident in this hoard also creates the scale rarely seen in Iron Age Britain and demonstrates that the elites of northern Britain were just as powerful as their southern counterparts. Huh. Elaborate harnesses of at least 14 ponies, 3 ceremonial spears, and 2 ornate cauldrons or vessels, one liddled and likely used as a wine mixing bowl, were also found. Liddled. Lidded. Yeah, it contains a lid, Far. That's what that means.
Uh-huh.
Some of the harness pieces were adorned with Mediterranean coral and colored glass and were larger than ones typically found in Britain. Hey, what you got there, buddy? Professor Moore adds it. Doesn't want to tell me what he's got there. That sucks. What do you think that is?
It's a good question. Looks like an idol.
Oh,
something one might put in a shrine or altar.
The Caliphate might not like that.
Fuck 'em.
Well, the government of Britain wants to put out statements like that. I'll fucking cheer them on, man. Shit. I just don't think they're going to be. The chief executive of Historic England, which backs the excavation with £120,000. Quite simply, this is one of the most unusual and exciting Iron Age period discoveries made in the UK. Yeah, it seems like it. Like just a lot of everything. It sheds new light on Iron Age life in the North and Britain, but it also demonstrates connections with Europe. Heritage Minister Sir Charles Bryant added, the Millsby hoard isn't of the Caliphate or anything, so not particularly exciting. Oh. Made up of a variety of unique and fascinating objects dating back to Iron Age Britain, which will help us better understand the fabric of our nation's history. Actually, yeah, that's over such a... Like, it seems like it was collected over such a length of time that it might even be a challenge to pinpoint its period or era.
Point of origin. Yeah.
Tightly. You know what I mean? I'm sure within a range, yeah, but seems like that might be a fucking serious challenge. Interesting, though. I wish you could see more of the pieces. Like, I get that it's... Maybe they haven't pulled many out of it at the time they wrote this story. You know
Possibly
what I mean?
Not. Well, I mean, the harnesses for the horse there. I mean, I'd love to see that.
Yeah. It does appear to go on like a pole or something, doesn't it? I was looking at the bottom of it there, and that's what had me thinking. I wonder what the hell that's for.
It could be some sort of standard attachment, yeah. Do you think it's pick rail compatible?
What's that?
Do you think it's pick rail compatible? Looks about the right size.
I don't know why I'd want that off the bottom of my rifle, but I do. Man. Right. Yeah.
Represents the blessings of Tuvaz. The old Celtic fucking war god Polly. That's why you wanted it on the bottom of your rifle. Oh, it feels like a day ago we were talking about forks.
It
Oh, no,
does,
it
doesn't
wasn't.
it?
It wasn't. In some parts of the world, I'm sure it was. It's spread over a couple of days at least. Hold on. Looking for. The hell is this? Oh, yeah. Remember that? When Frank shot Blake?
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking spoilers. Holy shit. Nah, it's kind of implied, isn't it?
Was it?
No, the fact that it contains spoilers.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they weren't.
Yeah.
They're not hiding that. They're pretty clear. We're talking
think
about
they
this thing, where is it 25 what the fuck moments from True Detective Season 2. We're looking at number 12. Want to do this one, guys?
You do this one.
Oh my god, look at that.
I know. Something, isn't
Oh, okay. It looks like it belongs in like a gingerbread competition.
it? All right, there we go.
I mean, look at it.
I know. What we're doing, ladies and gentlemen, is going inside a home that's for sale on Zillow. Its price has been cut by $50,000. It could be yours for $1.09 million, featuring 5 beds, 5 baths, 5,153 square feet, located in New Orleans, Louisiana, on Iberville Street. Built in 1917. Cool. And no homeowners association fees. Ladies and gentlemen. Quick. Shit. No, not that.
I'm just trying to.
This can be yours. It's not a former church.
Yeah, I'm just looking at them in like Gothic towers, but then they've got the fucking Gothic arches, but then they've got Iberian towers. What?
Boom. I'm just kidding. It's totally a former church.
But again, Gothic arches on an Iberian tower. This makes no sense.
No, there are some quite strange things about. It's hard to describe. I believe it's a Methodist church originally, I think, and it's.
Oh, that tells me everything. Okay.
Well, it shouldn't, because it's like, well, why were Methodists building like this at all? It's kind of odd.
The sort of the fusion of various different styles architecturally over the years, without any real regard for the sort of general theme. That is what I've come to expect from Methodist buildings, and I've seen quite a few of them.
Really?
Yeah.
In France, really?
No. When I was living in.
Okay.
In the UK.
Okay. I'm like, fucking Methodists got huge in France. It's almost
Oh,
as
no,
weird
not
as
so-
Methodists
no,
getting
yeah.
huge in Louisiana. It just doesn't make any sense.
No, they were the area I was living in the UK. Yeah, very Methodist heavy.
This, I mean, I'm wondering if, because some of the larger architectural designers and construction people that they had available in 1917 in Louisiana were pretty Catholic oriented, because it was Louisiana, for God's sake. And thus, that's why the way it looks this way. Total out of the blue guess, but I don't know. Let's find out. This is one of the things where it's like, where I asked how, like I've seen former churches that are sold as residences, but the insides are thoroughly revamped and remodeled, right? This one, not. And it raises the question, why? A lot of the hardwood I'd want to keep, a lot of the other stuff I'd want to keep. But if you're like, oh, well, why would you want to ruin that history? Okay, why would you want to live here? Becomes my question. You know what I mean? But I think you'll see what I mean. Ooh, look at that. How nice. What the hell?
It is a drawing of a house.
Yeah.
I love how they included the for sale sign still. Like in the drawing.
Yeah, no, I see it. I'm
Wait,
like,
this
was
says
it here?
Wait,
It's like,
Wait, what?
Did they?
for sale,
what?
Crane
Right.
Bankers Incorporated. That's odd. I have to check later to see if
That
that
is-
actually is the
Huh.
company that's for sale by the realtors. They paid someone to draw that for them for some reason. Yeah. Does it have one of the little Pretendo owls on the... Oh,
Yeah,
it looks like a
kinda.
standard eagle, not an owl. And there's another one over here. What the fuck are those little things?
There's a name for them, but for the life of me, I can't remember what.
See, Sam, these look like your front doors. I could see that.
Yeah, they do. Although mine are in significantly better, condition than those.
Okay, like their ceilings are pretty fucking cool.
Yeah.
Those are nice.
Vaulted.
Is that what a vaulted ceiling is?
Mhm.
Okay. I don't know why. I thought it was like metal surfacing. I thought was vaulted.
Ah, you're thinking along the lines of like a vault ceiling, like a bank vault.
I mean, again, beautiful hardwood floors. You obviously wouldn't want to get rid of those. Gorgeous walls and ceilings and stuff. And it's like those windows are so fancy, but it's like, wait till we get up front near the altar and it's like, yo, man, you want to live here? Right. Do you think they're hanging this art here on purpose, like the decorators, or did that picture of, I think, Christ in the Garden of Gethsemane come with the house/church?
That's a good question. That's a very good question.
Like I set my VR crap up in that back corner. Okay. I mean, here's
You
the
see what I
pulpit,
mean, though, about,
or
like, the-
lectern, or ambo, whatever they call it in Methodism.
Oh my god,
Like
can you
to-
imagine playing like a Wii game in this space and not having like the wrist strap attached or something? It just fly through the window.
Far. Why? But you see what I mean about the
You
utter
laugh.
You see what I mean about the utter confusion of styles, though.
Yeah. Yeah, I see it.
Like, where's the clash? Where are you seeing it?
The Gothic arch window to sort of in the center of the picture here, right?
Right.
And then you've got the late Roman arched stained glass window to the left, right? The compound window, yeah.
Okay.
Then
yeah.
you've got you've got Gothic Gothic vaulted ceiling, which is sort of above us where that chandelier is hanging from, and then again late Roman vaulting on the ceiling from the doorway through there. It's like, guys, pick two. Okay, pick two things.
Yeah.
And by late Roman, I mean like late Western Roman, not Eastern Roman.
I mean, I have waffles as a good point. I don't know. Like Methodism is, middle way ism in terms of how high church and theologically they go. The Methodism, middle way, it tends to go that direction anyway. So I don't know. Is this sacrilegious? I don't know.
Not sacrilegious, no.
I mean, if it were a Catholic church, I could tell you, as long as the altar and the tabernacle are out of there. No, not even a little bit. You know what I mean? Because those that's it.
Well, we've discussed the nature of what makes something sacred, sanctified, etc. Right? Is that which is set apart.
Yeah.
If it's no longer set apart for the gathering of the ecclesia, then of course no.
Yeah.
It's no longer a church and it's fair game.
Is this a bar back here? I just trying like, what is this? It looks like
It looks like, the oh god, what's it called? The stands in which the choir
damn it.
usually sit. Sorry?
Oh, I've pictured the choir would be up here.
No, I
See,
wouldn't have thought so.
You know what? I mean, it's okay. A bunch of fair questions in terms of where would the church stuff be when it was a church? Where would the pews be, and so on? But what would you do this as a domicile, as a living place? What would you have up here? Like just treat it as a normal loft? Have a couple of bookshelves and comfortable chairs up there for reading? I
suppose you could.
It doesn't seem like this building is repurposable for living in. Like somebody said in chat, quote, open floor plan. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't.
I think there's a way of doing it. It's just you need to be careful about it. Like really careful with what you do. Because we've seen what happens when people are not careful about what they do to these buildings. Also, that is a statue of Mary on the right.
And compared to like the size of the
is.
door, this seems to be a life-size statue of the Blessed Virgin, which is
Yeah.
okay. I mean, again, did you decorate that, or is this a holdover from church days? Is this a singular pew that they kept as a bench? Is that what
Looks
I'm
like
seeing
it.
here?
I think it is, yeah.
That sure looks like a bar, man. Just saying. Maybe it is a Catholic church. I don't. I'm kidding. This isn't.
Only one problem with a bar in a Catholic church, Polly. They've never got any good wine.
Yeah. All that sweet sacramental stuff. Oh, wait, maybe that. Wow, that's a tall door. If this is a regular sized door, look at the size of this one.
Well, it is a step up, Polly.
Oh, yeah, you know,
Yeah.
you got a point. You got a point.
Yeah, it's just a regular size. Well, no, it's slightly taller than your average door.
I wonder if you're gonna go like up these stairs and in through this door, because it looks like this is a long hallway with more arched stained glass windows in it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. It looks like you set up your kitchen area to look like the altar setting up front with the tabernacle in the back. That looks like you just kept it there.
That's about right. That's where the altar would be.
Again, do you want to live here? I don't. Do you see what I'm saying? Like it's just, yeah,
Yeah.
you've just kept it all, haven't you?
Are you trying to start your own church? Like, what's happening here?
Give us today our daily toast.
Yeah, they do have a lot of headroom. I'll give it that. There is an incredible amount of headroom in this place. Yeah. Again, the woodwork is top notch, but you'd kind of expect that. Like, look how
Yeah.
look how small the stove is. Like, it's just we're just
Come
gonna.
live in your own little piece of heaven.
Yeah, tiny little stove, because and it doesn't. It's like they don't want anything to be too permanent, but you want people to live here, right? Like, this is no longer supposed to work as a worship house or a gathering hall, a conference center. Like, you want it to be a living space. I really confused by what the realtors are thinking here, or the realtors or the bank who own this. It's like someone's totally going to want to live here. Will they though? And nice piece of woodcraft, but shouldn't you really like give it to another Methodist church instead of trying to make it as the centerpiece for someone's kitchen? Which is weird.
Yeah, it does surprise me that the whatever organization they have over in the States for Methodist churches haven't retrieved their focus. That's unusual.
I mean, I like your little island here, but not in the building it's in. Is that cast iron? Or is that just dark wood?
Dark wood, I think. Give us today our daily bed.
I mean, the way that you've got, I think this was put here because I don't think it'd be intended to cover up this gorgeous window. You know what I mean? What do you think the rugs are all covering up?
That's a good question, because it's not like it's just there for the bed, because look, they've just got it straight on the wood floor further back. I'm trying to work out, surely that's not like an actual ebony frame. It's gotta be stained that dark, surely.
I don't know. Maybe the taxes where this is in New Orleans, like the land taxes, are fantastically expensive, which is why they vacated the area. It's just not worth it to maintain this place. Maybe back in the day they had fuck off levels of money, and that totally is an ebony bed frame. I don't know. It's making me wonder, like, why are they hanging carpets? Because maybe those are fantastically expensive handmade carpets, and that's why they're displaying them like art.
They do kind of have a kind of tapestry sort of quality to them, don't they?
Yeah, I can't think of another reason to hang carpets unless you're trying to cover something up, like holes in the wall or whatever the hell, pipes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's pretty regular bathroom. This is about the most regular thing we've seen so far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can tell that
Yeah,
this wasn't meant to be a sink sideboard at all, was it?
No. No, I don't think it was.
Totally
A
different
little more
bathroom, isn't
intrigue
it?
here. Yeah. A little more intrigue going on here. I don't hate it. I'm not a big fan of the sink there.
No. If I moved in and it was like this, the only thing, I mean, I wouldn't hate it. I'd kind of want this glass frosted. I don't understand what it is with people wanting to.
Yeah, I don't understand either. It's
Prison cell aesthetic. Yeah, it's
Really-
got a little bit of gray tone to it, doesn't gray stone, rather. That's a very modern toilet, isn't it?
Mm.
incredibly. That's an incredibly modern sink.
Yeah, it is.
It looks a bit like the kind of thing you might find in a modern McDonald's restaurant bathroom, doesn't it?
Or some of
Or
the
an
shitty
airport.
boutique hotels that I've been at. Where
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, you mean douche modern?
Yes, I do. Yes. That's exactly what I mean.
Yeah. It was the term Platy and I coined for like a hotel we stayed at in Perth when
What,
she was
douche
here.
modern.
Because it was just
That's
douche
great.
modern,
It
because it
works.
was just
That's
the only
especially
way to describe it of like holy shit, you have like the most like bopping elevator music and not in a good way. What and it's got lights going as well. What in the club fuck is this?
It's especially apropos when we are in fact looking at a shower room.
Right? This is douche modern right here. This is the
The douche mo-
aesthetic.
You know, make it slightly more pretentious and French. Douche
Oh,
modern.
I gotta say it with the accent.
Yeah,
Douche modern.
There we go.
Juice,
Lovely.
douche modern. I don't know why I was trying to turn that into juice. It just kind of happened like that. Juice the modern.
They got like the deep wash basin kind of thing in the laundry room. That's fine.
Soaking. It'll be a soaking basin, won't it?
Yeah. Yeah, this looks like the entrance that people come in before going upstairs. Like, just everything just looks really churchy in here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Have they raised the floor? And those are like the original stairs that they've capped off. Look at that. Look
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks like there's a good, 6 to 12 inches underneath there. Yeah, maybe. This does look like relatively new laminate as opposed to the original dark cherry wood or dark brown hardwood flooring they had upstairs.
Yeah.
But we got all
Could
this
be-
wonderful
could be new.
exposed brick, so let's take use of that.
Could be new Swedish oak. It looks like scrubbed Swedish oak.
Unless, of course, this is upstairs, and that's why we've got this tilt in here.
Could be. Lack of windows, though.
A third bathroom.
More douche modern.
Because there were five bedrooms, 5 baths. Again, perfectly clear. I don't understand what it is with that.
It's supposed to fog up when the shower's on, isn't it?
I guess, but it's also just asking, like, do you have any idea how hard this is to keep clean?
Very.
Very.
Nobody wants to squeegee their fucking bathroom glass every time they've had a shower, man.
I remember my mother buying a fucking bathroom squeegee for explicitly that purpose.
Bless you.
Gesundheit.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's like they bought all these black stone douche modern faucets and accessories and whatnot to put here and there.
Oh, wow. We just gave up here, huh?
And I think that this douche fan was part of the same collection.
Oh, God. I wasn't even looking at that. Oh.
Absolutely.
Oh, it's like something you'd see in a fucking Hugo Boss advert these days.
Yeah, it
It's interesting design. I say that like not like to compliment it. It's just more, huh?
Who is it that makes
Huh.
fucking Black Opium, the perfume? It's not Hugo Boss, is it?
I have no idea.
We've got a couple of IKEA beds. I hope they don't count this as 2 bedrooms. What?
No, I was right with my immediate suspicion. It is Yves Saint Laurent. Fuck's sakes.
I remember how I had to learn how to say that at least reasonably well for some of the American Psycho reads.
What, Yves Saint Laurent?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because he was, when he's describing people's outfits or stuff that he had, with a necktie by Yves Saint Laurent. Like, you can't just Yves Saint Laurent. Like it just.
No, it's just the Y is pronounced like a long E. So
Mm.
Yves Saint. So same as the Spanish San, because it means the same thing. And then Laurent.
Still an ongoing debate how you say the handkerchief and fabric company's name, Hermes or Hermes. Big people are not in agreement on that.
Well, French, then Hermès.
Hermes.
Hermès.
You go online and people will fight you on it.
Well, if they're not French, they can shut the fuck up, can't they?
They started comparing it to like, look at this champagne house, look at this cognac house. They're, obviously they're in France, but those are Englishmen who went and bought those properties or those blending houses. So those names are not said like that. And the claim is that the same with Hermes or Hermès. So the bathroom's at the bottom of the stairs.
This is not even the first time we've seen this particular layout. And it's always baffling to me whenever I see a bathroom that you have to
You descend into.
into. Yeah.
Yeah,
like,
and there's no way to
because
walk out of. You have to
so-
walk back up out of. It's not like there's a door on this level.
Yeah.
That's, yeah.
It always like baffles me, even when it's like somewhat well done, because this is not what you want in a bathroom. You want easy access, right?
Yeah. And you don't want those handrails. You see them?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was
those are
just
shit
thinking that.
handrails.
Yeah.
Yeah, more saying the
it's
same
not
thing.
just
Can't-
that, but there's no bathroom mat, which okay, yeah, that fits douche modern, but that is like, look at how polished the tile is, and then look at the stairs. I would be so concerned about actually just slipping on the stairs getting out of the bathroom.
Yeah, being somebody who recently went full shin to a stair edge, I hear you.
Yeah. It's just these are the things I think about when I see stairs in bathrooms. I don't want stairs because I'm most likely going to be stumbling out of there with no glasses on, right?
Yeah.
Everything's going to be blurry. I am going to be dripping wet, and it's going to be a nightmare to get up those fucking stairs without slipping.
Well, you know that you can dry yourself in the bathroom, right?
I do.
just
But
throwing
I'm
that out
just
there.
saying. No, I'm just saying though, like you cannot avoid that here because there's no bath mat, right? There's no bath mat. There's going to be drippage on the floor. It doesn't fucking matter.
Is that a Valine Hobbit hatch?
Holy shit!
Like-
It is. I hate the tile work in that shower. I gotta be honest.
Yeah, and
I
it's,
really fucking
the wall
hate
is
that.
angled like the wall outside is, and they really had trouble putting up the faucet head, right? They just went with the wand faucet. Interesting. Or shower head, wand for shower head.
I can only describe it as being something akin to like tryptophobia, but that pattern of tile or style of tile is just something deeply, deeply uncomfortable. I think I can imagine what it would feel like against the skin of my back, and it would not be comfortable. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, and
You know, on like an electric stove, the ones that use hot plates.
Yep.
You know the texture of that. If you've ever touched one while it's cold.
Yeah.
I feel like those tiles feel like that, but then they've got ridges as well, and it's. Oh, you know what I mean. You touched a hot plate.
Yeah. Well, no, I touched the pan that was on the hot plate.
It looks like repurposed tile from something else. I don't.
It does.
And
It looks like a fucking giant antacid tablet.
And this bathtub looks more like a sarcophagus that's been chipped out of basalt or something.
I'm kind of okay with that.
All for the douche modern.
Yeah.
All for the douche modern aesthetic.
Oh, here's oh, this is from the upstairs of the spiral staircase.
Yeah. You know, it's just okay.
Yeah, I mean, is it worth over $1 million, even with a 30% reduction in price? Keep that in mind. Was it 30 or was it? I think it was 30.
No, 1 million.
No, the price reduction.
Oh, sorry, yeah. No, $50,000.
So they want, yeah, that's not enough. We'll see how long it's been up for sale for, but oh. I mean, yeah, this is a common thing on stained glass where it'll say Saint so-and-so at the bottom of who's being depicted. Do you want that in your bedroom?
I mean, not as a teen boy, I wouldn't, no. Let's try to think about how to phrase that.
Wow, this is, yeah, I guess a very small room with very high ceilings.
Is this one of those, I can't remember if the Methodists actually have prayer sanctuaries or not within their church. You know, the small quiet rooms where people can go to pray in isolation.
Yeah, I'd like to see what this wooden part is above the door that's part of the wall.
Yeah.
I don't want us to wait. I'm just trying to say, are these the same room? Or
I'm genuinely not sure.
I think this is a different room because you have plaster around the light switches that look relatively new. And you wouldn't have been able to stand over on this side where you would have had to have been to take the picture that we saw previously. Oh my.
Oh, this is confusing.
What?
Yeah, what's that skull? What's that skull?
Are we the baddies?
What's with the Technicolor skull? What's with the elongated?
Guys.
Is that African? Is that Persian? What is that?
I think that's Persian, looking at the shape of the head.
Yeah. What is that a fucking peacock taxidermy? Okay,
I was going to say some kind of game bird, but I think that is a fucking peacock.
Yeah, that's a peacock, all right.
Okay, yeah, no, I like that. That's good. I like the taxidermy. That's
Those
I'll give them a pass on the peacock.
Those doors need 2 months with a master carpenter. Yeah. Just to bring them back, because they're lovely doors. They really are.
Yeah.
The whole frame, everything, it's gorgeous. It just needs a little TLC.
West Danish, methinks. This looks Egyptian pharaoh-like down at the end.
No, that's a good point. The face there. You remember the Viking house we saw?
Yeah.
Ages ago.
Yeah.
They had tall faces that look very, very similar to those. With helmets on.
You've put a bed in a hallway.
I'm so confused.
This is just sort of like upstairs behind the opulent window, and you can see the brick coming through. Sort of odd.
That was a different style of stained glass window before, wasn't it? That was almost certainly. You know, West Danish actually rings very true there, Ossan, and I'm just thinking, like, there are some, like, late Swedish Gothic elements here.
Like what?
The archways and such like that. The actual general style of the building itself.
Late Swedish Gothic.
Yeah.
I'll take your word on that. Yeah, I know. I'm waiting for Far to say it too more.
What? What? You're waiting for it? You're waiting for it? You're waiting for me to say the line, Far.
You know you wanna.
Yeah, I do. It's a cuck chair. Cuck chair. Woo.
See, was I really so wrong to say it the other day when I was like, oh, you guys might be interested in these details from the Diddy trial. You guys are into cucks.
No, you are still wrong. You are still wrong. I just think the concept of a cuck chair is funny. That does not mean I want to hear about the details of Diddy's case.
You
that
know what?
involves cuckoldry.
Diddy has the money to buy this house, and he's crazy enough and weird enough to do it. And have...
Oh, don't bring
You
up...
could have multiple cuck chairs.
Polly, don't bring up Diddy's dirty money.
Wow. I'm not even going to go into the same room with that bathtub without a tetanus shot. Fuck.
Right?
No.
That's the kind of thing that bodies are dissolved in lying.
Yeah.
I do kind of like that basin, though.
The basin looks nice. I don't even really hate the bath there. It's just that's not a bath. Come on, man.
Wait a minute. Wait. You don't think that's a baptismal font, do you?
No.
Oh, shit.
Like it's full body length for total immersion?
It could be?
No.
Would they have repurposed a font for a bathtub? I think they would have.
Well, I mean, they're do you remember Blue Lick Road, right? The church that was retrofitted, and it was just like this crazy maze of of like storage for selling shit online. Do you remember this at all? Sam, you might know. I think I've definitely shown Polly this though a few times. Like they had like an online tour you could do of it, and that's how people recorded the absolute insanity of this house. I'm pretty sure people like have like archived that somewhere, but people do repurpose like baptismal fonts for weird things. This is probably far more normal if it is what we're suspecting, right? It is far more normal than what happened at Blue Lick, where it was like a whole bath, a whole pool-sized baptismal bath that became the only shower in the entire house, where you had to walk by porn to get into it.
Like the reason why I think so
had,
is
like all the porn they were selling like right in front of the bathroom. It was kind of weird.
I mean, I hear baptismal fonts are usually made out of some kind of stone. The word font is probably a little illustrious for lots of different churches. You know, I've seen people like being baptized in very rudimentary tubs, because the point is the water. If they're not really, you know, if they're not really high church or what have you, you know, whatever way you might want to put it, the point is to get you into water, and it's just where the faucet is, the fact that it's got like foot pedal taps. It looks like it's got an old steppy step just to get up and step into it, and then to do full immersion and then come out. That's what I'm seeing there. And it's like, no, I hear you. Like if you go to like a Catholic church, or certainly if you've ever seen the way that Mormons do their baptismal fonts with the bowls holding them up, like,
bowls.
Good Lord. I mean,
the bowls.
We're not saying you're part of a cult, but you know.
But you keep doing shit like that. It does not help you.
See, I also wondered what was with the ladder in the background. I don't know, but there it is. Like you could see the ladder in the mirror, right? And I'm like, where does that go?
Oh, yeah, you can.
It goes up.
Why is there a second level to your bathroom?
And she's buying a stairway to heaven.
Why?
What happened to going down to the river? Especially if you're
This
in
is
New
in the
Orleans.
The ladder.
This is in the tower.
The fucking ladder.
Yeah.
Look at the window there.
Yeah.
That's like the arrow slit-esque.
Right.
Yeah. This
is
so
to
this
make it
goes
up to like the top.
Yeah. The attic.
Perch look, crow's nest.
The owlery.
Wait.
Yeah.
Wait, the attic is above the bathroom?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, they had to put it somewhere.
Is that how you get up
Okay, that's
here?
kind of
You got to take a
actually
ladder to
kind of
get
cool.
here?
No, you come up the stairs here. This is a corridor that connects to the tower from the rest of the main
Oh, right,
building.
because this is the
But
bed that
this
was in
I-
front of that window. Wait,
Yeah.
Yeah.
did they
No, this is
make
actually
this stained
kind of
glass
cool.
thing into a door?
Yeah,
Put it behind
I'm okay
plexiglass?
with this. This looks kind of neat.
Looks like it, yeah.
Huh.
Look at that for fucking lens distortion.
Oh, there is
yeah.
a couch up here.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on though.
So
Is that
what?
Is that doorway made? Is that door made of the fucking? No, it can't be anywhere near big enough, surely.
What is that doorway made of? The what went here? Is that what you're thinking?
I'm looking at the door. I don't think that is lens distortion. I think that door is significantly larger than the aperture that it covers. Maybe that's
I thought
the
we saw
original
a picture
window
where it was. No, see there it is closed. No, wait a minute. That's
It's that
two,
one.
yeah, it's the next one over. So maybe, but this one looks
Yeah.
like it's hinged too. Those doors didn't look like they were wide enough to open on either side. So this is a fuck off tall door, and these ones are regular sized.
Yeah, I'm just thinking maybe that's the original window that sat where the round window, where the lotus looking window sits now, because it looks way too big to actually sit in that aperture. Again, could just be lens distortion. Oh no! Look at it there. It clearly just covers that aperture.
Yeah,
Wild.
all the way open here. So that the main bedroom is atop this area, loft area. Gallery.
Yeah,
There,
gallery.
nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And there's looking down. It looks like it was a very nice church in its day, honestly.
Now it's just okay.
There we are outside.
Yep. See, there's the bathroom window there, the skinny one on the right hand side there.
And that ladder just goes up to look out. Like, is this an open space in here?
I think it's just a fucking what do you call it? An attic space, yeah. Maybe probably been a bell in there at some point.
Oh, right, yeah. Right, that's the bell tower, Sam. We're a little slow.
The belfry.
You see the cracks?
Yeah.
Fuck.
Holy shit.
Been a little structural reinforcement, I think.
Real quick. Maybe the photo's just been taken at a slightly odd angle, but you see the gable above the front door, yeah?
Yeah.
I don't think it's perfectly centered with the gable of the roof above. It looks off.
Yeah, I'd have to drop it in a Photoshop to tell. I'm just looking at it.
Yeah, hold on. I've got a straight edge here somewhere. Oh shit!
You like the little palm trees there, Far? You like?
Yeah, it really just gives it that church.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's not straight. It's definitely off by what would amount to probably about nearly a foot in real life. Holy shit!
Okay, so we've gone around the other side of the house, I see. Or church. Abode. So they call the top of the bell tower storage.
Huh.
Huh.
Would make a better bar/club than a house, but I would totally live there.
Yeah, it would make. I can see it as a bar type joint. Oh man, let me read this. I'm curious. This is a truly one of a kind property, and as a great example of early 20th century Gothic revival architecture.
There you go.
Sam seems very pleased with himself.
I know my architecture.
Designated as a historic landmark by the HDLC, construction on the church began in 1903 with architects Louis Gathur. It was originally built. It was originally built for the Evangelical Lutheran St. John congregation. So
Really?
Oh,
wow. So
wow.
the evangelical Lutherans. That's
Wow.
yeah. So Lutheran, that explains why it's kind of high church, but became home to the Grace United Methodist Church in 1917 until 2005. The property now enjoys a more residential setup. The property has incredible historical architectural details throughout, including impressive solid wood doors, soaring ceilings with intricate archways, and gorgeous glass-stained windows. The property boasts a flexible open plan in the former sanctuary. The space is filled with natural light from stained glass windows on every wall. There's a kitchen area with the church's original altar. Oh, Lord.
Oh no.
And
Oh.
and quartzite-topped island overlooking the living spaces. 5 bedrooms are smartly placed throughout the property, along with 5 renovated bathrooms and charming bonus spaces. This property offers so many possibilities. It could be a grand home, unique bed and breakfast, desirable event space, and so much more.
I've only been on Zillow for about 4 months.
And it's not too far from the Voodoo Museum. That's nice.
Oh, that's good to know. That's great. Streamlabs, can you please not be such a bitch?
Oh, it's
Thank
not
you.
far away from the Backstreet Cultural Museum as well. Backstreet's back. All right.
Oh, that's where you went with that. I was thinking like
Mhm.
the history
my
of the red
God.
light district and other French luxuries they were
Thank
offering.
you. Thank you, Triple X Matic, for the $5. Hello, Polly and friends. I'm hiding in the back of the fire truck watching you. Quick question: Sig 223 or Beretta M92FS?
Ooh.
A SIG 223.
Yeah, that's what it says.
I'm not sure what you're referencing there.
I don't know what
Like a
is
Beretta
being referenced
92
either. I
FS
don't
is
do
like
guns.
the classic Beretta 92 civilian model. The gun that shit. Bruce Willis's character in Die Hard. What's his name? He ran around with. Also, Chow Yun-Fat and the Killer. John McClane. Thank you, Eric Gardner. Grindstatler. Eric.
Grinsatter.
Thank you. Nice. Look, they're near Poydras Street and Tulane Avenue.
Nothing about Palmyra.
Palmyra. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Palmyra Street, yeah.
Yeah, I see it there. What do you
We
associate Palmyra with?
Gravier. The Greeks.
The Greeks. I associate with it Palmyra, New York, where Joseph Smith began his totally legitimate career as a prophet. I mean,
You don't have a chip on your shoulder at all, do you?
but I said totally legitimate. What's the problem?
It's funny, like it's Palmyra, right? That's what? Ancient Syria? Assyria? Something like that?
I think so, yeah, actually. I do. Yeah.
So why do I think Greeks? Was there a great war between the Greeks and the Syrians?
Oh, my dumb fingers meant to say
Centered
SIG
around-
226. SIG 226. I'm biased though, but yeah, I think that's just one of the best sidearm duty weapons ever made. I think it's a fucking workhorse. But you're well served with either. You can't go wrong with either one, but I think the SIG is better.
If money is not a consideration, the SIG, yeah. Although I actually don't know how much the fucking Beretta would run you these days.
If you're buying used or new.
Either or. I mean, I'm fairly sure the SIG would be more expensive than the Beretta. That being said, Beretta has charged some.
Yeah, they charge a
charge
lot.
strong money for some stuff, don't they?
They're the same in that they're both alloy frames, steel slides, right? So there's a similar amount of milling work going into them. It's not like either one has got a molded polymer frame to reduce cost that way. Yeah, I'd say the SIG 226. I mean, one thing that's interesting about the location of this place, it is like, I think they should have went on and on about the location, historic location. It's right off Canal Street. It's right off, shit, where's the other one? Canal Street.
Not our Canal Street, you understand?
Yeah, no, certainly not.
Well, it's a church. It's going to be a fairly central location.
Yeah, Tulane Avenue, and then, I mean, obviously off Canal Street is the big deal because that's one side of the French Quarter, and you can see where it's starting to say French Quarter right here. This is the historic district where Museum of Death.
That doesn't surprise me. It's right up the street from the fucking Voodoo Museum.
Yeah. See what I mean? Like Canal Street runs right down the fucking center of it all.
Tulane, fucking Gravier, Union Street.
Yeah. You can throw a rock and hit Bourbon Street. You know, I mean, like here's your location right there. I mean, it's just it's right near. So I'm surprised that they didn't go on and on and on. They did mention the location, but I mean, that's this property's prime selling point, honestly.
Right. Just outside the fucking French Quarter, fucking stone's throw off Decatur.
Or Decatur, as we say here. I'm waiting for... Okay, here we go. Yeah, they've been looking to sell this thing this year. Look at the price is just going drop, 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 drop. Yep. Price change, price.
Thanks, Trump.
Interesting. It looks like this has been owned by the bank or whoever for a while. It's like they listed it for sale, took it off, put it back up, lowered the price. Would someone just buy this? And it's like, you don't understand why they're not? I know why they're not.
I mean, just look at the fucking roof on it.
Should I say the property taxes are not that much. I thought maybe because of where they are, that's why no one's buying it, or why the church let it go, because it was just so freaking expensive. Look at the roof. What?
Yeah, if you look at the roof, right? Consider where it is and how often they have storms and storm damage and all that kind of shit.
Yeah,
I can tell you for a given fact those roofs are exceptionally expensive to maintain. You're looking to have that roof. Say it was like mostly damaged and it needed a complete recovering. Yeah, you're looking easily at $80,000 to $90,000 just to have that done. And that's assuming that you get some people that aren't, massive company. If you're looking at like large company with proper artisanal, roofers and all that kind of shit, yeah, fucking $150,000.
I wanted to do this one because we never really looked at anything like this before, though it's come up a couple of times. And
yeah,
I really enjoy properties in New Orleans because they're often interesting. They tend to be very unique in the United States. We don't, what we haven't got to look at? Some of the historic places in Florida. Yeah. And Georgia, for that matter. Like we never looked at a house in Savannah, Georgia. Some like really old timey houses. That'd be really interesting. And so
some of the earliest, right?
Yeah, and it's
like 300 fucking years old, and
Yeah, I'd love to see some stuff in Florida and Georgia, but because harken back to before the current cultures there, like cultures that don't really exist there anymore, but kind of evolved out of what was there. That'd be French Louisiana and whatnot. That'd be interesting, but.
Where was that one house that we looked at that was something in the it predated the formation of the United States, and they got like a bunch of spinning jennies and all that kind of thing in there.
Oh man, the historic house that was just the one room. Yeah, I remember.
Was that Maryland, Virginia, maybe?
I think it was. I think it was in like old timey northeastern United States. Yeah, Pennsylvania. I think it was actually in.
Oh yeah, that would track. Yeah.
Didn't Valine send us that house?
I think she did.
Yeah. So that's why I wanted to do this place, because like not like the most nightmarish place, but odd. And I like odd property in historic districts, and we don't get to go through a lot of them. And I understand why. Because when something like this goes up for, usually properties that are great are held on to for a long time because they're fucking great. Yeah. They're not going to go up for sale, right? That's why we see so many just baffling properties go up for sale. Like the last time we looked at a house and there were squatters still asleep on the couches that wouldn't get up so they could take photos.
That's a good find, wasn't it, that one?
That was nuts. That was right up there with the flaming house and the just a basement house. Like just really unique properties.
Yeah, and quite memorable.
Yeah.
Quite
That and Mr.
memorable.
Caddington. Like Mr. Caddington's abode.
Yeah, oh god, yeah.
That grew a personality all its own, though. That one
Sure
didn't
did.
it?
That's
It really did.
and then of course well, it doesn't really count, does it? I was about to say the other New Orleans property that we did. What's his name's house?
What, the one owned by Nicolas Cage?
Yeah, Nick
I think
Cage's
that one
former
does
house.
count.
But
I think that one does
wasn't
count,
it the
though, 'cause that was
history of the
set
place
into,
as
like,
opposed to
what
the place itself?
No,
Yeah,
the place
but-
itself was still fucked. The
It-
place itself was still fucked.
Yeah.
It just adds the tinge of what the fuck to it when you know the exact history.
Triple X Medic says, last time I was on Bourbon Street, it was underwater.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a-
Yeah.
Why would you ever build a city that's under seawater or under sea level rather? It's like, well, you know,
I
It's
don't know,
a-
ask the Dutch.
it's a port that's there. It's a warm water, still water port. That's why people built it there. And it's just, you know, it's sort of unfortunate. And things wouldn't be so bad if they had a better levy system. But, you know, their local leadership has money to grift.
I drove my Chevy to the levee and the levee was gone.
Levy was dry, Sam. It was dry.
No, that's what. Holly, I'm paradising.
And the levy was stolen and sold for spare parts to the local mob.
Oh man.
All right.
You know that levy comes from a French word, Polly.
That I believe. You don't have to.
Yeah.
Yeah. That-
Levee, raised, lifted.
Really? Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, like as in like a tax levy because you're raising. I didn't even think about that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Didn't even think of
Une
that.
levee.
Of course, the French are the ones who name taxes.
That and levers.
Oh yeah, I guess. All right, so there it is. I think we're going to call it right there. As I think
It's a good time, isn't it?
Yeah, it's about that time, and I hear far draining over there. Like that, you know, when you're letting the air out of a balloon, that wee. That's all I can hear coming from far.
Thanks. Very, very cool. I'm yes, I'm very
Are you
flattered.
implying
very
that
flattered.
Fars? You're implying that Fars just over there farting?
No,
It does sound like it,
This
doesn't
is-
it?
Let the day drinking begin, right? And that does bring us to the end of Last Call here at Noir Bar, live from the Shays District of Noir City. I'd like to thank everyone coming out tonight for our own little brand of 1940 booze-fueled banter. And we were celebrating tonight because we hadn't streamed in it had been just 1 week. But, you know, the future is bleak, so we celebrated.
Yeah.
Thank Far and Sam for keeping me company at the bar. Awesome to talk to you
Oh,
guys
good
once
man.
again.
Yeah. Always fun hanging out.
And finally, I'd like to thank all the very generous people who tipped the bartender. That's me. And also tipping my two good friends here, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to keep the lights on, the fireplace burning, the candles lit, and the cops paid off, the corrupt bastards that they are.
Amen. Thank you very much, chat.
Yeah,
Awesome.
thank you. Thank you.
So, like I told you guys before, I am setting up the painting streams, which is going to be a lot of fun going ahead. You know, some hangouts. I think they're going to be YouTube, probably mostly Rumble and whatnot, so we can watch more shit. And a lot of people say you should really do Twitch if you're going to do Twitch Rumble, if you're going to do either. I'm like, okay. No, that's fine.
But people will still be able to find VODs on YouTube, right?
Of course. Yep. 100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Way to do it. Yeah.
One way or another, they'll end up on YouTube. If not live, then after the fact. One way or another, they'll be here. I just haven't decided whether or not I'm going to set up a separate channel for it or just put them up here. Probably a separate channel. Maybe. I don't know. Does anybody who watches my regular content, do they want to see me pretend to paint?
The joy of painting.
Yeah, pretend to
With
know. if I'm
Polyville.
paint- Yeah, that's Oh, Far. I so need a little otter dressed up with like the fake 70s afro with the gold medal. And
Yeah,
yeah.
I was just thinking that.
Right?
And the giant paintbrush and the overalls with a little hat on. Perched on top of the afro. Well, perm. Yeah.
Standing up on a little stool so he can reach the easel. It'll be perfect. The joy of painting with Polly.
Okay, and then to clean our brushes, we dip them into a little odorless thinner, and then we beat the Judas out of them.
And don't forget that when you're done with your painting, you must touch the painting.
There's a reason.
It's dry.
Hey, my minis all have a clear coat on them that I put on afterwards so you can touch them. You see, I think ahead looking at you. Fucking
He puts the liquid clear
painters
on
from the late
last, chat.
1700s. So there it is. Yep. So we'll be going ahead and doing that. If you haven't already, you can check out both Far and Sam's links below. Do you guys have any updates with your game and streams and how that's going?
Ladies first.
I'm going back to once a week because I'm going back to work. So, boo. But
boo.
I haven't decided anything going forward. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. Don't worry about
For a
it.
short time, and at least, right, Val?
Yeah. Hopefully. We'll see.
Who wants to work forever? And I have a
need the money. That's
Mhm.
all it comes down to, man.
I have a scram coming up tomorrow, actually, with Far's lovely lady wife, everybody's favourite egg-laying mammal. Yes, you'll be able to catch us on our channels tomorrow, and we will be playing a little bit of Escape. So yes, if you are interested, come hang out. Even if you're not interested, come hang out anyway. You've been Shanghaied.
Nice. So
That'll be at 5 p.m. Pacific time.
there it is. And if you're interested in either one of those streams, which you totally should be because it's good content between Sam, Platty, Far, and the various different kinds of gaming that they do. All their links are found below the video, and you can check it out as of right now. I'm going to find that SLA, Symbionese Liberation Army video, and I'm going to post it under here as soon as I get my laptop open, so you can spot that if you want to hear conspiratorial nonsense from a bygone era to see just how fucking Longhorn crazy it fucking gets. If only for the interest. But in the meantime, as we always say about now, you don't got to go home, but you got to get the hell out of here. We'll see you again next time, everybody. Have a good night.
Yeah, see you later.
Good night.